Hello everyone! Welcome to the stream for the Mania 7K World Cup 2024 quarterfinals round. And in here, we're going to be seeing two countries who have been prominent on the 7K for the 7K scene rather, for a long time, which are going to be Brazil and France. I'm BulmaGamerPH76, and joining me on the commentary booth is going to be Ray Vale. Hello, how are you doing today?
Hello, doing really well. Just coming off from a match that I casted maybe about half an hour ago, and we're going back into another one. In fact, this is one of the two matches that's happening right now, the other being Malaysia and Thailand happening on the mainstream, but this is also going to be pretty spicy. This is a lower bracket matchup between seed 9 and seed 19. So a lot on the line here, and already rolls are happening, protects are happening.
Okay, so we see 3 and 42. Well, we already know France gonna protect first, so LN2 is gonna be the protect for France and for Brazil.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure if Silly Fangirl is present right now, but judging on the Brazil-Portugal match in round of 24, I can see why France would want to pick LN2. As for Brazil, I would assume they'll protect the Core Jack pick, like Total Eclipse of the Sun. That might be something they really want to take advantage of, at least against a country like France.
I'm looking at the qualifier results, and it is very, very interesting because I think Brazil are more so a rice-oriented team, and France are very good in LN. Like, if we look at stage 4, which is the LN coordination qualifier, Brazil was 17th, France were 8th, which is a huge placement disparity in France's favor. But then you look at the other stages, like stage 1, which was tech accuracy, Brazil are 3rd on that and France are 21st. So we got a lot of variance. It does seem like Brazil are going to protect Hybrid 3.
Okay, so I mean Hybrid 3, interesting protect. Cause I do think France's LN is gonna be up there. Maybe Brazil's trying to see if the balance is gonna be way too much for France to handle. Then again, we'll have to see. I think Brazil is the higher seeded team here.
Yes, Brazil is the highest seeded team by 10 whole seeds as well. So I think Brazil's players overall, I would say in terms of just like pure skill, pure earth power, they are better than France, which I assume is the reason why they are protecting Hybrid 3 because of that 200 BPM spike at the end. They are banning LN1, which is also extremely understandable, like I mentioned. Brazil not really that good in the LN department, especially when you're going up against France. Definitely don't want to have LN1 open.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
That's gone.
Okay, France banning Rice 2. Actually, this is a good ban. I think Rice 2 is very act heavy, and I think like Brazil should be able to take advantage of that Rice accuracy against France.
Yep.
That being said though, France's consistency is gonna be my bigger concern than accuracy. Mainly because I think Brazil has already built up a name for their consistency overall. So I'll have to give that to Brazil. That being said though, LN is gonna be probably leaning towards France. I'd have to guess, if I were to guess, on the eye test at least.
I mean, on paper, yes. And immediately LN2 is coming out. I mean, why not, right? Gotta get one of your strongest skill sets, at least against Brazil, out of the way. And we do see the players in the lobby here. Tut, BTW, and Lotus Fango for Brazil, and for France it's Monkey and Moquette. Oh, actually, there's gonna be a swap, not Lotus Fango, perhaps someone else.
Maybe Casio Fangirl? Honestly,
I actually do not know who is the dedicated Brazil LN specialist, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're just seeing... Oh, there we go. We're now seeing the seeds on both. Yeah, seed number 9 is gonna be Brazil, 19 for France. Yeah, I do think LN should be beneficial for France, actually. But wait a second, who is Brazil going to be having?
Yeah.
Is Moquette a part of the France? Okay, Moquette is part of France, right?
Yes. Yeah, that is gonna probably be France's lineup. And Silly Fangirls in the lobby.
Alright, so yeah, we're gonna be seeing Tart and Silly Fangirl. We didn't see Silly Fangirl on the Ellen release pick when they were playing against Portugal, so I think this is gonna be an
Oh.
interesting change. We did see Portugal winning against Brazil on what do you call this again? LN2 or the LN whatever the LN release pick was on round of 34. But now it's quarterfinals, and things may change. So I do think Silly Fangirl being here makes a lot of sense. That being said though, France, I still think the advantage should slightly gear towards France, still.
Oh, this is France's Protect after all, and if they're going to start off the match with their Protect, they must be very confident. Let's see how it
Or at the
goes.
very
This is...
least, yeah,
Yeah?
go ahead, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, let's see how this goes for France.
Oh, I was on the other hand, I just really feel like them wanting to pick their protect first. They probably want to try securing a point as early as possible and hopefully not get the match a little bit too far out of their reach. Which is it's a sensible strategy, especially if you're a lower seeded team. And right now,
Ooh.
Silk Fangirl finding an early miss. Can't really blame though, because Ellen releases, especially in 7 key, require a ton of coordination, and even the best of the best players make mistakes on maps like this.
Yeah, perhaps a bit too taken aback from the very sudden intro. We were getting all of those Elden releases hit at once. So that will be
Indeed,
advantage France.
yeah, it's not actually that advantageous. It's only a little bit right now. But then again, accuracy wise, France is really just killing it. That being said, though, it's that consistency that matters much more. And like what I
Ooh.
said, Silly Fangirl finding a miss is gonna matter so much, at least on the grand scheme of things, because of how little objects there are in this pick.
And City Fango finds another miss again. France's lead now extends to 20,000 points. And that stage 4 superiority taking effect as Silly and... Oh, okay. Everyone no longer has an FC within a split second.
Well, it's not really gonna matter in the long run, as this is gonna
Yep.
give France the advantage. Accuracy-wise, France does have like overall, if we were to average it, France does have a clear-cut advantage, and these slow Ellen releases is really going to be benefiting France. It's very evident that coordination is really something that France is much more proficient on.
And Tut BTW missing is just going to grow that lead towards France. Both holding 99.3s as Moquette does find a combo break. So that lead will
Yeah.
now shrink.
It's definitely gonna shrink, but it's not gonna matter much. I keep on saying that phrase, but it's just really the case right now because currently that accuracy is still ahead of both Brazilian players, and not to mention these Ellen releases, they're just not gonna get any easier. And man, France is killing it right now.
Yeah, they are holding really steady. I think Jerem only had that one miss and currently still holds the highest score of the lobby. As we approach the final 20%, 28,000 points of the lead, there has to be a huge meltdown from France's side, which I do not think will happen, especially with Silly missing again 33,000 points now of a lead.
Think of it this way, like
for
look at
Jerem.
those yeah, Jerem fighting a drop, but again, those UR bars indicate something.
Yeah.
We're seeing more of those green lines on the side of Brazil, which indicates that they're less coordinated when it comes to those releases. Meanwhile, France just overall, they were just the more consistent and more accurate team here. Boket with easily the best ratio in the lobby. Only one miss for both France players. Meanwhile, Brazil finding 2 and 6 respectively. Unfortunate, but it's the very first pick, so it shouldn't really affect too much. Not to mention this was France's pick, so Brazil will get a chance to counter that. I think Brazil's best picks has to be the core jack pick. maybe Rice 5 and also Rice 1. Those picks should definitely favor Brazil more, in my opinion.
Honestly, I feel like any of the Rice maps that are remaining that we see will favor Brazil a lot. Maybe not so Rice 3, but like Brazil's Rice, like if you just look at qualifiers, is extremely scary for a ninth seed. Getting third on stage 1, fourth on stage 2, fifth on stage 5, like that's incredible. And there's gonna be Rice 1 coming out from Brazil.
Yeah, speed makes a lot of sense. I think France's main weaknesses is going to be leaning towards the speed side of things. Like if you've noticed, France's first pick was a very slow one, and slow picks will benefit France. But when they get really fast and dense, this is where Brazil really could start to get an edge over France, in my opinion.
Yeah, if we just talk about pure speed, which was stage 2 in the qualifiers, Brazil was 4th, France was 22nd. There is a very huge gap, and I honestly think it might be reflective of what we're gonna see here. Elementaires is gonna come in for France. Brazil should be staying put.
And yeah, I mean, they should be definitely on paper. It should definitely be safe for Brazil to pick this, but anything can happen. Though that being said, we are in quarterfinals, and usually this is usually where uh qualifiers are meant to be accurately judging, which is
Yep.
quarterfinal skill.
If that's the case, we might actually see, at least in theory, a Brazil victory, but we'll see if France could cause any sort of shakeup.
Here we go. I mean, we're starting with an early rice section, but after this, speed's gonna start to pick up. Here we go. Like we're just seeing a glimpse of how it really goes. But after this, it's gonna become crazy, and everyone's just gonna have to hope and see they can speed this well. And here we go.
Yeah, Elementaire is the first victim of these very speedy staircases, and Miller is gonna follow through 25,000 points, and it's always growing really fast. Elementaire does drop again. Brazil
Yeah, you're saying Brazil is unfazed right now, right? Never.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh.
Oops.
Okay, but silly 99.6 still holding FC.
My goodness. And 99.5 and then F full combo just ahead of everyone right now, no question. Mila finding some late hits. Elementaires, on the other hand, rushing a few of those. That is not looking good. While Brazil is clearly on the center right now in terms of the UR bar, goes to show how accurate and precise they are.
Yeah, this is one of Brazil's strongest suits as Elementaires falls again, 87,000 points, and it's going to grow in Brazil's favor. This is going to be very dominating, as Silly does drop their FC, but that is just going to be a blip in what is looking like a 6-digit victory over France.
Yeah, this is just a big advantage right now. Oh my goodness. 130,000 point victories are huge, especially on a 2v2 tournament. Like, this goes to show how big the difference on physicality is. And this is why France should really avoid any of the rice picks, because man, are they not just difficult to coordinate, but you really need the touch of physicality to get really good at them as well. Silly Fangirl, the only single digit 200 count here. Everyone actually getting single digit misses, but that accuracy on Brazil, it goes to show how much proficient they are on these physical oriented picks.
Yeah, you do not want to be facing Brazil on Rice unless you are actually confident that you can beat them on Rice, where there are very few countries in this tournament that can beat Brazil on Rice. So it is going to be back to France. It's most likely going to be in that bottom half of the map pool, either LN. Maybe not even hybrids, honestly. Like, hybrids is also looking like a no-go. If we're gonna talk about which of the two LNs are the best, it's probably gonna be Fansa, which is LN4.
I disagree. Wait, actually, you know what? No. Fansa makes more sense than 8-Bit Adventurer. I think 8-Bit Adventurer is more physically oriented in comparison to Fansa. So maybe they should go for that. But I don't think France goes for hybrid. Hybrid is like, it's a very physical
Yeah.
set of hybrids here, so I absolutely disagree if they would go for that.
I would unironically believe they could go for hybrid too. But okay, it is gonna be Fansa, LN4. So we're still going to see Fun stick to a theme. Still going for those LN picks. But for this one, not quite control coordination, at least not as heavy as LN2. But you also wouldn't say that it is a dense LN pick like LN3, it is more mixed.
Well, now LM4. I mean, the thing about this map is it's pretty long, but I think this should be physical enough for France to be able to go on still.
Yeah. So we do see Moket actually come in for funds in replacement of Jerome. It seems like Brazil are not going to change their roster, so we're going to see them stick around for a third straight map.
But now we're going to be seeing how France does. So we saw how they did on pretty slow first pretty slow Ellen map. Now we're going to be seeing as the BPM goes even higher now. Let's see if France will be able to keep up.
And this map also has some very interesting shield patterning, which is gonna be interesting to see how they will all fare.
So starting off with some sort of coordination Ellen releases. It's gonna be very interesting because this is stuff is just gonna pick up really later with all the inverse shields and hearts and all that. Moket already finding drops early on, but Silly
So it's
Fangirl
not Silly.
trades one back.
Oh, Elementaires though! Only Tart! Never mind, no FCs in the lobby!
Oh, Silly
Immediately
Fangirl
gone.
finding
Oh!
Silly Fangirl
Yep.
and Tart. That's two misses in a row.
Oh!
This is just gonna
Oh.
give France a chance. But Moket finds a trade. It's only Elementaires really who's able to hold on. Impressive how everyone's able to hold on there though. Well, I should have
Tart and
not said
Moket.
that.
Both trade into each other. This lead is not large at all. 10,000 points only, and we're already halfway through the map. It is in favor of Brazil though, not France, so France will have to play catch up on their own pick.
This break section has been dubbed as not a break section because of how easy it is to miss.
And you see
well.
that Silly does find the
Look at
drop.
that girl finding a drop. This is the worst place to find any miss though, because it's the
Oh, Elementaires! That's a 1-for-1.
I think I need to stop speaking right now, because man,
No,
everyone's
we are
fighting miss.
commentators.
Well,
We are commentators, we have to
Oh.
speak. We have to speak. Moket does find 2 drops as we say that. Okay, here comes those shields I was talking about. Silly does find a drop. And another. That lead's gonna shrink.
It's gonna shrink a little bit, but it's not gonna be enough. I think if France wants to have a shot, Tart has to miss in this part, which is highly
Yeah.
unlikely. It's a break section, and this is like an actual break section though.
Oh, but we do have the hard LNs.
Oh yeah, that's when it starts to get really crazy. Can we see a comeback? Oh! Massive
Before
miss,
that,
but it
hard
trades it
Elementaires.
immediately back. Here we go. Here's the hearts. Moket and
Okay, and element.
Elementaires.
Oh no, I think
Yeah,
that might be it. That might be it.
Brazil running away with it. I think that's gonna do it. Those full LNs. I don't know who it's benefiting, but it seems to be really
Oh,
giving Silly Fangirl the edge over everyone, which
yeah,
ultimately just benefits Brazil.
everybody missed, but Brazil missed less. Oh, Silly does find another drop at the end there, but yeah, this lead is 40,000 points, and we have a couple of seconds left. That is going to be a break point to Brazil.
Very unfortunate ending for France, and this was not the outcome they expected. I was like a little bit worried now that we're delving into the picks that are kind of faster. Wait a second, if you were to total the miscounts, it's actually lower than Brazil, but those
Yeah,
50s really destroyed their run, and I think that's what did it.
yeah, and Element has 200 count as well. More than Tart and Silly combined. It's just accuracy diffed. Brazil just were able to play the better accuracy game overall, and Brazil's pick now, which should be Rice, I think it's gonna be the opposite of what France is trying to do.
Yeah, I think Brazil's gonna pick probably Rice 3 actually. Because think of it this
Huh.
way, Rise 2 is sort of chord stream and all that. And I think Rise 3 is the most similar to Rise 2, so gotta go for that. Oh no, never mind, I go for Rise
Yeah,
6.
Rice 6. Yeah, I was saying like Rice 5 and Rice 6 are also really good options. Rice 6 in particular is the mixed rice pick. Brazil on the qualifier of the equivalent, which was stage 5, Brazil were 5th on that, and France were 21st. So 16 places separating them on that. Lotus Fango will make their debut in this match. Let's see if France changes their lineup. It is currently still Miller and Elementaires.
Interesting because I would have expected, actually, you know what, no. Considering this was the Rice lineup a while ago, this actually makes a lot of sense. And for Brazil, we're seeing Cart and Lotus.
Yep.
Interesting how they're going for this lineup. Probably want to go for the accuracy route in this case. Or maybe there's some consistency, or maybe some patterns where we didn't know that these two players are probably better at than the others.
Yeah, the BPM of this map is relatively low. So it is more of the finger control when it comes to the rice bursts. But you also have a sprinkling of mini jacks and chord streams. They will all have to pay attention for that.
Yeah, I did mention those streams. We're already seeing those early on. And luckily, oh, it doesn't really look like we're seeing much drops here. Other than the fact that Lotus Fangirl's accuracy is sort of really suffering. Mila Elementaires keeping that consistency, hopefully for the entire map, because there seems to be a golden opportunity here with Lotus
Yeah.
finding that accuracy drops. That's actually a massive one.
Hard has managed to recover the as I say that, dropping to 99.3. Matching Miller, Elementaires holding the highest accuracy of the lobby, but Miller will find the first miss. That's not good for France.
You're probably
That
putting
need-
Lotus Fangirl for the consistency route, and it's working wonders.
Oh.
Elementaires and Mila dropping, but wait, Tart
It's
finding a
hard.
miss. That's gonna matter so
Oh.
much more, actually.
That is gonna
Because-
matter, yes.
Yeah, and look at that accuracy. It's just much lower than the France total, especially with Mila at the 99 still.
Oh, this could be a very spicy chorus. Lotus Fango, the only FC of the lobby, despite holding the lowest accuracy of the lobby. Here we go, chorus time.
Yeah, honestly, a very good move for Brazil for putting in Lotus Fangirl for the full combo, because now we're at the chord stream with a few mini jacks and sort of streams inserted into it. Right now, Brazil's pick is actually working, even though the accuracy... Wait, it's actually almost
no.
the exact same, but it's getting dangerous. This could go to France if Brazil's not careful. As I say that!
Oh, it's
Never
hitting Miller
mind.
though. Oh, that's gonna go. Miller missed twice. I'm just very worried about Lotus Fango. But Miller does drop again. The lead is trying to grow, but it's not as well because Lotus Fango's accuracy is so low. But Miller does find another drop, and I think that should be it. Miller does drop again. That is gonna be a Brazil point. Wow, Lotus
Honestly,
Fango! Wow.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Even though Tart probably has the highest score in the entire lobby, you gotta give Lotus Fangirl the credit here for holding on to the full combo. I think that full combo essentially won them this map. Because
I
if
mean,
Lotus Fangirl didn't full combo, that score would have been much lower than it could have.
I mean, also the fact that Lotus Fango looked quite shaky in that entire map. To be able to hold an FC on that is definitely quite impressive. If they did drop, like, if they did drop, it would be quite significant.
Also,
So it
gotta be a
is 3-1.
motivation boost. I'd also say
Yeah.
that's a motivation boost for Brazil, knowing that they can definitely take on France with any lineup they can put in. I think France has to go for LN3. Honestly, no other choices really here.
Yeah, France are kind of in a very bad spot right now. Because I don't think hybrids are the way to go. None of the rice is also viable in, yeah, LN 3. It's just kind of France being backed into a corner by Brazil, and they really just have to grab whatever is in front of them at the moment, which is this. LN density.
I mean, yeah, you gotta pick something like that. 1 minute and 57 seconds though. So I keep on mentioning the length because length is very important in determining how much of a need consistency would be. If you had 1 minute and 50 seconds of map, you need to be very consistent because your room for error is gonna be much smaller with that amount of time.
Yeah, the shorter the map, the less amount of errors you can make that would be detrimental to not just your score but your team score as well. Just gonna
Oh,
wait for Bencho to set
miss
everything
50.
up.
I
Yeah.
thought we had 3 misses in a 50 for a second, but luckily not gonna be the case for a long time. Although
Oh, but that's an
Moquette
actual
finding,
one.
yeah, it looks like we're seeing Moquette here, but Mill and Monkey still staying. Probably physicality is gonna be something
Oh
that
no.
France needs to work on, and very unfortunate because right now Brazil is far ahead, still with two full combos, and with more density sections included. I'd be inclined to think Brazil probably tries a hybrid pick next.
Yeah, France are definitely struggling to keep up with Brazil with these very dense, speedy sections. 197 BPM. Tart does find the miss, but Silly still holding the FC 99.6%. 44,000 points right now.
Yeah, 98, a double 98 is still really good, don't get me wrong. But Brazil literally only has one miss and still 99 on both players. Very insane balance on the Brazilian side. And there's only a half of the map remaining, and this map is just gonna keep on getting denser.
Yeah, the map will pick up again, and it's really all in Brazil's hands right now. Miller does find another miss, 75,000 points and growing.
Yeah, and like, the more dense it is, it's really just gonna help Brazil. Silly Fangirl, that consistency. My goodness, like, you're just seeing this density section all over the place. And while Tart finds two misses in a row, it's not gonna matter in the long run for the many mistakes France has committed. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. And if this continues, it's gonna be another breakpoint for Team Brazil.
Yeah, like no matter how many times Tart will miss, Silly Fango isn't at all. And that is one of the most impressive scores we've seen in this match so far. Silly Fango with the FC on 8-bit Adventure.
And Tart's accuracy as well, very close to Silly Fangirls. That's still a very impressive performance from France. Like, double 98 is still a really good score. But man, Brazil up 4-1. I think this is like two breakpoints ahead. Or
Yep.
one. Wait,
It is 2 breakpoints.
it is, yeah, it is indeed 2 breakpoints ahead.
Yeah, because it is now back to Brazil to potentially push them to match point. And they still have so many options on the table. It is like a free flow buffet.
I'd say Total Eclipse of the Sun might be a good pick for Brazil, considering how much France has sort of suffered when the density really is there. I think that Korjak pick would make a lot of sense for Brazil to pick.
Okay, I will say, I think one map they should avoid is probably gonna be Hybrid 2, just because of how short that map is. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they would even think about going for hybrids when they're so comfortable on the Rice. And you still got 3 Rice picks available. All 3 definitely still. Like, I think Brazil will just take them without question. Oh, Rice 3 is actually gonna
3,
come out
okay.
instead.
I did mention Rice 3 a while ago, which is the
Yeah, you did.
closest map to Burning Star. So this is a good pick on Brazil. Honestly, this is their second best pick in my opinion, other than Total Eclipse of the Sun. Could have been. This really is a good pick on Brazil's side because it seems to me that the more density is observed here, France is sort of just struggling to keep up with that.
Yeah, so at least compared to Burning Star, which Burning Star is the dense chord stream, this is speed chord stream. And if we're gonna compare it to qualifier stage 6, Brazil were 10th, France were 19th. Definitely a lot more closer than the other qualifier scores, but it is still going to be a pretty difficult task for France as we see 3 Brazilians in the lobby.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we're seeing Elementaires back into the equation here, and Milla, Monkey. Meanwhile, we see Tart and still Fangirl. I mean, yeah, this makes a lot of sense, but I just think this pick definitely favors Brazil much more than I'd think.
I mean, you could also say like the map has some stamina factor as well, which could hurt France, especially since France have been playing with more or less. Well, actually, no, they've been playing with all 4 of their players. I don't think it's that taxing for them. But stamina will play a part in this map eventually, and Brazil definitely have that stamina in check.
Yeah, stamina is going to be a big factor. But okay, we're looking at the match right now. Oh, that was a slow scroll speed on Silly. I thought the scroll speed error happened. I was scared for a little bit, but
I
luckily
think it's just
we're
the
fine.
intro.
We're fine.
Yeah. Like the intro is just like a slow scroll speed, but once you skip it, it's back to normal.
Indeed, it is back to normal, but you gotta be really careful. And now we're approaching the density sections and a little bit of streams. Everyone hitting that perfectly, but we
Yeah.
saw an act drop on Milla's side, which I think that was a few late hits.
Oh
But wait a
my
second,
gosh.
still if Fangirl adding a very early miss, but it's not gonna matter too much. That accuracy from Milla is not helping France's cause for a comeback. Not to mention Elementaires as well, also at 99.1.
Yeah, France's accuracies are the reason why Brazil have this lead despite the miss from Silly, which was a very clean miss. They are still holding 99.78, which is ridiculous with the miss.
Definitely the highest accuracy on the lobby by a long shot. Right now, Milla and Elementaires literally almost dropping to the 98 range. Not a good sign, especially if Silly's accuracy is just far ahead. Oh, I just saw a full chord being pressed
Yeah,
on the
from
right side. That
Elementaires.
was scary. If they missed there, that would have been... That probably would have cost the game. But wait a second. Lead is shrinking a little bit. Hart dropped a few notes, rushed a bit. I noticed that, but they almost had a miss on that part.
Yeah, but France are not really doing too well to keep up with, silly Fango, who's holding a 99.8 still. Miller is back up to 99 though. We still have the second half to go. Can France try and mount a comeback? There has to be something from Brazil though. Like a couple of drops. France need to pick up the pace as well from their own end.
Yeah, but it's just really not gonna happen. Brazil is very stable, except for Tart being a little bit rushing. Oh, Tart is rushing that part a lot. France on the other hand, consistent.
Oh, but Miller drops.
Miller fighting this as they say that.
It's not over though,
that's gonna do it.
I mean, it might not be over because Tart. Oh, but Miller does find a second one.
I think that does it. Unless Silly Fangirl and Tart find the miss at the same time, this is just gonna be Brazil's point. Oh, wait, there
needs to be more.
Needs to be more. Time is running out. I think that does it though. There it is. Brazil takes a 5th match point. Definitely not over yet though. But man, that was almost a double FC as well on France. Super unfortunate. And 3, great. And that ratio as well. It's just so much better compared to everyone. Oh wow, my mic almost fell. I'm sorry.
By the way, Element has with the FC. Definitely not one of the players in this lobby that I would expect to hold the only FC of the map, but yeah, Brazil match point with that silly Fango. Crazy score. And Fun's going for a score.
What? Wait, what?
Okay, look. Like, here's my thought process, right? Because
yeah.
I feel like Rice 4, it being the Jack pick, like somewhat called Jackie pick, you would think that France would also have like at least a better chance on this. Then look, I don't think they're gonna win on hybrid. There's Rice 5 left. I don't think they would go for Rice 5. This is just picking the best out of a bunch of almost unwinnable maps.
That's actually fair logic. And the mere fact that this is their quote-unquote best chance to take a point, it's unfortunate. But okay, can we see two people with the username that has a fangirl, and then because we see Monkey on the right, can we see never mind. I thought we were gonna see like Lotus fangirl, Silly fangirl, and then we see Monkey at the right. Isn't that cool? But then again,
I mean,
you did mention
Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil
would like to secure a point one way or another.
That's fair, but I do think that you like what you said. Now that you mention it, this is France's potential best chance of taking a point, but it's gonna be really risky, and it's definitely going to have a lot of misses here at some point, especially when the density starts to pick up.
Yeah, I do say that this is France's best opportunity out of the remaining maps, but it might not be a good opportunity in the long scheme of things, as Miller and Tart both find misses. Miller will drop again though, so France will be at the short end of the stick as Silly Fango is, yeah. That's all I'm gonna say.
99.96. I mean, here's the thing. Miller's accuracy suffered a lot, not to mention that again.
Yeah.
But Jerem still keeping up with Tart, in fact outscoring them a little bit because they're holding the full combo. But Miller has to slowly find their way back. Silly on the other hand, 99.94. Oh, massive drop. Wait, both players on the Brazilian side are dropping. And Jerem still has the full combo as the density starts to pick up. This could still go to France if they're not careful.
I think the issue right now is just Miller's accuracy. And Jerem does find the miss though. So that just completely resets everything that Brazil lost.
Yep, it does indeed go back. And now, 28,000, not the safest lead. We've seen a 20,000 point lead literally erased in a matter of seconds. So this is still sort of winnable. That being said though, France has to play this part near perfectly. No other option but just to play, as Brazil is still above them accuracy-wise by a huge margin.
Yeah, I think the lead is... Okay, the lead is actually somewhat growing a little bit as Miller is approaching the 99%, but both Brazilian players are recovering from what was a blip in their run.
A 50 from Tart. Not, but oh, that's a miss. But it's not really gonna matter. There's not enough time.
Yeah,
Those bursts helping Brazil really, and that should do it.
that should
GG,
do
well
it.
played to both teams. But unfortunately, only one could advance to the next round of quarterfinals. Silly fangirl, almost with the V1SS. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised anymore. But man, both teams did great. GG, well played to both teams. I keep on saying congratulations to Brazil for advancing to the second round of quarterfinals. And as for France, still a great effort, taking 1 point off Brazil. And there could have really been a few opportunities had some rushes or mistakes not happened. But really, that's about it.
Yes, that is going to do for this match. Brazil will advance to the next round, which they will be facing Team Taiwan, and that will be happening tomorrow.
Oh man, yeah. I really hope the best for both teams because man, that's gonna be very interesting. And I believe the the Malaysia Thailand match actually also ended on a 6-1.
Yes,
So the
it
next match is
has.
gonna be Russia versus the Netherlands. That's gonna be a really interesting match. You do not want to miss that. But for now, enough about that. And do you have anything else to say, Rayvale?
Get your banners. That's all I'm going to say. They're
Yeah,
on the
better.
old store. You can get them for dirt cheap, and you can
How
support
much?
everyone playing.
$2, right?
Yeah, about there. I mean, everyone has different currencies, but we can universally agree it's around that price.
Well, thank you so much for that. Don't forget to buy your banners, and we hope that you enjoyed this match. Don't forget to watch the match in 17 minutes and all the rest of the matches later on. But for the meantime, thanks so much for watching and stopping by. Thank you for the referee and the streamers for also helping in this match happen. Thanks so much, everyone, and see you next time.
Yep, see you next time.
傷を舐め合うと苦しい自由違うの全部違うの重ねたところから影になってやがて腐りゆくんだ It's wrong 認めてしまうとしまいだ理解してしまう前に繋いだ後からこぼれ落ちていることあなお君の存在 You don't give me real sense I can't control I can't control I can't control but I can't control You don't give me real
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Oceania 7K World Cup 2024. Right now, we're in the quarterfinals round, and on the Osu Live B stream, we're going to be seeing a match on the losers bracket between Indonesia and Portugal. I'm Bulma Gamer Page 76, and joining me on the commentary booth is none other than Mint. Hello, how are you doing today?
Hello, everyone! It's such a good day to be watching 7 Key World Cup with none other than everyone here, and it's just really exciting. Indonesia versus Portugal is a very, very unique match. Seed 14 versus 24. This is also like a very intense sort of moment here where either team could really be eliminated, and Portugal really needs to, I guess, prove themselves in this situation. It's a very intense kind of moment for Portugal here. And this is quarterfinals, so the pool is going to be a lot more difficult than I guess, round of 24 or round of 16. So it's just going to be a very interesting watch. We're going to see both these teams fight for their lives, I suppose. Um, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing really else to say. I guess we
mean,
can get into it.
well, yeah, we can really see how this is going to go. Though that being said, what a few things to take note of here. Portugal being seed 24, I believe this is one of the few times Portugal qualified in the 7 Key World Cup. This may even be their first time on the bracket stage, actually, not counting the previous times where the group stage was featured. And also, I do have to say, the Seed 24 format is such an interesting way to introduce new teams into the scene. Like we saw Estonia on the previous match, and now we see Portugal. What I find interesting about this team is they actually took 1 point off Brazil, and we know how well Brazil has been in not just the 4 key scene, but they've really been a powerhouse in the 7 key scene as well.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting. Like, as I said, they really gotta prove themselves here, and I'm sure that we'll see some very interesting, like, potential upsets here. But, I mean, it's gonna be really exciting, honestly, like, to see these teams at their, maybe, like, possibly at their best, like, and they're just really, really hammering it.
Well, that being said, we're just going to be waiting for the stream to ready up. Though, I actually do want to give some insights on both teams. As for Indonesia, we've known them to be pretty strong on the LN side, and overall, just a very well-rounded 7 key team. Even with the absence of some key players, like I believe Yanamon in the past, like Yanamon is present in here. The presence of Onzabikas, and honestly, everyone else like Dominance, Link, Linx, and Valence, they've performed really well in this tournament so far. So you can't really just count those players out. And as for Portugal, we've known Rodrigo to be a good player. Sonic 4 and Diox Sedan being good backups as well to this team. And actually, as I look towards the statistics and all that, Portugal is able to keep up with the rest of the country, but there's definitely some weaknesses where I do think Indonesia could be able to exploit on, such as LN actually, because I do think the lower you're seeded, I think the LN weakness might be more evident. But it could be different for 7 key though, because 7 key requires a whole different level of well-roundedness in my opinion, considering how much more keys are required to be pressed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's actually a very interesting dynamic here, where we have one team, Indonesia, having 4 players, the full 4-player roster, while Portugal has 3 players. So there's more, I guess, potential weaknesses there to be able to be exploited by their opposing team, Indonesia. And I think that because they are weaker in that long nodes, and that is, I guess, somewhat noticeable, that is going to be the strategy that Indonesia is going to be taking.
Honestly, it could
yeah.
work. It could work, but here's the thing. I also have a feeling that Indonesia might want to try and risk the rice picks as well, because while that's something that I think the lower seeded players might be able to pick up more on, typically, those from the higher seeded teams would have something added to their rice skill. In this case, I'd say coordination and reading would be better for the 7 key players on the top, because once again, 7 key is really more of being able to coordinate your hands together rather than a physicality test, which 4K really tends to lean on for the most part.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, as I said, this is going to be a very interesting dynamic, so I'm looking forward to see how these things are going, how these things will play out in the match.
So again, yeah, we're just really waiting over to see how everything goes right now. So this is a first 6 match, so luckily everyone's gonna have a lot of opportunities to be able to select and everything like that. hmm But yeah, as we were saying a while ago, just for things to set up. So I think some of Portugal's glaring issues, um, actually based on the MP link that we've seen, not only is their weakness glaring onto the missed count side of things, but honestly their accuracy has been something they've been needing to work on as well, which I think it's gonna be very concerning because we see a player like Onta Bikasi and we know how experienced that player is on the tournament scene and how well their accuracy could be in.
Yeah, it looks like we have the players in the lobby, 4 players all there, and it's gonna be hopefully starting soon. I'm thinking it would be interesting to see what Indonesia kind of goes for in terms of like Rice or LN, or if they're just gonna go for maybe a mixed bag, trying to avoid what they're not comfortable with, or whether they're going to uh, take advantage of Portugal's weaknesses. Um, it's really hard to tell because of the fact that they have the upper hand in this situation. It's really not really clear what direction they could take because in reality they could probably afford to do, I mean, either option in this scenario.
Well, I think that we have to take note here is the mere fact that you did mention about how you're unsure about the direction Indonesia is taking. Well, that could actually be a blessing in disguise for this team. Think of it this way: if Indonesia has so many directions to choose from, what's Portugal really gonna go for? That's the bigger question here. Like,
That is true, yeah. I mean, I
like
would imagine they would go for um they would pick for their strengths. They don't really have any other option.
So, first map pass went. Okay, here we go. So, right off the bat,
Okay.
I would assume Indonesia picked this. Considering that this is an LN map, we could probably have confirmation in a little bit.
Yeah, I would have to guess that as well.
Okay, just confirm that it is indeed Indonesia's pick. Right now, we're seeing Altavidas' accuracy in full display, but Dominant's able to keep up. Not to mention, Sonic 4's accuracy isn't even that far behind Rodrigo. So the thing about this map is there's so much density in here, and literally almost a 3-minute map. So fatigue, right off the bat, everyone has the same amount of energy, well, hopefully, so I guess that's why Indonesia's really going for this, trying to go for the more difficult picks early on, hopefully not being able to tire themselves out with a pick like this. It makes a lot of sense and it's totally working for them right now.
Yeah, and I just want to point out for anyone in the audience who didn't notice, but Dominance is on Team Indonesia, Rodrigo is on Team Portugal, so just flip them around in your head.
Wait a minute, I just noticed that. Okay, that's my bad.
Oh.
I actually just
Yeah.
noticed that. Like, okay, so yeah, the red team is at the top and the blue team is at the bottom. Just making sure.
Yeah, that should be fixed after this match, but yeah, it should be fine. It's fine.
That's true, but okay, based on the eye test alone, the highest stat that's on Portugal right now is lower than the lowest accuracy in Indonesia. So that's already sort of setting the tone for the rest of this match on how the dynamic for Ellen is gonna go for. And even on the slow Ellen section, which many have pointed out is not a break
Ooh, the
section by
hearts.
any means. Yeah, there's hearts here. But man, those kind of patterns are really hard to coordinate.
It looks like it. Yeah, we get these inverse patterns like, oh, that's just really dense and incredibly like, it's like very flowy and it's, I mean, very difficult to act, I would say. And we can see that here in general. I mean, highest act here, 99.26, very impressive from Onto Bakasi. All the players in general keeping up fairly well, but it's just not enough to beat Indonesia here, and it does look like Indonesia's taking it away with their first point on their first pick. It's going to be very interesting to see where Portugal goes from here.
Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, there we go. The stream is now fixed. We have the players in the proper order, and yeah, you can definitely see that Indonesia in general starting off very strong with the first pick. Both Rodrigo and Sonic 4 scoring well enough to get at least a 97. Still very impressive work from them. But the accuracy difference, I think that's the bigger picture here. Like you can tell Indonesia's just more fluent when it comes to LNs and all that.
Oh, absolutely.
And as we're waiting for what they're gonna pick next, I actually guess, unless this was banned, alright, maybe Portugal could go for the court jack pick actually. I just have a feeling that Indonesia probably banned it. I was just aware what the picks and bans were, unless we get the
Okay,
confirmation.
so the bans are Rice 1 and Hybrid 2. So
Okay,
Rice 1 was banned by Indonesia, Hybrid 2 was banned by Portugal.
okay, that probably means that Rice 1, being the speed pick, if I'm not mistaken, that was
Yeah.
what was banned by Indonesia, and that makes a lot of sense. Portugal
That is the speed
protecting.
pick. It's like 280 BPM. It's definitely a speed pick.
Oh yeah, that's true. And well, as for Portugal, they protected Rice too, which is probably the easier. This is the easiest chord stream. One of the easy chord stream, quote unquote easy, at least compared to the rest of the pool. Makes a lot of sense. You'd want to try if you're going for an easier pick in comparison to the rest of the maps, considering how low seeded you are compared to Indonesia. Like again, I keep on saying this, but teams with a lower seed tend to also be lower in terms of physicality. So that's definitely a good decision there.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it seems like Rice 1 has been kind of a popular band, so it does make sense that Indonesia, I guess, wanting to probably go towards the long note end of the pool would probably just get rid of the Rice map they're least comfortable with. It makes sense. It's a very good strategy.
So yeah, we're just waiting for the pick really. I think we just have to refer to the MP link for the meantime. Okay, apparently it's Rice 5.
Cosmic Railroad! Alright.
I find it interesting that they're going for Cosmic Railroad this early actually. So let's see why. Okay, number one, it has an OD of 8. And not to mention, it is a mixed rice pick. So going for OD8 of rice tells me that they're trying to challenge Indonesia in terms of accuracy and consistency. Those two factors, maybe we could see a drop or two on the Indonesia side, and hopefully Portugal is able to be consistent enough. But then again, we can't really see right now, and there is really no eye test as of this moment.
Yeah, we just have to wait and see, I guess, to see how this goes. And I'm really excited to see the performance on Rice because I think this is probably Portugal's biggest opportunity for an upset. Um, and I mean, we just have to wait and see, really. But I do think there's a chance here. I believe.
Yeah, I do think it is one of their better chances. I still think that Korjak pick is really, really favored for Portugal, even if it is indeed harder. That being said, it's just really going to be interesting once we see the match itself happening. Okay, I think there it is. Oh, okay. The advantage clearly on Indonesia's side right now. Rodrigo keeping up with dominance, but that's not the player you'd want to keep up with right now. You'd really want to keep up with Onka Pikasi because it's really a lot of tests of mixed rice here. So you're seeing a bit of court screening, technicality, and everything else. Really concerning from Portugal right now.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. Portugal tries to capitalize off of their strengths on mixed rice, But then it turns out Onto Bikasi is actually really good at mixed rice. Huh? That accuracy, 99.64. Like, my goodness. I mean, what are you supposed to do there? Like,
It
it's quite,
it's
yeah.
just far ahead of everyone else. Honestly,
Oh my goodness.
super impressive work from Anta Pikasi being able to just
988.
carry the weight, and not to mention dominance also scoring real well, scoring higher than both Rodrigo and Sonic. So really unfortunate point pick for Portugal, but Indonesia's gonna be taking it.
Oh wow. I mean, we only saw the tail end of the chart, but that was really impressive.
So we did see França, and we also actually saw um, Rise 5. So I'd have to guess, okay, Portugal, actually, Indonesia probably, their best pick has to be like LN2. Or
I mean, Indonesia
LN1.
probably is realizing now that they could just pick anything, so they're probably just gonna go for whatever they think is fun. But they might be letting their guard down, and that could be a good opportunity for Portugal to take a. This is LN, so maybe not actually.
No, it is hybrid. No, I think it's hybrid. It's hybrid
Oh,
1.
this is hybrid.
Wait.
Ah, okay.
So this is target for love. Okay. So
I'm used to the long notes being at towards the bottom. On the.
It's alright. But yeah, I actually like this pick because the thing about hybrids is they don't actually reveal that much information about both Rice and Ellen, as they kind of just really mix well with each other. So yeah,
Yeah.
of course it's gonna show you that you're well rounded. Yeah, that's true. But it's not really gonna show much about how proficient you are at both ends when you're talking about peak Ellen or peak Rice, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to be like super well rounded to get a hold of this kind of pick. I mean, let's see. There are some LMs in this map, obviously, so I think that might be a place where they can capitalize off of on Indonesia's end. But it does seem like Indonesia is very, very strong on both. So I think they're just saying like we can go for a hybrid, you know. Let's see how like test the waters. Let's see how it goes.
So yeah, so we're seeing Linux. I'm just gonna pronounce it Linux because the X is capital. That being said, this is a 2 minute and 54 seconds map, so it's kind of decent. If you make a mistake, it's not gonna be too much of a swing, but it's definitely gonna have an effect. That being said, part of the map, it looks like both Portuguese players able to surpass Indonesia on accuracy because of Linux. But that being said, now it's slowly going towards Indonesia because of those act drops we're seeing and those misses
Oh yeah,
as well.
2 drops there.
Yeah, I was thinking Portugal may have had a shot, but
Yeah.
these misses, that the mere fact that they're missing on a section like this already, this is an indication of them lacking the well-roundedness to be able to play both Ellen and Rice mixed
Well,
together.
there's Lynx's
And that's
first
already a
drop.
bad sign. Yeah, that was first drop.
But
and honestly,
yeah, both teams,
I don't get mad.
both players on Portugal's end have already missed quite a lot, so they're gonna have to do quite a bit to catch up there.
Yeah, not only that, but they'll definitely need a meltdown from Indonesia to even have a chance. So it's kind of really looking grim right now. And the more you see those Rice and Ellen sections mixed together, the more it's gonna benefit Indonesia. And it's very obvious right now. Okay, it's no wonder Portugal really wanted to avoid a pick like this. I believe on the qualifiers, their hybrids were probably one of the lower seeded maps at the very least. And right now, seeing an 80,000 point lead in around a third of the map left, that's already a gigantic lead, which is very difficult to catch up to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you don't really think it, but like seed 14 and seed 24 is actually a really big separation. It's actually very interesting to see how this sort of dynamic is playing out here. And I mean, this is quarterfinals, and Portugal being a C24 team, they skipped round of 16, so it is naturally a very big jump from the previous match that they played. But I mean, they're doing as best they can. It's just, I mean, what can you do against a team like Indonesia, which is just like solidly holding 99s onto Bekasi's end, and then the other player on their team is just like maintaining that 98, that mid 98, and missing as little as possible to be able to keep up with this sort of stuff.
Yeah, looking at the look, I find something interesting here. You see Sonic 4 getting almost the same ratio as Linux and Rodrigo having almost the same turret count as them.
Oh,
It boasted
that is
like
a
look,
very similar ratio. Yeah, what?
yeah, that's a very interesting statistic we're seeing here. But that consistency from Indonesia was just too much for Portugal to catch up
Yeah,
to.
it's all about keeping that miscount as low as you can. In this situation, it it really does matter a lot because if you miss a bunch, it doesn't matter how good your ratio is, doesn't matter how impressive your ratio is. The scoring system is going to make sure you know that you're missing. And it's just like, oh, it hurts, but that's just how it is, you know?
I mean, think of it this way, man. If you're missing less in 7 key, at the very least, it just means that you have the coordination to be able
Oh,
to hit those
absolutely.
notes. And that's
Yeah,
why misses
absolutely.
matter so much more in 7K. And I can definitely see that it's much more important there.
For sure. It's just
But
so 7K is a lot harder to coordinate, evidently. So it does make sense that there you'll find more misses in a 7K match compared to like a 4K match. Oh, and here we go, where this is LN2.
yeah, blame the
Hohoi
whole
Wuchi.
world. hmm I'm just gonna pronounce it.
And
I'm just gonna say blame the whole world. Yeah, go ahead, go
mhm.
ahead.
This one, it's very low star rating, very low BPM. You know what it is? It's LN coordination, baby.
Oh,
So
definitely, Ellen
very.
coordination. You know,
um,
here's
it's a very
yeah.
interesting pick from Portugal because I mean, as we said, um, I mean their LNs are on the weaker side, but this is LN coordination. This is a
Okay,
different
okay,
universe of map. we don't
okay.
we don't know like we can't draw any conclusions from what we've seen previously in this match. However, maybe we can look at qualifiers and see how they did there.
I can see why they chose this. So, remember when I said they took a point of Brazil? They took a point of Ellen coordination.
That makes so much sense, and we're gonna see how good how much Indonesia's been practicing this coordination pick. This is
Alright,
probably like the closest you'll get to a gimmick pick um, in
I
seven
like how
key.
I like how you mentioned the word gimmick. When I think of gimmicks, I think you know what we're talking about. But and I find it interesting. Like you're going for Ellen coordination when the opponent team has clearly had the Ellen advantage. That's a very bold move,
It
and
is
I
very
can
bold.
agree. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Still the same players from Portugal and Indonesia having dominance back in. Unfortunate early miss from Sonic, and if this keeps up, it's really not gonna be good news. I know how well Onta Pikasi is on slow LNs. Like, their 7 key skill transfers very well to 4 key, and honestly, being a 7 key mean, Onta Pikasi is really gonna be more strong in terms of LN release here. Dominance performing well,
I
but
mean,
Rodrigo fighting. Oh!
I was gonna say that their accuracy was really impressive, but they could miss, and that could ruin everything.
Exactly.
But it does look like that's happening here, but I mean, it's not enough for Portugal to be able to catch up. Maybe it is because I mean the scoring. I mean, it takes a very long time to get back up to that 400 combo cap, which will get them the bonus score for combo. And they can just lose it immediately. And then they have to recover it again and again, but it takes so much longer on a pick like this. But Rodrigo is holding that, so there's one player on the board, on Portugal's end at least. But both players on Indonesia's team have that combo cap. Sonic 4 is just missing again and again, and it's just looks like, oh, and Rodrigo catching a miss there. Very unfortunate, but yeah, it does look like Indonesia is holding on to their combo for their dear lives, and Portugal is just struggling to maintain any combo. It's very, very difficult to maintain combo on this map. So, of course, there's no blaming them, but it's just like, it's such a difficult map to coordinate on, evidently, because it is the LN coordination pick in the quarterfinals.
Man, it's
I mean,
just kind of
wow.
it's insane how Indonesia is consistent in this kind of pick. The thing about maps like this is it has a low amount of objects, so every miss is gonna count so much more compared to the rest. And right now, despite those misses dropped from Onsa Bekasi, that accuracy just far ahead of those, dominance being the only one to keep up right now. And a lead like this is really difficult to catch up to. It's really, unless Indonesia just keeps on missing for the few seconds left in this map, I think Indonesia's pick's definitely going to be safely in their side right now.
Alright, and that is that map over. 4-0. Not
And
looking good for Portugal, but I mean, there's always a chance, right?
yeah, they're running out of options right now. That being said, 4-0, if you look at it on the bright side, that's only like 2 breakpoints behind. And like having 2 breakpoints is not the most impossible feat to have, but you really have to work your way up to be able to get these wins and victories again. I think Indonesia's gonna pick Hybrid 3 ultimately. Like their victory on Hybrid 1 was just very dominant, and Hybrid 3 makes a lot of sense to choose right now.
Alright, well, it is going to be Indonesia's pick next, so... Oh, alright, we got Core Stream here.
They're gonna pick the rice map.
Yeah, this is Al Infinity.
I can't help but yeah, it's a rice pick, right?
Yeah,
Look.
this is a Core Stream pick. This is 190-ish BPM.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
No.
it's
Oh,
gone.
wait.
Where'd it go?
This is the Korchak pick. I'm pretty sure this is the Korchak pick.
Huh. Peculiar. No, I think this is just the music. I don't think this is in the pool.
No, that has
It-
to be in the pool. That's the level 4 map. No, this isn't the pick.
No,
This is in the pool. This
So
has to
what are
be.
they picking? What are they picking?
Okay. They're
Wait, actually,
definitely picking.
What's going
They're
on?
picking Total Eclipse of the Sun. Why did I say this pick, Miller? You know what? This sounds exactly like. I forgot. This
I mean,
really
this-
is a pick.
Yeah. This
This is Total Eclipse of the Sun. Yep,
This is
the
Korjak.
pick. This is the pick I keep on saying could favor Portugal. And Indonesia is going for that pick. Wow.
I mean, yeah, out of all of the rights, I think this is probably the most risky. I mean, it is core jack. It makes sense. But we'll see, we'll see. Because either Indonesia really, really capitalizes on their strength of core jack, or they miscalculated and Portugal is actually really good at core jack.
Yeah, but if I see the thing about core jacks, especially in 70, you can drop a lot of 50s, not get any 200s, and that's game. That's game. It's very
Yeah.
easy to make mistakes here. And I can see why Onta Pikasi is not playing this one. Probably trying to go for the Rice players to be more consistent. And Rodrigo
Oh.
finding a drop early on. And Sonic also looks like my calculation and my prediction at the start was wrong. But wait a second, Linux finding a drop. Everyone finding the misses. Whoa, wait.
Oh
yeah,
my
there we
goodness, what's
go.
going on? Everyone's missing.
Yeah, this is a real and Sonic. It's only
Oh, this is
Rodrigo.
gonna be really close.
Yeah, everyone's finding misses, and the accuracy
no.
is exactly the same. Yeah.
Oh my
wow,
goodness.
everyone's just, what's going on? See, the density sections, like, look at those 4 notes at the same time. Every time you see a
Yeah.
4-note chord, and someone misses. And right now, what is everyone is finding a miss? It's just Rodrigo trying to pull Portugal ahead. Yeah, this is bad news.
Oh,
right
that's
now, but-
really impressive from Rodrigo there. Holding on to that combo when everyone else is just missing. But
but now,
Seneca
wait a
just
second.
missing so much, it's oh no, and Rodrigo lost the combo.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
very
the
unfortunate.
combos are so low right now. Everyone, what is happening?
That drop from Lynx is actually gigantic. It's just gonna go. That was an 80,000 point lead just
What?
erased right in front of our eyes. Oh my
What
goodness.
is happening?
Rodrigo Sonic fighting a miss on the easiest section of the chart. That is unfortunate. But Linux finding another one. This could actually go to Portugal as soon as possible. They have to hold on very strong. Combo wise. Oh, those bursts
Oh
are
my goodness,
deadly.
oh my goodness.
Rodrigo with Sonic finding. That's another
Oh no
one.
no
We
no! They
went
have
from
to
a
hold on. They have to
2,000
hold on
point.
here. This
They
is the
really
closest they've
hold
been.
Indonesia is now ahead, pulling up strong. Linux fighting.
Oh, but can they do it? It's not enough time. It's not enough
There's
time.
not enough time indeed, and that does it.
Oh, this is at the
Oh
end.
my goodness! So we went from very close.
What just happened?
To an 18,000 point lead, erased immediately, and then back to a 25,000 point lead. That's insane.
What was that?
I've never seen a lead shift that much. It it really could have went to Portugal's side anytime. Oh man. Oh my goodness, that was crazy.
What? That was insane.
I'm honestly in shock. What just happened, Mint?
I don't know, but Indonesia managed to take it after a battle and a half, and now they're on match point.
Yeah, there we go, match point. Okay. I think Portugal probably picks Rice 2. That has to be their pick because that's what they protected. And honestly, they probably have a shot at that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll just have to see. It is Rice 2, so it could work out in their favor. I don't know.
Okay, they're taking their time. So yeah, both Portugal taking their time. Honestly, Rice 2 has to be the best pick. Like, I know it's 5-0. I know, like, you'd ideally want to pick your stronger picks later on the match. But think of it this way. You're in 5-0. And this is, like, the biggest hole you could be in. You really want to get yourself out of this hole before you could even think of strategizing. And that's why they're going for that right now.
There it is. There it is, the Burning Star pick we're gonna see here.
Alright, and there you go. We're going for Rice 2. Absolutely a good pick, honestly. Like we see the potential that Portugal has on Rice picks, and I think this is an absolutely good choice. The one that makes the most sense in my opinion. That being said, we'll only really know how proficient they are on the Rice once we see the map go. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Definitely very stamina inducing. Like it's already 5 maps in, and I'm sure some of these players are tired.
Yeah, I mean, five maps at this caliber already. I would be breaking a sweat. But I mean, these players have proven themselves. So I mean, maybe they're okay. And I mean, Antipakasi did take a break, and it doesn't look like they're returning on this one. So I mean, the fact that Indonesia has more players means that they can swap out more often and they can give each other a break more often. So maybe I would suppose that the length of the match, being a little bit longer here, does benefit Indonesia more than it does Portugal.
I don't even think we've seen a swap on Portugal's side. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I don't think we swapped.
I think we
Then again,
did. I don't remember.
and again, it wasn't a common, but now starting off with this, Rodrigo finding an early drop, and it's one of the lighter sections of the map, so unfortunate. But hey, at the very least, Portugal's accuracy is actually slightly better if you were to average it out than Indonesia, so that's why the lead has been really close. And again,
Yeah, this is really close.
And Sonic, unfortunately finding a miss, even if their accuracy was super close with Indonesia, it's not gonna matter if you're not able to consistently hit those notes. Just gotta keep on going and all that.
Woo!
Right.
Those bursts were rough, but all the players got through it.
Yeah, wait a second. That accuracy is still in Portugal's side,
Oh.
and now Link finds a drop, but Rodrigo trades it back. You know, overall, Rodrigo seemed to be the more consistent. Okay, I was about to say Sonic's performance was better, but that drop was unfortunate.
That's a lot of misses in a row. And Dawn is missing there as well, so we're basically resetting combo caps here.
Yeah, super unfortunate on the side of Portugal. I think that one drop was like super big, and that really gave Indonesia a lead to run with. And again, this isn't safe yet. Sure, we saw some misses from Sonic, but the miss potential on Indonesia is still there. Gotta be really careful though. I think the second half of the map is not gonna be easy. Not to mention, you're definitely gonna be tired with the map that you've already played for a bit. Gotta be careful. Gotta make sure you're able to hit those. And now we approach the final quarter of the map. Density is gonna be picking up a little bit. Dominance finding a drop. If we see some mistakes from Linux, there's gonna be an opportunity for Portugal, but I think it's just not enough time.
Yeah, I mean, Rodrigo showing off their core stream ability here with that higher accuracy, but it's just a combination of the two players on Indonesia's team. It's just, oh, whoa!
Wait, what just happened? There is no, that's gotta be a climb miss. That's gotta be a climb miss. Look at that
on.
score. Okay, it's a
Oh,
climb
come-
miss.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
it was
okay.
just fine. It was I had a heart attack. I thought that was it. But man,
That was
27,000 points of difference. Not the biggest difference we've seen. Just unfortunate. Portugal was not able to capitalize on their protect. That being said, good
Yeah,
game well
there it
played.
is.
Good game well played both teams. Actually, look at these. Wait a second. Look at this 200 counts. If you were to total it, it would actually be lower than Indonesia's. But that
Huh.
one huge drop
It's
from
just
Sonic
so
for
many
killed your
misses.
run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that. I think we saw that one huge drop. That
I
kind
mean,
of gave
again,
it.
it's all about the misses here. If not every team is solidly full comboing or single digit missing, then it's all about the misses.
Definitely.
And yeah, it looks like it's over. Indonesia's won. Congratulations, and congratulations to Portugal for making it this far. and for doing their best, really. And it's just like really impressive to see more and more teams, I guess, showing up for 7K. Um, hopefully, we'll see Portugal next year.
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah,
goes
with
well.
that being said, Indonesia gets to move on to the semifinals.
Not yet, actually, not yet.
Oh, right,
They will
right,
have-
right. My
They will
bad.
have one more match. I will check the challenge in a bit. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah, I
they're
forgot about
playing one
that.
more match this weekend. So Indonesia, Portugal. So the winner of Indonesia, Portugal, which is Indonesia, will be facing the winner of the Russian Federation and the Netherlands. Okay, that's gonna be an interesting matchup actually, because those two
That's
countries
gonna be
are
exciting.
very good. Yeah, Netherlands
Yeah.
and once again, Netherlands and the Russian Federation, two countries who are good in the 7K scene as well. I'm honestly just happy to see more teams. Like the mere fact that there's an expansion of teams now up to 24 just goes to show how the revival of 7K community has really been starting to bloom and introducing more countries here. Hopefully, we'll get to see more of them in the near future. But for now, that's really all there is to it. And thank you so much for having us on the stream. Thank you again for being here. Do you have any final words before we move on?
I mean, well, we still have a lot of matches this weekend, so I mean, there's no shortage of, I guess, content this weekend for everyone. So please keep a lookout on the schedule, catch the matches you want to see, and well, I mean, just make sure you're on the right channel because there is this channel and there's also the main channel. I mean, that's pretty much it, really.
So yeah,
Yeah.
so there's actually a
We'll
match
see.
ongoing right now, Vietnam
Yeah.
versus Spain. So don't forget to hop onto the main channel like what Mint said. But for now, thanks so much for having us on the stream here. We hope that you enjoyed the match. And once again, for the players here, we hope that you had fun. Thank you so much once again for watching, and see you soon!
Yeah, catch you on the other channel.
Alrighty, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Osmania 7 Key World Cup 2024. We're back once again with another doubleheader this time around. On this stream, we'll be showing you guys the Poland versus United Kingdom match. On the A stream, we'll have the US taking on Sweden. But for now, we'll turn our attention to these two wonderful countries. As always, my name is Sparky, and I am joined in the commentary booth this time around by none other than Mint. Mint, how you doing?
Hello, everyone! It is Poland versus United Kingdom here on the B stream. Very excited, very excited. 7K Mania World Cup. Let's go.
Let's go.
And yeah, this is going to be really exciting. Yeah, this is really exciting. This is going to be C12 versus C15, Poland versus United Kingdom. I mean, what is there to say, really? Like, this is just, I mean, it's a very close matchup. 12, 15, like, those are really close seedings. And the teams are also, they're evidently very close. I think the main takeaway for me is that Poland has only 3 players. So there's going to be a lot of strain on each individual player in comparison to United Kingdom. But it'll be interesting to see what approaches that these teams will take based on like Rice, Long Note, or like what type, like subcategories that they're going to approach these in.
Yeah, for sure. And we can already see the protects coming through here. We see Rice 4 for the United Kingdom. Gonna keep the core jack pick around. Poland responding with Hybrid 3. Keeping that one around as well. So already seeing some variance in terms of the protect strategy. It'll be very interesting to see what the bans are going to be here for both of these countries. Poland up to ban first.
And yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how it's going to go. So it does look like they've protected Rice 4 and Hybrid 3. So it's a very interesting dynamic. I think UK going to try to stick with Rice, Poland going to try to stick with LNs and hybrids maybe.
Potentially
we'll
here.
see.
I mean,
We
we've
could also
seen-
probably see like LNs being avoided by both teams.
There's one already
Yeah.
out. So
There you
LN1 being
go.
removed. UK probably going to get rid of LN2 if I were to hearken a guess, just based on their protect, but it's actually gonna be Rice 1 getting rid
Oh!
of the speed pick. That's
That is
actually
interesting, but I mean, Rice 1 has been sort of a popular ban, I would say. I haven't seen it played, or maybe it played once or twice. But yeah, it's a speed pick. It's very uncomfortable, so it makes sense. If you want to ban any Rice, it's probably going to be Rice 1.
Yeah, especially because Rice 4 got protected, so not able to get rid of arguably the easiest map to sharpshoot for a lot of these players, but also a map that can go terribly, terribly wrong if you're not too careful, as we have seen already this weekend. So that'll do it for the protects and bans. UK up to pick first in what'll hopefully be a very close matchup between these two countries. It's very much not a lot between the two of them. But for right now, they're going to take their time getting this first pick sorted out. Definitely want to make sure you start this match off on the right foot. You don't want to spot your opponent a very early breakpoint because you accidentally picked into something that they're really good at. But at the same time, you don't want to pay too much respect in terms of what you want to go into. And it looks like it's going to be Rice 3. So AO Infinity to start this match off.
All
Pretty good
right,
pick.
so yeah, some chord stream here. And yeah, it's a very interesting opener. I think it makes a lot of sense for the UK, especially since it seems like they're gonna go with Rice overall.
Yeah, I think if you don't really want to commit too hard to something like Burning Star, I think this is the lesser of all evils, because you really don't want to get into the mixed Rice before you've kind of had a chance to scout out how your opponents are playing in the Rice category, because those two picks, Rice 5 and 6, can kind of fly off the handle if you're not too careful. We've already seen some pretty wild exchanges on those picks, but looks like who we see on screen is going to be who is going to be contesting on this pick is going to be by Getka and the Dark Dragon for Poland going up against Zifla and Uzi for the United Kingdom in this first map of this best of 11.
All right, as we get into the map, we're seeing a very interesting sort of matchup here, and I do expect very few swaps, if any, especially on Poland's side. At least I don't really expect that to be the case. All right, we're getting off to the start here, and there's I mean, it's mostly like very light cores, and we're gonna start to get into the core stream here, the bulk of it, and yeah, it looks like it's I mean, already with a couple of misses all around really, but oh, that's quite interesting actually.
Yeah, we saw some trades very early on. Zifla, the Dark Dragon, starting to pick up some misses. Uzi following closely behind with a second one to boot as well. The only person making it through that introduction unscathed was Bagietka, and that's really accounting for the bulk of this 13,000 point lead that Poland has built up. Everybody taking a quite considerable amount of damage to their accuracy. Everybody kind of lingering in and around this 99.4%, barring Uzi, who will probably start to pick it up here as things start to calm down, but as we get into the build-up, you can also find drops on the transition, some interesting ghost tapping coming through here, but not getting punished for it, thankfully. As we crest the midway point, the core stream starts to build up once again, and Bagietka misses on the build-up.
Alright, well, I mean, things are starting to shake up a little bit when we get into the second half. And, I mean, I don't know, like, it's an 18,000 point gap, but it could shake things up a little bit depending on, I would say, depending on Yuzi's performance. The Dark Dragon maintaining a pretty sizable accuracy, like not too much higher than the Yeka, but yeah, both of them only garnered like one miss each, I would say. So it makes sense.
Yeah, and Zifla finding a drop on the transition back into the core stream. Uzi following as well. A full combo reset for the United Kingdom. Gonna make things go from bad to worse for them in their efforts to try and make a dent in this lead, already extending to about 39,000 points. As we make our way into the last eighth of the chart, Poland really starting to get into gear here. A couple of early drops, but really picking it up here in the back half, able to build up on their accuracy, really setting themselves apart from this UK roster. Zifla finding another miss for the road, but the damage is already done, and Poland actually gonna pick up the first break point in this match to make it 1-0 here.
All right, that's a very, very strong opening showing from Poland. One miss each compared to United Kingdom's 5 misses each, and misses really are everything when not everyone is FCing, and you can really see that here. Like, well, I guess the accuracy does also kind of show that, like 1324 200s on Poland's side, 2943 on UK side. It makes sense, especially for a core stream pick, that sort of accuracy, like pretty solid, pretty standard accuracy. But yeah, it's really the misses that do it.
Yeah, in that regard, and especially when just outright, if you take the misses out of the equation, just the fact that the ratios from Poland are so in line with each other, basically almost half that of the United Kingdom, they would have had an accuracy advantage throughout most of that chart. And now with that breakpoint in hand, they can kind of venture out into some pretty risky picks, and 8-Bit Adventurer is going to be the first pick for Poland. Probably would have gone the LN route regardless, but I think this is the riskiest pick in the context of this match, given how dense it can get at times.
Yeah, I mean, I think this density pick is going to be it really just comes down to keeping the combo, just making sure that you're not like making any huge mistakes, but whether it be losing your combo or getting a huge drop in accuracy, you really just have to try your best to keep that consistency. This BPM wise, it is around the same as Al Infinity, but it is like just pure LN density. Of course, it is going to be lighter. It's not the same level of density in terms of comparing the chord streams purely. But yeah, this is a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of LNs here, as you can see.
Yeah, and it's taking both Zifla and Uzi for a bit of a ride, both of them finding a multitude of misses through this introduction, going to be giving Poland a bit of a cushion to work with as both of them hang on to their FCs on the left-hand side of the screen, and already we can see the score lead starting to spiral out of control in favor of Poland. Already 30,000 points, we're already halfway done with the chart.
Yeah, I mean, like, being 50% done with the chart, like, we're seeing 2 full combos on Poland's side until just now, and that Begeka is finding their first miss. But Zifla and UC finding those misses, I guess, it just really, you do not want to miss on a chart like this. It's just like, it's really, really difficult to climb back up once you start missing, especially on a dense LN chart. And it's just like, once you start missing, you know it's going to keep happening because of the density just doesn't let up. It's just going to keep going. So you really need to bank on that combo. And we can see they haven't missed in a while, so there's like, they're reaching that past the combo cap. But yeah, kept finding, trading a miss with Zifla there. And I mean, it's almost the end of the map. Oh, the Dark Dragon finally finding a miss. And yeah, no one's full comboing here.
Yeah, all 4 FCs gone, but I think the damage was already done very early on. A very comfortable pick for Poland, and a great way to capitalize on that very early breakpoint, able to make it 2-0 right out of the gate here. Great scores overall, very balanced team performance on both sides. It's just the misses really just did not stop coming. If they weren't misses, they were just slider breaks. I think just trying to orient themselves at certain points through some of the harder sections. Once the streams really started to rain down, you get those staggered releases. It's a recipe for performances like that, but still a pretty valiant effort. Probably not something they would have willingly gone into, but
absolutely. It is all about, and again, it's all about the misses, right? We could see like the Dark Dragon's ratio is very comparable to Zifla and Yuzi, and it was really just the number of misses that you get. It just really contributes to like getting your score up, like trying to reduce those misses as much as possible, because it really just shows your ability to coordinate those really difficult patterns on, of course, like 7 fingers. It's just like a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, for sure. Which also might explain the LN1 ban from Poland, just not wanting to get into a coordination test. As looks like the United Kingdom gonna stick to their guns here a little bit. Gonna stick with the rice pool. Gonna go for rice 6. So something a little bit less standard in terms of quote-unquote straightforward patterning. A bit of a mixed bag in terms of what's being asked of you here. But maybe this is the opening that they need to kind of throw Poland for a bit of a loop here. Maybe bank on keeping it clean enough to capitalize on some misses from their Polish counterparts.
Yeah, this one's gonna be really interesting because I mean, okay, it does look like they're sticking with the same 4 players, both teams. Which this is actually really interesting because, I mean, there's not much wiggle room that they really have, but like, I don't know, just like maybe the UK could turn this into like a war of attrition sort of. And get Poland tired, but at the same time they'll probably tire themselves out as well. But yeah, they'll have to take those points off of Poland first, and they're yet to do that. But they're hoping to do that with this pick, and so I guess we'll probably see how it turns out from there.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like, as you mentioned, we're sticking with these same 4 players. 3 to the good now in this best of 11. Loaded into Rice 6, see a bit of a reversal of fortune compared to what happened on Rice 3, and see if the UK can notch their first point on the board.
Yeah, and again, it's all about maintaining that combo here in 7K, especially in quarterfinals mid-game. So we'll see how it turns out pretty quickly because I think this chart pretty much just gets straight into it. Like, yeah, right here we're already seeing these mini jacks and chord streams and bursts.
Yeah, just a bit of a mixed bag. These bursts kind of keep you honest as you read your way through some of the denser chords interspersed in between, and everybody,
Oh, and
for
there's
the
your first
most
miss.
part, there goes Uzi, first one to find a drop. Zifla not too far behind, a full combo reset once again for the United Kingdom, as Poland once again keeping it clean through these introductions. And really, I mean, it's to the point we've been talking about. It's just damage mitigation, keeping these misses to an absolute minimum. Poland just doing what they need to get the job done. Doesn't have to be the cleanest accuracy. Doesn't have to be electrifying 99.7s, 0.8s that we see from, say, some of the higher seeded teams in this tournament. It just needs to be higher than your opponents. And right now, 20,000 points is a very healthy cushion to work with as we get into the back half now.
And yeah, I mean, the chart doesn't let up, and we find a miss from Poland there. And I mean, it's more or less, it's just more of the same, so we're probably going to see some more misses popping up in a bit. And we see one from Zifla there,
Yeah,
and one from Dark Dragon.
And
Oh,
Uzi,
everyone's
basically
missing.
everybody. They're just going one at a time, one corner at a time. Everybody's reset. We're resettled. Everybody needs to get back over that 400 combo cap. We'll
Yeah,
get
for
there eventually. It
I mean,
did put a bit of a dent in the lead.
It's nice to see that no one's missing at the same time. They're all just kind of missing in different spots, so you can really tell, like, this chart is just a mixed bag, and everyone is bad at, I guess, different things, or just choking at different spots, you know?
Yeah,
There's a
for
very
sure.
interesting dynamic here, as we're seeing this.
And as the chart comes to an end, when all was said and done, it did shrink a little bit, that lead, but Poland quickly able to reorient themselves, get themselves back at 30,000 point cushion, and really just putting their foot down on this match to
I mean,
start
I
things
really
off.
want to point out that ratio from Yuzi there. That's like a really good ratio, but again, it's all about those misses, and their 200 count is also really strong.
Mhm.
So they're
Yeah,
really keeping up with Poland there in terms of ratio, but it's just those misses really did it for them, which is really
yeah.
unfortunate. Looks like we're getting into hybrid 3.
Very nice. Just sticking with the top half versus bottom half dichotomy that we always like to talk about on these streams, where it's like these countries just lock into a specific portion of the map pool, and unless forced to, they will not leave those sections. And Hybrid 3, arguably the most wildcardy hybrid in this pool, I think, debatably against some of the other hybrids in this pool, but definitely the most popular so far, at least in this last couple of blocks of matches, has been represented fairly well. And anything can happen here. Don't want to discount the United Kingdom. You just need one of your players to kind of spike a section to bring yourselves back into the fold, but at the same time, if it's hard enough for the team that's been basically cruising through some of these opening picks, it's probably equally as hard. So gotta watch out for it, but it's still anybody's game.
I mean, I will point out this is the perfect time for Poland to bring out their protect, and this is their protect here. After scoring 2 breakpoints against the UK, they're probably going to try to capitalize off of that momentum as much as possible. So that's probably why they're bringing out this pick. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see the UK try to pull this one off if they're able to get a breakpoint on this, but I don't know. Like, Poland seems very confident on this if they're willing to protect it.
Ooh, that being
Oh,
said,
there's
Dark
a
Dragon
miss.
finding the early drop here, a bit of a hiccup on one of those reverse shields, gonna give the UK a bit of an advantage. But for right now, actually looking across the playfields, it's a cross-map battle beginning to develop. Like Yetka going up against Uzi, but Uzi picking up a couple of 200s, going to damage their accuracy, going to shrink this lead that the UK has built up, but it's still 2 FCs to 1 as we get through this first quarter. Oh, and there goes Zifla.
Song.
It's a bit of a silly one, but one that needs to be played nonetheless. And for right now, a miss unanswered from Zifla on the side of Poland means that they get the lead back going into the second third now. kind of steadied the ship a little bit. The Dark Dragon beginning to build up once again to help out Bagyetka, especially because of the fact that they found the miss. Immediately chops that lead in half. It's inside of 1,000 points going into the back half now.
Oh, this one's
Still
gonna be
anybody's
close.
game.
What? Oh, that's incredible. They're really UK's really putting up a fight. Oh, just like say that they're missing.
Yeah, Ziffla
Okay,
picking up
we
a
get to
couple
a
of
break
misses.
section here.
Yeah, but Bagyetka now getting back over that 400 combo cap, gonna be able to stem a little bit of the bleeding and begin to stretch this advantage for Poland because of the fact that it's gonna take a little while for Ziffla to get back up over 400 to get with them. But a
Ooh,
trade, Uzi and the
okay.
Dark Dragon both falling. As things start to pick up once again, it's not over till the end. The ending really flies off the rails here. It starts to increase in BPM, and the patterns get really hard to read through as we see more trades between this bottom half of the lobby. Ziffla follows as well. Bagyetka holding on here, cresting
Oh my
1,000 combo into the last
goodness.
quarter.
This is quite an incredible showing here. Like, I mean, just being able to maintain that accuracy in such an intense like position, but those misses are just like left and right. But
Starting to creep
I
up
mean-
here.
can they do it? Can the UK take this?
There's still enough time. We're not at the
there's
speed up
enough-
section.
yeah.
It's coming through. Here we go. Uzi finds the first shot.
Oh, right
Ziffla
here.
falls as
Here
well.
it is.
No.
Oh no, this is not what they're looking for.
As we make our way into the ending, Bagyetka falls
Okay.
a couple of misses as well. Answered back. Oh no, UK can't keep the combo together. The Dark Dragon's holding on here through the hardest section. Bagyetka falls, but the Dark Dragon pick up the slack. The lead grows to 30,000 points in an instant through that speed up
Yeah,
section.
I mean-
Finally finds the miss at the end, but
You can see why Poland protected this. Like that ending, they're just really strong at that part.
they did just
Wow.
enough to get themselves over the line. It looked a little dicey there in the middle portion. UK actually...
It was really shaky in the middle for sure. But yeah, toward that ending, you could really see Poland really like locked in, and they're just like, "We've got this." It's the ending. This is the ending. This is our thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean,
Yeah.
miscounts all across the board, pretty even. It really just came down to the timing of some of those misses. Who could build up enough combo to really just nudge the lead over to their side. And it came down to that ending. And the UK going to go for the protect here. It's going to be a core jack pick coming through here.
I mean, they gotta, right? I mean, they have to, because if they lose this pick, and then the next one is Poland's pick, then they're done, right? Or pretty much, they kind of have to go for this, the last resort.
Yeah, it could potentially be their final pick in this match if things don't go their way. This is a very flip-floppy pick. For lack of better words, this can go so incredibly wrong so quickly for the unprepared, but it could also warrant some of the highest scores we will see this weekend. It just remains to be seen who can keep that ratio pristine. Misses probably not allowed.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so 120 BPM for 7K, that is quite difficult to control, I would say. But I mean, once you get it down, it's really, you can really lock in terms of accuracy, and we see that on Bagyetka, Ziffla, and UC side. The Dark Dragon is faltering behind a little bit, but still keeping up, 99.6 respectable. I was gonna say, misses really do matter here in Core Jack, especially, and Ziffla with that first miss there, and UC. Oh, and then, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
full combo reset on the side of the United Kingdom. The Dark Dragon found a very
Alright.
early blip to start this map off. So now, through the exchanges, only one survives with their full combo, and it is Bagyetka for the moment, holding on head and shoulders above everybody else in terms of accuracy. 10th ahead of their Polish teammate as Uzi finds another drop. Going to make things go from bad to worse for the United Kingdom as the lead extends to about 26,000 points. They're going to need a couple of misses to come through very quickly from Poland if they want to try to wrestle back control of this pick. But for right now, the misses are on the side of the blue team as we continue on into the last third here.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to hold through these sorts of core jacks without dropping is a real challenge, and we're seeing these players keeping up, doing their best, and they're really like getting through it, these long jacks, these sort of awkward sort of sections, and I'm seeing Uzi there finding a bit of a slip up, but I mean, that lead from Poland is just too much. Like, even if they all full combo through this, and it does, obviously, I mean, oh
Yeah,
wow,
just
like, just
the
more and more
density-
misses coming through here. It's just, it gets harder at this ending section too.
Yeah, you start to get these little 1/4 bursts in between what you've been doing straight 1-2s this entire time. Does throw you off, and Bageka finds the choke at the end, loses the only full combo. That's going to be heartbreaking for them,
goodness.
but I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, so long as your team scores higher than your opponents, that is more than enough of a reward for what was a very strong performance from them. And it is now 5-0, Poland on the cusp of closing this match out very convincingly, and they have both LN and hybrid picks to work with here.
Yeah, and I mean, Poland can really afford to just pick. I mean, they're probably picking. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna actually. I have no idea what
If-
they're gonna pick.
If I were to
Probably
harken a
LNs or
guess,
hybrids.
yeah, it's going to be this lower half of the map pool. That being said, with how convincing they took the more standard picks, AO Infinity, Total Eclipse of the Sun, maybe Burning Star for a Path of Least Resistance, but it could bring the UK back into the fold. I think
Right.
the most
They
logical
have to-
pick might
yeah.
be something like LN4.
Oh yeah, for sure. That would be a good one.
Yeah, Fanta is just an off the wall, like abrasive LN pick. And if they really just wanted to turn that screw, and sure enough, LN4 is going to be the pick. It's going to be Fanta coming out here for Poland to try and put a
Alright,
nice
there
little
you
bow on
go.
proceedings here. Yeah, this map feels through the intro pretty standard. There's some interesting releases you gotta go through, but once you reach that back half, you're gonna see some pretty interesting pattern art begin to develop. A lot of heart shapes begin to litter the playfield. All 7 columns get inundated with staggered releases in very copious amounts, and trying to hang on through that is going to be of the utmost importance. Would not be surprised to see some wild swings or just a lead begin to just skyrocket one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, this is that last sort of pick, and the UK really needs to uh, pull through here. But I mean, this is Poland's territory here with this sort of LN. So we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, and Zifla not having the best of starts, finding an early drop, but I mean,
Oh my
early
goodness.
enough to where it doesn't do too much damage.
Yeah,
Uzi falling as
yeah.
well becomes a bit problematic as we continue on here. No FCs for the side of the United Kingdom, as basically
Yeah, that's
just
definitely not a good sign. But I mean,
yeah, speed starts to pick up once again. You lose both combos once again. The Dark Dragon falls as well, but it just puts a tiny blip or a tiny dent in the lead for Poland as they quickly pick up where they left off. Another combo reset for the United Kingdom. This is turning out to be the perfect pick for Poland to try and close this out. They understand what they needed to do, the objective and the weaknesses of their opponent, because this is a very
Ooh,
hard LN
Bageka
pick.
catching
Bageka.
that LN burst was really rough.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah, I
even-
mean, everyone's missing here except for Dark Dragon.
Yeah, the only one with any sizable combo as we make our way through into
Oh,
the back half and things start to really fly off here. Zifla?
client?
Maybe
What?
client. They're still in the lobby. It might just be a bit of a desync happening.
yeah.
Hopefully we see things pick up for them, but for right now, I mean, Poland already was nursing close to a 30,000 point lead before that started to happen. We'll see what happens at the results screen, but this has been a very convincing performance. Both of their players above 99%. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom counterparts holding on to this 98 need to build up something because the window of opportunity is quickly closing. Heck, it might already be shut as we make our way into the
Yeah,
last
I
third
mean,
here.
68k points is a really large chasm to cross for the UK here.
Yeah,
I
some
mean,
massive.
Poland might just be taking it away. Oh!
As we say that, a full
What?
lobby reset. Everybody just missing on some of these shield patterns, and here come the hearts as we see the rain down of LNs, as we have been seeing for the past couple of minutes. Lastly, there's a chart coming through here. Everybody managing to begin to cobble something together. Baguette the next one to fall through this section. Actually, a full combo reset on the side of Poland, but it only puts a tiny dent in this massive lead that they had built up. They had the cushion to work with. It is now just under 60,000 points as we begin to trade once again. Uzi and Baguette going at it against each other. But at the end of the day, I think the damage was already done through that
Can they get the
introduction.
99? Oh no! The 99! Oh, that was really close. Oh, but yeah, it looks like Poland is going to be taking it.
Taking it
Wow,
in.
what an incredible match.
Very nice overall. Some close moments between these two countries. Some of those maps could have gone either way, but fortunately for Poland, didn't have to add too much drama to the equation as they punched their... or actually, do they need to play another match? They don't. They are actually good to go here, punching their ticket into the semifinals in pretty convincing fashion. Congratulations to them, as that will do it for this match on the B stream.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there it is. I mean, what else is there to be said here?
Yeah, for sure. On the A stream, currently the United States up 5-0 on Sweden, and that actually has some implications for the schedule upcoming because the next match proper is at 11 UTC tomorrow, and that will be the Philippines taking on Japan. And if the US is able to close this match out on the A stream, it will be the United States taking on Germany at 20 UTC, so in just about an hour if they do manage to close it out. So plenty more action to come, some conditionals needing to be decided. But Mint, I don't know about you, but matches like this, always exciting. And
Yeah.
there's ways,
Very, very exciting.
there's ways that we can show our support to the countries that we love to support, because we have so many friends partaking in some of these countries. We have some of
For
our
sure. Lots
and
of friends.
and
And there's nothing better than supporting your friends with a banner, you see.
absolutely, you can pick up a banner from the OS store and decorate your profile a little bit for the low cost of $2.50 USD. And if you're indecisive, you can even pick up multiple this time around to show your support to as many countries as you want, even if they've been eliminated already. And if you pick the winner, it'll stick around just that little bit longer after this World Cup is over. But for right
Make
now,
your
we're gonna
profile look shiny.
absolutely. But for right now, we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to the A stream so that we can bring you guys what could potentially be the last pick in that US-Sweden match. So until then, we'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Oceania 7 Key World Cup 2024, and I believe this is the second round of the quarterfinals round. I'm Bulma Gamer PH76. Joining with me is Rayvale, and the match we're gonna be commentating is Brazil versus Taiwan. Seed 9 versus Seed 17, especially with Taiwan having only 2 players, is a very impressive feat on its own. But before we go into that, Rayvale, how are you doing today?
Yeah, doing really good. Just really excited to see the last couple of matches here. The conditional matches are always going to be a blast to watch because that means that we have already seen these teams win before, and now they're going to go up against each other, possibly having some knowledge of the current map pool that each of these teams have played already. So for Brazil, it's really just going to be focusing on Taiwan's weaknesses since they only have 2 players, and for Taiwan is to try and exploit what Brazil is weak at, which is probably going to be the Ellens.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, the only way you can really see Taiwan winning is actually the slow Ellen release picks, Ellen 1, Ellen 2. But I am pretty sure Brazil's gonna ban either one of those picks.
Yeah.
Because they definitely know that's going to be... Okay, BH3 is gonna be the protect. Sorry, HB3 is gonna be the protect. Oops.
Yep. For Taiwan, let's see if they want to protect Oceanic Museum, because if I'm not mistaken, Brazil banned that last time round. But even if they do not, there's always LN2. Okay, they are
What?
not. Neither of them. They're going to protect Rice 1? Wait, hold up.
This has to be a joke, right? Okay, Rave, this, in my opinion, this is like the worst protect they would have went for.
Yeah, that would be a map that I would think Brazil would protect, but I think Taiwan is getting some clarification that it's not the one that they're going for.
Okay, thank goodness, because if that was their protect, luckily they were just in time. Okay.
Oh, it's
this
gonna be
still-
the density.
Still a weird protect in my opinion, but it's much better than Zyger's distribution. In my opinion, that was like the worst protect they could have gone for.
Okay, now they are going to ban Rice 1. Okay, now it makes a lot more sense. I will say though, Taiwan protecting Elden 3 is going to be very interesting because I believe Silly Fang got FC'd it.
Doesn't really matter if one is an FC if the team score is much better though. Just saying.
Yeah, but Brazil's team scored an 8-bit adventure, it was still crazy. I believe they took down France with it. It was a 6-1.
But regardless,
yeah, LN1 ban. That one's to be expected. And as for first pick, let's see if the Hype is going to come out or any of the Rice. I believe Rice is going to be a very dominating factor for how Brazil is going to dictate this entire match. And for Taiwan, it's probably going to be the absolute opposite.
I think Brazil is gonna go for Total Eclipse of the Sun for the first pick. Probably gonna try and establish a difference already at the get-go. Is what I think Brazil should do. That being said, Cosmic Railroad also makes a lot of sense considering how technical it is. But
I'm actually thinking of the maybe like one of the
which one?
speedy Cod stream one, like Vice 3. I think Vice 3 would be, I would say, a little bit better than Vice 6. Because Taiwan do have a pretty good mixed Vice score. They're going for LN2. Really?
I like how
Really?
we were both surprised with the pick, but that's with good reason. Okay, so they're picking Blame the Whole World. In my opinion, this can backfire if they're not careful enough.
I don't really like this because Brazil lost on this map against France. This is going to be very interesting to see. Like, this was Brazil's only point that they dropped against France. They won everything else but this. And Taiwan isn't that bad in L coordination. Unless they've figured that maybe Taiwan won't do so well on this kind of map. Because it's definitely not as release heavy compared to Oceanic Museum. It's a little bit more straightforward.
It's more of a coordination pick, and right now, Silly Fangirl finding the early drop. But that accuracy advantage is a little bit too much. Look at Hero Jeff right now at the 98
Yeah.
range. Doesn't really matter if you're not able to keep up the accuracy. That being said, everyone else is already on the 400 combo cap. So it's definitely going to maybe slowly go over to Taiwan. But it's not going to matter in the long run because of now they're all on the 400 combo cap.
Yeah, right now accuracy is playing a huge factor in Brazil's lead right now. Tart with the 99.4 and both Taiwanese players now dropping, and yeah, now the lead is going to grow towards Brazil's side.
Oh, my bad for saying that. I'm just really surprised that this advantage is really there. I really would have thought Taiwan would have had the advantage, but it looks like Brazil practiced this even more and got to their full form.
Yeah, it does seem like that is the case because bar that one miss at the start for Silly Fango, both players essentially holding FCs otherwise. And Taiwan are just dropping combo left and right. Ektar with another one. And
Yeah,
I think it's very possible that this map is already wrapped up.
too early to call though, unless
It might
Brazil. Well, look at
That's the miss from
look at
Tart.
that. Well, that could start
Yeah, but it's
everything.
only
The
one.
only thing is Taiwan just has to keep up that combo. Hopefully, increase its accuracy. Even a few percentage points would already be a huge help. But it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. Tart and Hero Jeff trading misses, but it's just gonna benefit Brazil even more after that.
Yeah, Hero Jeff's miss was more costly than Tart's. Hero Jeff is dropping to 97.8. Still, he does find a couple of drops. It's really not going to matter in the long scheme of things anymore, I think.
Unless
Of
they
Taiwan.
both drop.
I mean,
Unless they
Brazil have to
both
drop
like 97.
many times.
They'll have to drop to like 97, but like that's highly unlikely, as Taiwan is really struggling to keep up. I mean, like 98, 97 is really good, don't get me wrong, but like comparing it to Brazil, who is just really much ahead of them right now.
Yeah, definitely, and a very out of left field pick from Brazil that has definitely worked out in their favor. I would say due to possibly a lot of practice from them after they lost on this map against France.
Probably don't want to repeat the same mistake again. I
Yeah.
really respect that move. Goes to show that they really are motivated to make things better, and that's a good sign of things to come. If you were to look at the ratios, Egg Tart's actually around the same level as both Tart and Silly Fangirl. Hero Jeff, though, clearly that 200 count was
Yeah.
not helpful. I think Taiwan has to pick. I don't know what options they have. Maybe go for L and 3 their protect. I know that usually you'd want to pick your protects later on in the match to hopefully have a safety net of picks.
Oh,
What?
Cosmic Railroad. Okay, see, I was gonna say something about Cosmic Railroad because Taiwan on mixed rice in the qualifiers they were 12th and Brazil were 5th. So by right, that's like one of the closest placement gaps in the qualifiers between these two countries. So it, I guess, makes some sense. Not a lot, but it makes some sense.
How does it make a lot of sense? I don't think this is the rice pick you should be making though.
I mean, remember when Brazil had to play this? I believe it was Lotus Fango that had to play it. They got an FC, sure, but they were very shaky. But that is if Lotus Fango does play, which I don't think is gonna happen. It's probably gonna be Silly Fango playing this.
Yep, and it looks like it is gonna be a change of. It is gonna be a change of roster. We're going from who's that again? We're going from Lotus Fangirl to this. Very impressive.
Yeah.
And here you go. It's going to be. We're just waiting for. Okay, there we go. So
Yep.
we do know how mixed rice this is, and of course, this being mixed rice, a lot of straightforward patterns, mixed with technicality. What I'm really afraid of is some rushes happening on Taiwan's end, because this is very easy to have a few CB rushes on. Impressively enough, they are indeed matching Silly Fangirl's accuracy, but Tart, by the way, having the best accuracy amongst everyone in this lobby. Consistency is going to be the biggest question in my end, though.
Yeah, Taiwan are doing really well to still keep up at the moment. Silly Fango did drop a bit of accuracy, climbing back up now to 99.6, almost matching Tart. Oh, but Egg Tart dropping a bit of accuracy that is going to grow towards Brazil. And that's a miss from Hero Jeff and Egg Tart, and now the lead solidifies in that red team stay.
Yeah, unfortunately, both the Taiwanese players have found a drop each. Mixed rice really not in their favor. That being said, the lead isn't actually as big as compared to the previous map, so maybe I can see why they'd want to go for this. That being said though, you did mention Rave that it was Lotus Fangirl who played this on the previous match, that Brazil played, and they're actually acting this extremely well. I believe this has to be one of the better acts we've been seeing on this map overall.
Yeah, it does seem like the switch from Lotus Fango to Silly Fango in this map is paying off really well for Brazil. Because both accuracies of Brazil above 99.6, that is really good.
I guess you
And
could
no
say
let-ups.
I guess you could say Silly subbed in for Lotus, and that's a very important
Yeah, I
roster
mean-
change there.
Essentially. Just gonna add the Fango behind.
That's true.
But yeah, this
yeah.
is a very clean team score from Brazil. Never mind. It is still quite clean.
Amazing. That was,
It
is
still,
very clean.
It's still decent. It's still decent.
It's still decent. That's a 37,000 point win. Doesn't really matter. I mean, if you think about it, the miss we almost saw a 4-way FC in this map. It's just that there were a few mishaps, I think, but again, very impressive work from everyone, almost having the full combos on everyone's side.
Yeah, now it's back to Brazil. I guess now that they have the knowledge, they can kind of go for anything. Probably not LN3, but they can go for anything. Oh!
What is
Okay.
going on?
Okay, sure, Brazil. Yeah, make me look stupid. Okay, thanks. Going
This
for
match is-
Taiwan's protect. I guess.
Look, this match is not going the way I visualized it.
I mean,
I
this is just beating Taiwan down when they're already on the floor. If they do win this, I mean, that's gonna be a kick in the teeth. But like I said, like Silly Fango has an FC on this. Brazil had a really good team score on this against France. Taiwan protecting this made a little bit of sense, but I mean this early on as well for Brazil to just do this.
I mean, realistically speaking, though, if there was indeed an FC on the fangirl side, then I can see why Brazil would want to pick Taiwan's protect this early on. Maybe this is more of a mental shift. Really, they're trying to mentally derail Taiwan, and it's sort of working at the very start, but it's still really close. Taiwan's probably trying to target Tart, but it's not working right now. Only Egg Tart is out-acting Tart.
Tart out-acting Tart. But Hero Jeff's accuracy is the lowest of the lobby.
It's not
Which is what
actually
is
that
making the
far
difference.
behind. It's still not far behind. Oh, okay, well,
Oh,
well, that's a very clean miss. It still applies. Well,
oh,
wait a
straight to
second.
Tart.
I think that's what Taiwan's actually going for here. Like, they're really trying to target Tart here. And knowing that Egg Tart is able to match that accuracy, they should be fine, but this lead is going because of Taiwan's not able to keep that accuracy up. Wait a second.
Oh, Todd actually finds a second drop. Things could change. Silly is doing all they can to hold on to this FC and this high accuracy. Hero Jeff does trade it back with Todd, and the lead will grow back in Brazil's favor.
Oh my goodness. You know what? From now on, I'm gonna call this player Egg. So yeah, Egg holding the full combo. Silly Fangirl also holding one. But Hero Jeff really has to climb back up. Because while that accuracy is definitely not that far behind Tart, it's really not helping Taiwan's case. Silly Fangirl doing everything he can to make sure that even this density section is not gonna affect their score. Well, never mind. Oh, that's two massive
Couple
drops.
drops.
But Tart! But Egg drops one as well. It's up to Tart to keep this lead back up.
Yeah, I think it might be over as well. 22,000 points unless Brazil completely dismantle themselves. Egg Tart finds another drop. That is going to be a Brazil point. And that is crushing for Taiwan, who actually protected this. Brazil went for it. And it's 3-0.
That being said, the accuracy isn't even that far behind. Like they both performed relatively close to their counterparts. Again, though, that consistency, way too many 50s on the Taiwanese side for even effect to happen. And what? Wait, you've got to be joking, right?
Oh? Okay, this is the Jack map. I guess called Jackie. I think Taiwan are kind of like running out of options, knowing that they've lost two LN maps. So I think if they're going to go for this, at least in the accuracy department, they can try to match Brazil.
That's really the only logical explanation to this.
Like just pure accuracy, because we know how COD Jack maps go. We've seen so many scores that just look so stupid. It could happen again here.
Indeed, but like, still a very questionable pick in my opinion. But like what you said, when there's really not that many options, what else can you really do?
Yeah, I mean, when Brazil won off your own Protect, I mean, you have very limited options on your table.
And I can certainly see where they're trying to go with this pick. But again, this is one of the more questionable picks in general, at the very least.
It is definitely high risk, high reward. Because if all players can play this, then one single miss can be the fatal flaw.
I think they're really just hoping for a mistake on Brazil's side, but they've clearly been the more consistent team. That being said though, look at Hero Jeff's accuracy to start, already barely on the 99 range, and on a team that has Tart and Silly Fangirl, that's not a good sign. That being said though, if they can keep this consistency up, regardless of how dense it becomes, I can see Taiwan taking this. Well, never mind
but
then.
Hero and Egg Tart both dropping already at the start. And mind you, this is only the intro.
And this is what I was talking about. It really isn't looking good for them right now. Even if there wasn't that many options, this is totally a pick they really should have avoided.
Yeah, especially with the consistency of both Brazilian players right now. 99.88, 99.94, and Egg Tart finding a drop. It's not going to help Taiwan's case at all.
It really won't, and it's kind of unfortunate because their accuracy's been keeping up. I mean, yeah, it's only a touch behind Brazil, and it's not that far behind. That being said though, Brazil's consistency is otherworldly, despite how dense it's becoming. Unfortunate for Taiwan's misses, but Brazil has just really been a little bit too consistent, despite the density and the difference of these hordes. Now we're off the short break section here.
Yeah, I think Brazil might run away with it already because Taiwan has already shown in this map that they don't have the consistency to match Brazil. Not just in accuracy, but just overall combo-wise. Tart does find a miss, But in
doesn't really
Taiwan's case,
matter.
there needs to be multiple, and Egg already trades it to Tart. It's just not looking good. City Fan
Yeah,
goes to holding a 99.9.
These bursts are very chokeable. We haven't seen a single miss yet though. And Hero Jeff and Silly Fangirl, highest combos in the lobby, but it's not really gonna matter anymore. That is it. I think this every point. Egg missing seals the deal. Tart missing with return, but it doesn't really matter anymore. And there it is. 197.
197 and 1,200. I mean, we want to talk about absurd scores. Look at Egg Tart's accuracy. 4
Oh,
200s,
wow.
0 100s, 5 50s, and 10 misses. That's the
That
price you
is
pay when you pick this kind of map.
not to mention. Look at Hero Jeff's accuracy. 802 golds. It's the highest we see in this lobby by a lot. But just because that's the case, it doesn't mean they're not consistent. We see only 8 crits and 1 miss. It goes to show how proficient they are in coordinating their fingers, even if the ratio is that low.
Yeah, but now the ballpark goes back to Brazil.
I think Brazil probably will go LN4, or maybe breaking and entering, or Burning Star.
Yeah, I think Burning Star makes more sense, I feel. Actually, I think breaking and entering also. I mean, that map is like, what, hugely tech-based. If we look at like the qualifiers, Brazil are 3rd place on stage 1, which is the tech pick. Okay, but they are going for Burning Star.
Not surprised
map-
if they can.
A map for ones that you called, that is actually getting picked.
Not surprised actually, because if they can outact, if Brazil can outact Taiwan on a pick like the core jack pick, then something like this also makes a lot of sense. It's a core stream pick for a reason after all. So accuracy wise, it's not going to be too difficult, I think, for Brazil to be able to outact the Taiwanese side.
Yeah, this is the dense court stream pick. There is some stamina involved as well. And when you are a 2-player team in Taiwan, that might not be great. But Brazil are also probably not going to change their lineup.
Yeah, so I guess it is kind of a fair game. Like both teams having only 2 players to play, and now here we go. 2 minutes and 46 seconds of court stream. Definitely gonna be stamina inducing. We've already had 5 maps played, or sorry, 4 maps played. This is the 5th one. Not surprised to see that they're probably trying to exhaust Taiwan's stamina as well.
Yeah, this is a relatively longer map, at least compared to most of the pool. And when you're having consistent court stream like this, there's a lot of mental game as well. Brazil starting out pretty well, as always. Taiwan just having to play catch up.
Yeah, actually, the accuracies are really close between everyone. This is just like a touch of behind Brazil's scores. So if Taiwan gets some form of consistency and Brazil finds a mistake or two on these score streams, then I can see Taiwan being able to snatch a breakpoint back. That being said though, Brazil has been really consistent for the most part, at least relative to Taiwan. So I think the chances of that happening is relatively low.
Yeah, the worry is that if Brazil do find a miss, then Taiwan would find more misses back. At least that's what the story has been for this entire match. So Taiwan really need to do their best to at least try to hold combo. But that, like I said, Egg Tart, the first one to drop from Taiwan. This is where the stamina does start to kick in a little bit. And you can see Taiwan's already starting to show some signs of fatigue. Brazil are slowly dropping in accuracy as well, but they're still holding on combo.
Yeah, I mean, that accuracy is just a little bit too strong. Even if Taiwan has only 1 miss, I think Brazil needs to do it 2 times. A full team miss,
Yes.
essentially. Problem here is that accuracy has never really been in Taiwan's side for the most part. And look, not to mention, these kind of patterns is what favor Brazil the most. So Taiwan certainly not in a very good position. Hero Jeff might be full comboing still, but they're just hitting way too early.
And another miss to follow for Egg Tart. Still double FC from Brazil. It's looking like match point to Brazil if things stay this way.
Indeed it is. And this is not exactly a very good position you want to be in if you're in the Taiwan side. Unfortunately though, what other opportunities will you get? Both Tart and Silly Fangirl holding onto the full combos. Even if Tart is getting some 200, it's not gonna matter as Egg finds more misses. That's really it. This chord stream has been favoring Brazil.
Oh, no.
Unfortunate miss from Silly Fangirl, but doesn't really matter again.
A 1 miss but a 992k. You love to see it. But yeah, match point Brazil. Taiwan do have another pick, but it could very well be their last, so it has to count.
They're probably picking Fansa or
Yeah, surely.
oh no.
Okay, you
they're
know
going
what?
for-
You know what? I'm okay with this. You know, just throw in the wild card 1 minute 22-second pick. Why not?
Isn't this the
Throw it on the
hybrid?
wall
It's hybrid.
and see if it sticks.
So we're seeing a hybrid 2. Interesting selection from the Taiwanese side. But come to think of it, if there isn't really that many options left, and you've only really seen Ellen and Rice for Mozart, why not try something different? It makes a lot of sense to me actually.
I mean, we've already seen over the last few maps that Brazil do find misses eventually. But the bigger issue is that Taiwan find more misses than Brazil anyway, so they have to hold for this. And we've already seen the many times this map gets picked when someone misses. The swing of the lead can change really fast.
But yeah, I still have to be very careful. You did mention it's 1 minute and 22 seconds, so there's really only few opportunities here.
Let's see if there's gonna be any changes from Brazil's side. But it doesn't seem like that will be the case. The timer will run down. I like how the map has already finished its loop before we even jump in.
I mean, it's only 1 minute and 22 seconds. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Now let's see, it's do or die for Taiwan. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. Brazil will advance to the semi-finals weekend. So they need to win this for survival.
And also, let's see what Taiwan can do. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this is 3 breakpoints behind? Or, yeah, 2 breakpoints behind rather. And right now, we're already seeing an accuracy. It's not that much actually. These patterns have sort of been not benefiting anyone yet. And the reason why... Oh, okay. Can we see Taiwan getting a small lead? There it is. It's starting to slowly go back to Taiwan, but that accuracy drop from both Egg and Hero Jeff have not been helping their cause.
Yeah, it's just an accuracy game at the moment. Silly Fango and Tart both holding 99s. No one in the Taiwan side holding 99s. And that lead is actually growing towards Brazil because of the accuracy diff. We're already halfway through.
But this pick has been working the most as Tart finds another drop. But Egg trades it back.
Oh no.
Unfortunate. I thought they had the opportunity there. It's really up to Hero Jeff to hopefully be able to keep it. Never mind, they both find the drops. I think that does it. Silly Fangirl holding the full combo, the only one in this lobby. And that does it. Congratulations to Brazil for advancing to the next round. I believe they have already punched their ticket to the semifinals round. And as for Taiwan, they still did a really good job. Congratulations for making it to the quarterfinals second round. But again, unfortunately, only one team could advance, and that's going to be Brazil.
Yeah, Taiwan did a very good job to try and bring Brazil down, but with a two-player roster, it is definitely going to be a tall order, and Brazil, with that, they will be facing Canada next weekend. It will be a seed 7 versus seed 9 in the lower bracket. You do not want to miss that one if you can.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a match you do not want to miss. Absolutely amazing matches we've seen so far from every side, and I do hope that everyone that came here enjoyed the stream. Do you have anything else to say, Ray, before we end this?
Yeah, we do have one match currently still going on right now, the Russian Federation against Indonesia on the B stream, but if you just want to stick around for the main stream, we have one final match that will be happening in an hour's time, and that would be Poland versus Vietnam.
Ooh, that's gonna be a really interesting match. But yeah, thank you so much everyone again for coming. Congratulations to Brazil for winning, and as for Taiwan, still a really good job trying to contest Brazil, and I hope that everyone here enjoyed. Thanks so much again everyone for coming once again, and see you next time!
Yep, hop over to the B stream for more Mania action, or wait here for an hour for the next match. See you.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome here back to this Osumania 7K World Cup 2024. We're here in the quarterfinals with what I think is one of the most interesting matches that we're going to see. One that can have the potential to go all the way. I am very, very excited to see this one here. Of course, going to be Philippines versus Japan. I am Potassium F, going to be casting alongside Bulma Gamer PH76.
Hello, thank you for the wonderful introduction you have. And indeed, this is a matchup for the ages. We know how much we've seen these two countries in the mania scene, Japan and Philippines, two very seasoned countries in this game mode, really, especially on both key modes actually. Like, they've both accomplished a lot of wonderful things onto the scene, and seeing them both face in the quarterfinals is surreal. Like, this is something I'd expect much later in the tournament. Around probably a semis or maybe even finals even.
Yeah, these are two teams that I think you can realistically predict either one of these teams even making it to podium, right? Like both of these teams, it feels like would feel natural in a podium spot even. But in this case, this is going to be them matching up in the winners quarterfinal. So no one going to be eliminated here, but the team that does win is going to have a much easier road ahead of them. Well, not necessarily. They have to verse South Korea next week if they win. But just in the grand scheme of things, they'll have a little bit more leeway going forward into the tournament, trying to get to that top 3 position that they can make. And of course, this is not just an interesting match just because they're high seeded, because they're such extremely strong players, but I feel like the dynamic that we're about to see in some of these picks and some of the maps is going to be very, very interesting, mostly because of Japan's skill sets here. Like we saw in the qualifiers as well, Japan was top 2, number 1 or number 2 on every single one of the Rice maps, but they relatively struggle on these LN picks.
I'm not surprised. Japan historically, at least from what I've observed, also has some weaknesses on the LN department. So I'm actually not surprised. Wait a second, what's going on?
I think we're just waiting for some of the players to get into the lobby or whatever is going on there. But I do think that in this matchup, Philippines do have the more well-rounded skill sets. They're strong in pretty much every pick, especially in a quarterfinals pool where I think the maps are definitely going to be comfortable for all of their players to get through. I think the question is really going to be which team is going to score a breakpoint, because you're absolutely going to be expecting Japan to be picking the Rice because that is their main strength here, and Philippines to be picking into Japan's weakness in the LN maps. But what it's really going to come down to is who's going to get that first breakpoint. You know, if Philippines does get a breakpoint against Japan, it's going to become much harder for them, I feel like, to get back into the match.
Yeah, and here we go.
Those high rolls.
87 and okay, which one's gonna count?
Wait.
We saw two 87s.
Do they both
Wait,
get
what?
an 87? Or is this Shauna Kiss's roll? Wait, 80.
Oh,
wait, Rain Lily
87.
85.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh my god. Wait, and then Botanic rolled an 87 right after. Okay. So Japan rolled 3 times. That's crazy. There were 4 rolls, and we got, what, an 85, 87, 87, 94 out of the 4 rolls that we saw in the chat there.
The mere fact that 85 was the lowest roll,
That
that's
is insane. That is insane.
Okay, okay, LN1, yeah, I would have thought Philippines would have protected LN2, actually. Like, you see LN release, I think that's gonna be Japan's biggest Achilles heel. Sorry if I butchered that word. But yeah, I literally would have thought LN2 would have been Philippines.
LN1 though, I mean LN1 and LN2 we've seen they've ended up being fairly similar as far as, you know, the kind of skill set and performance on it. But I guess LN1 being the protect mainly because it has kind of those wonky release timings that I feel like Japan are probably going to be less comfortable on. They're definitely not as comfortable with some of the more awkward LN patterns here. But Japan protecting Rice 4, okay, we're going to get the Core Jack Protect. Of course, they did get the highest Core Jack score for last week, so they absolutely can get some extreme ratios on those. And it looks like they're banning Hybrid 2, so probably just not comfortable. Very short map that one is, and a lot of really awkward kind of LN releases, LN patterns that are involved in that one.
That's a very weird ban. I think PH bans Rice 1 though. Zyger's distribution will benefit Japan a lot. Honestly, Burning Star and AO Infinity also work as bans, but Zyger's distribution, I just don't see Japan losing that point in any means due to how fast-paced it is overall. Oh, never mind.
Okay, so it's going to be AO Infinity being banned by Philippines. I do think, okay, it is a chord stream map, and I know Japan is ridiculously good at chord stream. We've seen what kind of accuracies they can get on them, but I feel like the chord stream maps, you know, maybe this is just me misremembering, but I do feel like Japan does miss sometimes on some of these, easier, more straightforward maps. So that might have been an opportunity for Philippines to get a breakpoint, but it is completely understandable. I feel like any of the Rice maps do make sense as a man from Philippines. You expect Japan to be super strong on pretty much all of them. And it looks like Philippines are going to go straight into their protect. They're picking LN1. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't... I would not fault any LN pick. I think other than maybe 8-Bit Adventurer, any of the LN picks would be really, really strong for Philippines here.
Wait a minute. Aren't you just swapped on places?
We're swapping some players around. Also, I think players may notice at some point that we do have a name change coming in from Philippines. They're not going to be in for this map apparently, but Kura has name change.
Oh my god. Okay. I know very well what the name change was, but let's just wait and see, okay?
Yeah,
Let's
for
wait and
now
see
it's
what
going to
it
be Arona and Sani being in for this one. That makes a lot of sense. I do think that these two players are fairly exceptional at LNs in particular. And interestingly enough, we are seeing Rainlily and Butanic staying in for Japan. So Ensana, who is on the team for some of these LN picks usually, is not going to be subbing in for this one in particular. And I'm very interested to see... it's always something at the back of my mind whenever I see Rainlily play, is that they are using that BMS controller. And I don't know how you do that for LNs, but we'll see.
Not to mention, I would have expected someone like Ensana or even Shanakas to play these long notes, but ooh, that's a massive drop very early on for Botanic. Not something you'd like to see, but here's the thing: Rainlily keeping up with the rest of the lobby. In fact, topping Arona's score right now. Botanic has been missing. See, I really thought the hybrid ban was so weird. Like, yeah, sure, hybrids could be uncomfortable, but LNs are literally right there. They could really realistically ban LN too or something like that. But I guess hybrids are way too risky. If I'm not mistaken, Japan won one of their hybrid points last time because of a keyboard issue from one player. I could be remembering wrong though.
Yeah, no, that was correct. That was correct. And that is the reason why that match didn't go to tiebreaker itself. This one very well could go. And it's looking like Philippines off to a very good start, still with the 2 full combos, holding very strong accuracies. Rainlily also with the FC, but lagging in behind a little bit in the accuracy. Botanic is the one right now that's struggling quite a lot more here. Managing to get to that 400 combo mark now, so stabilizing a little bit, but the damage has already been done from the start, down to 98%, and that's going to be a 40,000 point lead.
That's a massive lead. I mean, here's the thing, even if Rainlily is holding that full combo, Sani and Arona still at a 99%. This is gotta be one of the best scores we've seen. It is actually going to be really difficult to beat the score we saw from the Canadians on a match they had against the Team China. But then again, still a very solid performance right now. But they have to be really careful. Oh yeah, see, as I say that, on cue. On cue, Sani finding a drop. Very unfortunate, but the lead, I think, has grown way too big.
That was a fairly clean drop as well, only going down to 99.2. Still well above Rainlily's accuracy and Botanic, so Philippines off, coasting to a very nice win here. Rainlily does drop the FC towards the end there, unfortunately. And I won't say anything about the last player. But I do believe we are getting... Wait for it. Wait for it.
Wait.
FC
So-
from Arona. That's nice.
Arona getting the full combo. 980,000. That's going to be one of the best scores we're seeing. And honestly, Sani's score is also among the best we're going to be seeing in everyone that's played so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see already the very clear difference in comfort when it comes to these more tricky LN maps that we're seeing between the two teams. And I think this is a trend that we're going to be seeing quite a lot. I feel like if Philippines picks the maps that are, most LN oriented, going to have to go into the hybrids later on. But I feel like Philippines do have the safer picks because it's hard to imagine Japan winning one of these LN picks, just straight up. So I think the match is mostly going to be decided here on these Rise picks, and we're seeing the Protect coming out from Japan as well. But I feel like in this match, Japan just cannot afford to drop one of their own picks. Breakpoints are going to be absolutely lethal to them.
Wait a minute. Are we seeing Arcon Olivares in here?
We might be seeing a full team switch out from Team Philippines. I do expect Kura to come in. And of course, Japan are going to be keeping these two star players on for the Rice.
I would have thought Arona would have played this because Arona's score check accuracy is really good right now. At least overall in comparison to everyone. So I really would have thought it would have been Arona and Kura.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Arkwin does. Of course, still a very strong player. But the question is, thinking about how this is going to go, I feel like the pure accuracy that we have seen from Jax from these more straightforward timing maps, ratio maps from Team Japan, I think it's just been so insanely strong that if there's no mistakes from either team, I do expect Japan to be able to take this pretty cleanly. It's going to come down to very small mistakes. If there is like a miss or if there's a big act drop from Team Japan, I do think Philippines have what it takes to be able to punish those misses. And yeah, there's the name change, by the way. That is Kura on the bottom left there for Team Philippines.
Alright, my internet kind of did a funny and disconnected a little bit. But we're going to be seeing Kura in here. Oh, well. There we go. What do we call Kura? Do we call Kura
I'm just
Oji-san or do we call them grandfather?
I'm just gonna say Kura for now. I think that's what most people know them as, you know.
Alright.
We'll see if the name sticks later on in the tournament.
That'll be funny if they just name change for a very short time.
Different name every match. That's an idea.
Alright,
Okay.
so it's ridiculously close right now. But Arkwin is actually slowly falling behind, but the mere fact that 99.86 is quote-unquote falling behind should be an indicator as to how good everyone in this lobby is. I do think, though, this pick could actually be a breakpoint for the Philippines if they keep its consistency, but it's kind of looking difficult. Look at that 99.99 from Botanic. Surely that's not going to change, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, Botanic is doing Botanic things right now. 99.99. Rain Lily not far behind. Both of the Japanese players beating out both of the Filipino players right now. And Arkwin dropping down to 99.79. Still very high though. Still on a very clean FC here. And I think Philippines are holding on well enough if there is a mistake from Team Japan. Oh, that's a 50 from Arkwin. That's going to give Japan a bit more of a lead, but I think they're within striking distance to be able to capitalize on any mistake. Question is Japan going to make any mistake?
Yeah, well, they're in the break section right now, and if you make a mistake here, thing is, it's really gonna affect so much because this is like the part where the chances of missing are very low. That being said, though, consistency from everyone, very impressive, and this goes to show why they are the number 4 and the number 5 seed respectively. That being said, the lead is really starting to it's actually starting to grow in favor of Japan, and man, their consistency, their accuracy, this is the part where I think someone's gonna make a mistake. And even if I say that, no one is doing so. Arkwin dropping a lot of accuracy, that is looking very grim for the Philippines right now.
At 12,000 points, it feels like even a clean miss is going to be fine for Japan at this point as we're approaching the very end. These accuracies are still holding up for the other 3 players, and I mean, disgusting scores from Japan. 37 from Botanic, another 999k. And yeah, I mean, that's why they protected it. 3 double S's on the board here in this match.
What was the best score we saw in Total Eclipse of the Sun? Can someone verify this?
I'm thinking, I mean, I'm just have to imagine it has to have been Dress-Up, right? I do think it was played in the Australia and South Korea match. I'll have to go back and check it later, but I mean...
Okay, I can check it right now, actually. So, Dress-Surf, you say, so Botanic has how many? 37 perfects?
37.
Dress-Surf has 57 perfects, so that is the best score by a long shot.
That is just an incredible score there from Botanic, and I mean, makes sense why Japan would want to first pick it, protect it. They are just so strong there. But now Philippines, right back to the LNs, they're not letting up. And I think this plan for Philippines is going to look good, even though Japan is looking so strong in those rice maps. I think this is going to be an uphill battle for them to try and win any breakpoints. We'll see. We're seeing Sani being switched back in, Arona and Sani. So we're seeing Philippines switching out their entire team here. But Shanakis coming in now on the side of Japan now instead of Rain Lily. Okay. So let's see how this one goes. This one is, all in all, fairly similar, to LN1 in some ways, right? It does rely on some coordination, heavy coordination focus on this one. Maybe a little bit less wacky LN releases, but still, if you are uncomfortable on LN1, hard to imagine being comfortable on LN2 here as well. So definitely would think that Philippines has the edge on this one.
Yeah, I would imagine as well, not to mention putting in Shanakis. What if the interesting thing I find here is you're swapping in Rain Lily for Shanakis when Rain Lily was the one who had the higher score among the two players. That's the most interesting thing here for me.
I mean, I don't want to like assume things, but like I'm imagining like scenarios where, because of the playstyle of Rain Lily, maybe, if there's too high density, I do think this map does get denser than LN1. So maybe with higher LN density just becomes harder to play for Rain Lily, or less comfortable. But either way, this is going to be the roster they decide on. Still full combos for all four players, but it is a very strong accuracy lead in favor of Philippines. Still both players above 99.6. Ooh, Butanic finding the first drop here for Team Japan. Both players now below 99%, while Philippines is still holding up this incredible accuracy, 30,000 points this early on into the map. It is looking very, very comfortable for them.
Oh, I think that's a drop from Arona though, so that's gonna change some things, but ultimately it shouldn't really affect the lead too much, especially given how, while Shanakis has the full combo, that accuracy is just not gonna cut it. I think the biggest issue is the fact that they are releasing way too early, and it's really been affecting their accuracy. Meanwhile, we see Sani and Arona actually releasing slightly more centered, and Botanic fighting a miss. Again, really not going to be helping Japan's cause. These slow LNs typically have a few amount of objects, so that's gonna mean that if they make a mistake, it's gonna affect them so much more.
Yeah, just accuracy, it is after all, accuracy does play a big role as well. So even though, we do see Sani finding a break there, really doesn't feel like it matters whatsoever. Very clean miss from Sani. And this lead is going to stay where it is, 55,000 points. Accuracy well in favor of Philippines still. And Shanakis drops, that's the last full combo gone. No one with the full combos, but that suits Philippines just fine.
Sani's accuracy right now has really been helping them. Like slow LNs, really something I've known Sani to be really good at, especially on the O2 Jam scene. And really just showcasing how good they are on this skill set. And I don't really think there's much to say other than slow LNs are just really not gonna make the cut. Maybe the mix of Rice and LN is the main reason why Japan banned that hybrid. Like you can see right now, there are some mix of Rice, and Japan's sort of struggling on that kind of pattern.
Yeah, maybe if none of their players are really can really play the hybrid, but at the same time, if they lose both of them, doesn't really matter which one they ban. So at the end of the day, it is going to be Philippines very, very comfortable win there. Very strong team score overall, both above 970k. But they are going to get through that one. Still 2 LN picks left for Philippines, so they've got plenty of picks up their sleeve. But Japan are going to be having to rely on these Rice picks, and I'm going to be interested to see in which one they go for next. I wonder if they're going to go for Chord Stream, because there is still one of those Chord Stream maps still up, and that has been the type of map that they've been liking to play. And it is going to be Burning Star being the pick here.
Picking Burning Star, you did mention how they could pick the Chord Stream map. It actually makes a lot of sense. Because I do think Japan has an edge in accuracy by a fair margin. But this begs the question for me. Is it really worth it to pick something like this early on? Because I think this is one of their safety net picks. And do you really want to waste one of your quote-unquote safety net picks early on? That's just the bigger question here.
That's a fair argument, because they are going to have to pretty much pick every single Rise anyway. They're going to have to win every single Rise anyway, right, in this match. That's what we kind of expect coming into this. So I think there's a very good argument to be made. Maybe save some of your better ones till the end, like when the match gets really intense, if you're looking at like a 4-4 situation and you're in a must-win pick. I think having this one up the back pocket instead of like the tech pick, for example, might be a little bit less nervous for the players. But here we go, we're into it.
Actually, I want to retract my statement there. I think their technical picks are their more safety net picks. But here's the thing, okay? Right now, it's very close. Chord Stream is playing very well for everyone. But maybe they want to go pick this so that when fatigue hits, they're gonna be more tired on the picks that are more difficult, which will favor Japan more. And I can definitely see where they're coming from. Even if it's close right now, Japan still has those picks that are technical, which should really favor them ideally.
But at the same time, if you're thinking technical, if you're thinking stamina, that is. So I think Philippines do have the advantage of having the deeper roster. They've been switching out all their players, having the players rest a little bit more. Right now, oh my god, this map is so close. 3 players are above 99.9 right now. Arkwin a little bit behind, just like with the Jack pick, but not very far. 99.78 is still really high accuracy.
Yeah, still 99.7 is certainly no joke. The difference between Rain Lily and Arkwin, though, it's a very, very evident difference. And that's really the whole match right now. If Arkwin cannot increase this accuracy, then they'd really just have to hope for being consistent enough. Well, I'm so sorry! That was a pattern that Arkwin did not take lightly, and unfortunately it's going to increase Japan's lead. Very good look on Japan right now, like 99.92 average. Very, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, it was a very clean miss for Arkwin, but at the same time, Japan already did have that accuracy advantage. So now with the miss on top of that on Team Philippines, Philippines are going to have to hope for 2 misses from Japan. One is not going to quite cut it here, because Japan are going to still have that accuracy lead here. Going into the last quarter, it is still, oh my, I don't want to say too much, but I'm just looking at Butanic's screen right now, and Okura, a bit of a messy miss there, down to 99.78, and now Japan, they're going to start to run away with this, still on the double FC, 99.9 for both players.
That accuracy difference is just way too massive to come back to, not to mention the consistency that they're showing right now. Like, Philippines' accuracy, this would beat most of the teams that we've seen playing, but that Japan team score is impossible to beat for most teams as well. And what a performance! Almost a 1995 effort. We're seeing a double S again.
That's insane. That's
literally
insane. Oh my god.
Literally, if you were to calculate the amount of 200s they've dropped on the Rice picks, you'd get 0. That's how good they are right now.
They're so good. I don't get it. Like you say, not many teams can beat. I straight up, no team can beat this score from Japan. Look, South Korea. I know South Korea is crazy. Can they beat this? Maybe. But I mean, what are you gonna do? Double FC. These ratios are nuts as well. 998k from Butanic, and they're just looking so incredibly consistent. It's just so interesting to see the difference in comfort between the Rice and the LNs for Japan, because now I think we're going to see the opposite side. Philippines going straight for fans. This is definitely like their best pick, I think, of the picks remaining here.
I'd agree.
I do not see Japan being comfortable with this at all. This is a very awkward map.
Alright, Patashimef, I have a question. What month is it right now? What month is it?
It is February.
Right, and this map has some hearts, right? In there?
Okay, yeah.
So if you miss, you can call it a break, right?
Okay, yeah. Oh, okay.
So that means if you miss on the hearts, can we say that you're broken-hearted? I'm sorry, Surf 2 would be mad if I did not say this joke on stream.
Okay. You can tell it later again when inevitably some players break on the heart pans. I think they have every single time we've seen this.
Alright. Okay.
Okay, let's see. We're seeing Rain Lily and Botanic staying in for Team Japan, so no Shana Kiss, no Ensana coming in. And we are seeing Kura actually playing LN for the first time this match, alongside Sani.
Yeah, see? Oops, I had a voice crack. See, I'm honestly not surprised to see Rain, Lily, and Botanic play this. Like, when we see physical events, those two players have a reputation for being able to keep up with those kinds of long notes. And this one Oh, come on!
not with that timing. That's unfortunate for Team Japan. The double miss not going to help them out at all. They're still holding on to some very strong accuracies on Team Japan despite the misses. You know, both players around that 99% mark. Rain Lily finding a repeat one though. And I mean, Kura is Kura, 99.7, crushing the lobby at the moment.
Yeah. See, I can see now where you're coming from when you said that this has to be Philippines' best pick so far. And here is the section where people keep on saying it's not a break section, and I can totally agree. We've seen some breaks in this part.
Yeah, we've seen players collapse, not just break. I've seen players like drop a whole percent on this one almost. This is something that you cannot relax on, and I'm actually impressed that all four players managing to hold through that. Japan now building back up above 99% on both of their players, but I mean 99% just doesn't look like it's going to cut it right now against this Philippines score.
Yeah, and now... Oh, come on. Okay, there we go. So both Philippines players still on a full combo, and that accuracy is ahead of Japan right now. So this is a massive advantage we're gonna see. Now, we're about to reach the part, the chorus of the song. Honestly, here we go. Okay, let's see who's broken-hearted here. No one. Okay, no one.
We got a few more.
See, these patterns are really difficult to hit, so I'm not surprised if we're gonna be seeing some misses. Still, everyone is performing really well. Oh, okay, there we go. There's my answer.
Oh,
there it is again. Alright,
one of the full combos.
Jisan, the only player to hold the full combo. And despite all of the patterns we're seeing, amazing performance from the Philippines, just out-acting both of the Japanese players. Really good performance and really good pick from the Philippines, and a solid performance also as well from them.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I'm looking at, I mean, I think Philippines performed exceptionally well as well, but I'm looking at some of the scores from Japan, that they are not bad whatsoever. I'm thinking from this one, like maybe the LN map's still probably going to be Philippines' favor, but down the line, Philippines do have to pick one of the hybrids at least at some point, you know, assuming that Japan keep winning their Rice maps. And, you know, if Japan can keep up scores like that on a full LN map, on, you know, this map in particular, maybe the hybrids might be fairly contestable for them. But we'll have to see once we get there, because it's going to be Rice 1 being picked up for Japan now.
And here we go. Vigorous distribution, in my opinion. This is hands down the best pick Japan could have ever made. And I honestly think the Philippines should have put someone like Sani instead of Arcon Olivares for this one. Like, if we were seeing Arcon Olivares drop on, remember that Jack pick, he sort of dropped accuracy? I really thought this should have been Arona or Sani instead of Arcon Olivares. So, interesting lineup.
I mean, it's possible that Philippines also wants to make sure that, you know, Sani and Arona are staying warmed up as far as like the LN maps are concerned and the hybrids as well, because I feel like the situation of these teams kind of goes both ways. If either of these teams drops any breakpoint, I think it's going to be devastating for either team. So I think it makes sense as well for Philippines to really try and focus to secure their own picks as well. And oh my god, these accuracies. Okay, early on into the map still, we're yet to see the speed patterns. Here they come. We're going to see some accuracy drops now.
Yeah, like this really involves a lot of patterning. Hang on a second. It's still ridiculously close right now. Despite the act drops received from Arquin Olivares, amazing display of consistency from everyone in the lobby. But the accuracy drops are not helping the Philippines right now. Japan still on to double 99.8. Despite the streamy and awkward patterns, my goodness, still a quad FC. Like, they're performing absolutely amazing right now.
Yeah, this is not a map that anyone should ever be able to get good ratio on. We're seeing some unspeakable things on Team Japan currently. 10,000 points in the lead just from accuracy alone, but I feel like Philippines, they're still in it. They're still fairly close, but they are relying on mistakes.
Indeed. But see, based on the act difference, they'll need Japan to make a double team miss. Like both Rain Lily have to and Botanic have to miss if they don't have a chance at winning, and it doesn't look like it's gonna happen based on how stable their speed has been. Look at this, double 99.81 right now.
That's
Are we gonna see
insane.
it? Or we FC?
Not on this map.
Oh,
okay.
No!
The curse has to come through. The curse has to come through at some point. Unfortunately, Arquin is going to be the one who is going to fall victim to that one, but it doesn't look like it would matter anyway. That miss ending up being inconsequential because, I mean, okay, Japan, once again, 5 200s for each of the players, and the ratio is just insanely strong for Team Japan. Kura, of course, also getting the full combo, also with the low 200 count, but not quite enough to take it down Japan on a Rice pick just yet. 3-3. There has been no breakpoints yet, neither team budging on their own picks.
My goodness, Rain, Lily, and Botanic. What are they doing? Like, look, Kura's FC was already insane on its own, and I have to say, Arquin's score was great. What? Wait a minute. We're seeing Waifu Jam.
I think this pick is fine. Okay, so basically, there is one LN pick left, sure, in the 8-bit Adventurer, right? But or was it 8-bit Voyager? I can't remember. One of them. It was the 8-bit something. But that map.
Adventurer. It's Adventurer.
Okay, yeah. But that map, being a density map, is something that, historically you have seen Rice players perform well on LN density. It's just one of those things that if you do kind of just ignore some of the release timings, you can hold combo on it pretty well. We've also seen some teams, even strong LN teams choking on it as well. So maybe not the best out of the LN picks, but this one as well, even though it is a hybrid, there are lots of weird LN release, a lot of weird rolls that are coming in, rolling patterns that maybe Japan are not so comfortable on. I think either way, even if Philippines picked the last LN map, this would have been their last pick anyway. So either way, just changing the order of things just a little bit.
Wait, we're seeing potentially a swap here. I have no idea. Okay, they're probably gonna be swapping Sunny out. Or, wait, no, Arquin out rather for Arona. So, I would have thought Sunny would have played that actually and not Arona. But alright.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about it, Arona and Sunny, both of those players are kind of cracked. So I think either way, they have a very, very strong roster for this one. And I think it is going to be hard for Japan to win this one still. This might be Japan's best chance of getting a breakpoint. At least, definitely from all the maps that we've seen so far. But I think it's still going to be really hard for them, just given how many LN patterns there are in this map.
Well, it's also 2 minutes and 44 seconds. So it's gonna be a long. It's gonna be a considerably long map. We're just waiting for. Wait, what's happening to the client right now? Give us a second, please. Right, there we go. We all good. We're all good.
All good in this, and it's going to be up to Japan to really prove that they can keep up with the hybrids right now. Philippines definitely going to be the ones that are looking to be in the driver's seat of a map like this. But so far, everyone doing well very early on into the map.
So yeah, now we're seeing some rollies thing. Having Rain Lily and Botanic, something tells me they can really contest this point. We've seen Canada do it against China, and right now, they're actually out-acting the Philippine team by a very slight margin, but it's mostly off of Botanic's 99.6 to Arona's 99.59. And it's... My god, okay, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. But these LNs should ideally benefit the Philippines more than the Rice hurts them, actually. So I think this could slightly go towards the Philippines' favor if they are careful.
And maybe the LN pattern's just not looking enough. And actually, Kura finding the first miss there. Japan are going to take a bit of a lead, actually, as we're getting a third of the way into the map already. These LN patterns are not looking like they're difficult or tricky enough for Japan to choke on them. And they're looking comfortable, at least so far in this map. The accuracy advantage still in favor of Japan as well, as Arona's just a little bit behind the other three players.
It's actually looking terrifying right now. This is why I kind of really didn't like this pick. Hybrid 3 was just not the pick to make right now. That being said, it's actually shrinking a little bit, based off of Botanic actually dropping that accuracy slightly. And now, Arona finding a drop, that is going to increase the lead from Japan by a big margin, I'd say. With 8,000 points of lead, not impossible. That being said, we're already halfway through the maximum score, and Japan still on the full combo. But is it near? These LN patterns are not affecting Japan. Oh!
Rain Lily, very clean miss from Rain Lily though, didn't drop any accuracy. Accuracy lead actually just about even between the two teams, and another miss.
Now it's going to the Philippines, right on cue as well. Unfortunately, Rain Lily fighting the drop. This is what Philippines exactly needed.
Yeah, the density at the end of the map. LN's picking up in difficulty. That is what really killed Rain Lily there. And now we're going to see lead very slightly in favor. Rain Lily with another miss. And I think the accuracy drops now from Rain Lily. No one to match Kura on the side of Philippines in terms of the accuracy.
Oh my goodness. What looked to be a scare on the Philippines side seems to be a blessing as Rain Lily fighting a lot of drops even. Botanic having the only full combo in the lobby, but it's not gonna matter as the Philippines survive a scare and take the win on this map. It was so close. Like, not to mention the accuracies everyone have right now is ridiculously close. Only reason why the accuracy is slightly in favor of the Philippines is because of Kura's 99.56 effort.
Yeah, the 200 count on Kura really putting in work. We can see everyone else with mid-30s 200 count, all pretty much even accuracy. But Rain Lily just running out of steam a little bit towards the end of the map as the LNs did get harder. But I think this is all things considered, even though Japan did lose that point, they are looking good on the hybrids at the very least. So in the case this does go to tiebreaker, I think it's up in the air a little bit. But Japan have to get there first, and it's going to be breaking and entering, the tech pick being picked up now for Japan. And they are going to have to win this one, I feel like, because Philippines still have the last LN pick up their sleeves.
They absolutely have to. I'm really shocked that the ending went the way it is. I mean, I know the second half is definitely harder, but it was still a massive scare. I have a feeling they're really putting in Arquin just to conserve stamina for all the players, and it makes sense. But they really have to make sure they're not sacrificing too much here. Because, man, Japan they don't look like they're running out of stamina at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even as you say, subbing Arquin in, I feel like Philippines, with all of these Rice picks, they have the opportunity to be able to break point on the Rice. The only kind of reason why Philippines hasn't been able to win the Rice so far is because Japan just don't mess up. They just have not had any weakness whatsoever on any of the Rice picks so far. But this is a map that is very difficult to be consistent on. There is a lot of tricky technical, jacky patterns in this one as well. So very, very hard to consistently hold the combo, consistently get the high accuracy. And we're seeing a couple of act drops actually between Butanic and Arquin early on.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's gonna favor Japan still, given how both Rain Lily and Botanic are out-acting their counterparts. So, very good performance from both teams, yes. But this isn't even really where the difficulty starts to hit. It's after this section, I'd have to say.
Yeah, accuracy is going to get a bit of a boost throughout this slower section, but it's going to start to ramp up very quickly. Butanic's accuracy managing to recover up to the 99.5 range now. Arquin's also raising up. Actually, Rain Lily dropping a little bit down to match Kura again, and this lead is very, very small in favor of Japan.
It is, but wait, what is this act drop? We're seeing more act drops from Rain Lily and Botanic, while Kura is out-acting both of them, and it's definitely making an effect, a statement that the Philippines can take a break point if you're not careful, but Japan ultimately still out-acting them. I feel like the Philippines here have seen a sort of weakness in terms of Rice. Even if they are losing this, yeah, it's something they'll have to consider and what to pick next. Either the hybrid or the LN. And right now, whatever's more technical, I'd say that's what they have to go for.
Oh, and that's a miss from Rain Lily, actually. The first miss, very clean. Still has 99.6, so still very high accuracy. But I think that might be enough for Philippines to take the lead, or maybe not quite.
Chat. Not yet. Botanic has to make a mistake or a massive act drop has to happen. Because coinciding with Rain Lily's miss was Arquin actually dropping a decent amount of accuracy. So I don't know if it really matters. That being said, what is Kura doing? This is on the verge of a 990k. We need to see one more miss on the Japanese side if the Philippines wants a safe win. And it doesn't really look like that's gonna happen.
These trills are very scary. Oh, there's an act drop from Rain Lily. A few 200s on that trill. But not quite enough still.
What are these two scores? Philippines pulled off a double FC and that still wasn't enough to beat Japan. That's absolutely insane.
This is just insanely high level performance from both teams. Kura getting the actual MVP there, pretty much tying Botanic's score actually. We can see the difference between the 200 count and the ratio between those two players in particular, but Japan winning it out overall through pure accuracy, despite the one miss on Rain Lily's side there not being enough for Philippines to take a break point. And still, this late into the match, we only have 2 regular picks left, and there's been no... Oh, wait a second, hold on. We are going to see the hybrid, actually. We're not seeing the last of the LN picks being picked up. That one seemingly maybe a bit too straightforward for Philippines to feel comfortable winning against Japan.
I think this is a very risky pick. I mean, either way, it is definitely risky, but... I did mention this a while ago. The mere fact that they saw themselves having a shot winning on a technical pick, I think this is probably the reason why they're going for hybrid 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the picks, recently, the past couple of picks has looked pretty good for both teams, as far as breakpoints are concerned. I think Japan are starting to get closer and closer to potentially taking one of these, hybrid or LN picks, while Philippines are getting closer and closer to winning the Rice, as I feel like both teams have kind of used up all of their really comfortable maps.
Well, putting in Arona again for a hybrid absolutely makes a lot of sense.
I mean, there's Arona in the background as well, so that makes double sense.
Oh, wait, you're right. You're actually right about that. I did not notice that, but thank you so much, I guess, for telling me.
This is the Arona map. So let's see. Gonna be interesting to see how this goes. The last hybrid, very close. This one has the potential to also be pretty close as well. But this one, of course, another 3-minute long map.
So, now, what we're going to be seeing, of course, Japan starting with the athlete. Oh, come on! Okay, yeah, okay, Japan starting with the athlete indeed.
But
Never
another
mind!
miss. Okay, and that goes straight back over towards Philippines. So traded misses from either side, but Rain Lily missing a little bit more early on. Small lead for Team Philippines, but this accuracy, actually, Arona really struggling to build the accuracy back up again, while Rain Lily's doing a bit better in that regard. Actually, Kura being the one to miss now as well. 3 full combos are gone. Only 1 left over, and Japan, they have a little bit of an act lead on top of that. But it's so tiny. This is 1,000 points.
OG-san finding another mistake. Very unfortunate. The mere fact that Botanic is the last full combo in this lobby, it's crazy. But the problem is now, we saw what happened in the first half on the previous map. Can we see a repeat of that on this map? It's getting scary though. Rain Lily out-acting Arona. Botanic is actually behind Kura in terms of accuracy. So some noise could be made. But they have to be careful. 4,000 points is nothing. It's still very close.
Yeah, the accuracy is just about tied, you know, if you consider that Rain Lily beating Arona by a little bit, but Kura out-acting Botanic by a little bit as well. It's all the misses, and Philippines has just missed, I think, 1 time more, pretty much, than Japan has overall. So, on a knife's edge, and we still have so much map left. This is such a long one as well. And if it's going to stay this tense the whole way, I don't think either team can afford much mistakes at all.
Yeah, and now, I just noticed this, but why isn't there isn't that much Ellen right now, and that's the reason why Japan is also able to keep up very well. And now it's gonna be a problem. We're seeing another Ellen section. Can we see?
Oh,
What?
is that
Wait, is this
Client?
Client?
That's Client,
It's Client. Botanic is still holding on. Mini Jacks and Ellen's galore. Some of the most chokeable patterns. And still, never. Oh, as I say that. Oh, and now we're approaching the density sections. Isn't it up? Arona misses as well. Now we're approaching the rise section. Is this gonna be the break point? We have been waiting to see.
We might be seeing it here. Wait,
I
wait,
think
wait,
that's
wait,
it. Wait.
No, it's not
Oh,
over, it's not over.
really?
Philippines,
Really
I think they're gonna
drop.
take the lead. I think they're gonna take
Yeah,
the lead at
but-
the very end.
But wait, it's 2,000 points. This is not safe. Kura trying to get that accuracy up. Oh my god, they survived another late scare from the Japanese side. What just happened? Wow!
Insane. 1,900 points. It came down to that very, very last miss in the last, 100, 200 notes from Rain Lily. So unfortunate there for Team Japan. They almost got that first break point, but Philippines, they are going to be so incredibly relieved that they managed to hold on to that one, because that was almost going to be a nightmare for them in this match. Botanic, shout out there for the only FC on the board, but Kura's accuracy was really what pulled through there.
Ooh, that was crazy. It really could have went to the Japan side for taking a break point, but it was unfortunately not going to be the case. Now, there's no way Japan does not pick Rice
Oh,
Civics.
it has to be. It has to be. Japan are like there's no way. There's literally nothing I can say that would properly convey how like just straight up stupid it would be for Japan to pick the LN. Cosmic Railroad gonna be the last pick for Team Japan. This one again, the Rice. We've seen it's getting closer and closer. This one being the mixed one as well. We've seen some pretty high accuracies on this one, so that might play it into Japan a little bit more. But still, Philippines, they definitely can keep up. And if Japan finds any misses on a map like this, I feel like Philippines can end the match right here.
Honestly, yeah, Arco and OG-san, this is a good lineup. I'd say like this is really the only one that makes sense. We saw them almost take a point off of technicality. Why not have a chance? And I can definitely see that happening. But they have to perform well. 2 minutes only. Gotta have the best act, best consistency on the board. If you want to see a tiebreaker, guess you know who to support. But if you want to see the Philippines close this out, like Japan is on the edge right now. I really do think this is one of the chances picks actually. Because of how difficult it is to act. OD8 and technicality usually doesn't go well.
Yeah, but actually Botanic off to a bit of a shaky start compared to what he usually puts up here, and that's giving Philippines, the tiniest of leads out of the gate here, as both Kura and Arkwin off to 99.7%, very solid.
It's very surprising to see the Philippines take the lead on.
It feels like now,
picked
yeah,
very early
Arkwin,
on, but it's gonna be going to Japan side.
yeah, Arkwin dropping an accuracy a little bit, and Butanic has been increasing the accuracy, now above Kura as well. So both Japanese players ahead, but Arkwin finding the first miss there. That's going to give a big lead now over to Team Japan. Rain Lily does drop that incredible accuracy down to 99.8, but still by far the highest AC in the lobby right now. Butanic also beating Kura's accuracy. This is looking very strong for Team Japan, but there's still a half of the map left to go.
Not to mention, Botanic's act is literally higher than the Philippines' highest act, so it's really gonna benefit Japan unless Japan finds a miss or two, which we've seen only happens rarely on a Rice pick. So yeah, their consistency's gotta be in top form right now. You gotta be really careful, because again, I did mention a while ago, there are a lot of technical and bursty patterns here.
Looking fairly consistent. Butanic now above 99.7% after that really shaky start. Managed to hold back. Rain Lily's increasing the accuracy as well. As Kura's staying consistent at that 99.6. But it's just not looking like it's going to be enough with both of the Japanese players holding on to full combos. Unless there's a massive mistake, it doesn't feel like there's any avenue for Philippines to come back in this one. As we're approaching the last few seconds, I think this might be locked in. We may just be seeing a tiebreaker coming in between these two teams.
One miss in total for this map. Yeah, that's actually crazy. We are only seeing one miss on this map, and everyone else just held on to the full combo. That's absolutely atrocious. And Rain Lily with the 2-200, what is going on? Everyone performing absolutely amazing, and we're going to be seeing a tiebreaker the second time this weekend, I believe.
It just feels so fitting for this match. It had to end in a tiebreaker. Given what we've seen from all of these maps so far, it felt like this is just right. These two teams should be going to tiebreaker, and here it is. Philippines versus Japan. Winner is going to be staying in the losers, not the losers bracket, the winners bracket. And the loser will be going down to the losers bracket, but I don't think you want to be going down to that losers bracket right now. There's some scary teams that are going to be chilling out down there in the semifinals that you do not want to be facing early on. So this is going to matter a lot, and I mean, think back one map in this match. Think back to that hybrid one pick and how close that can go. This is not a very straightforward advantage for either team right now. Maybe Philippines has been the ones to win the hybrids, but Japan can absolutely keep up, especially when it gets to the harder maps. We know that Butanic can absolutely crush some of these harder hybrids.
Wow. Like, I think Sunny might be the better choice, actually. Because this is a more physical pick. I mean, it is the tiebreaker. I think it has to be Sunny and OG-san.
It does look like they're asking for Sani to be switched into the server, so they are going to be putting up those two. Of course, Japan keeping with the same two that they've had for most of these picks as well, Rain Lily and Butanic. This is really going to be about, it feels like the story of the hybrids so far is, can Japan hold on well enough in these LN patterns that we're about to see in this one? If Japan can hold through the LNs decently well, they can make back the accuracy and the combo on these rice sections that we're going to be seeing. But if there's some discomfort, then Philippines might just take a large lead out of that.
Large lead indeed. Man, I'm so worried about what's going on for both teams, because like, there's definitely going to be sections that benefit either team. It just really is more onto who's going to be benefiting more and who's going to be hurting less. I do see the Philippines benefiting on those LN sections and Japan on those rice heavy sections. but this is ultimately a sort of hybrid because it's the tiebreaker. I have a feeling this could really go either way still.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see the same thing. Both of the hybrids we've seen, Japan had the lead at halfway, but ended up losing it towards the end. They're going to have to hold on for a little bit longer if they want to win this last map. So get excited. Support your favorite team. Who do you want to win this one?
Well, we'll have to wait on the viewer's response. Who do you want to see to win? But right now, they both deserve a spot on the semifinals round. In the winner's bracket, I mean. Because they'll both immediately make it regardless. That being said, Rain Lily finding a drop at the very start. Very unfortunate. But lucky for them, it happened at the start and not anywhere in the middle. Because that's when misses really start to matter much more.
Yeah, first 100 notes is not too bad to get the nerves out of the way, get the miss out of the way. It's not going to affect the score a whole lot. We can only see 2,000 points, right? The lead for Philippines. The accuracy drop, not helping out Team Japan whatsoever. It is going to be Philippines in the lead as far as the accuracy is concerned, with Kura holding that 99.7, highest in the lobby right now. But that's going to change. Oh, and as I say that, that's a big act drop and a miss from Kura. That might be enough to flick the lead back in Japan's favor.
It's a 4 minute and 38 seconds map though. So while this lead is, I don't know who has it right now. It's currently in Japan by a very small margin. Well, we're seeing some Ellen release sections right now, and this part should theoretically benefit the Philippines. There we go, right on cue.
Yeah, big drop from Rain Lily there. That dropped accuracy a fair amount down to 99, but matching Sani still. So the accuracy still not that bad for Japan. Clean miss, another one for Rain Lily there. As Butanik and Kura are both matching each other as far as the accuracy is concerned, the AC is dead even. It's all these misses, and Japan has missed a little bit more so far. 2,000 points is the lead for the Philippines. We're only a third of the way into the map.
Here's the thing, you did mention the misses on Rain Lily's side. That's really the difference right now. Because yeah, Butanik is indeed beating Kura, but think of it this way, Kura has the best act right now. So this lead would definitely grow even further for the Philippines. And as I say that, Rain Lily finding another drop. Unfortunate because we're seeing one FC for either team. Butanik is definitely higher than Sani, but Oji-san, Kura, just attacking Rain Lily by a lot.
We're seeing big act drops actually from Sani, Rain Lily, and Butanik on this LN section, but Kura, the only one to hold on to decent act here. 99.4 is now starting to pull ahead of everyone else. Rain Lily, bit of a messy miss there, down to 98.6%, and Butanik as well. Japan collapsing a little bit in that LN section, and both Filipino players holding on to the combo all throughout that. Sani's accuracy taking a pretty big hit, actually, the lowest in the room, but the full combo is what matters here. That's keeping them ahead, and 19,000 points as we're getting into the second half is a very solid lead for Team Philippines.
Exactly the performance they need to have right now. It's not the best accuracy, but that full combo absolutely tearing apart anyone other than Kura in terms of consistency, because other than that early miss, Philippines really is almost double. I've seen this. Oh, come on! No way! But that miss ultimately will not matter unless we see more from the Philippines.
Yeah, there needs to be a whole lot more misses in this last section for Japan to have a chance of making it back in. And Japan themselves, they need this accuracy to come up really quickly, because Kura is just running away with this. There's no one to match Kura's 99.4 right now, and that does not help Japan there. Butanik with a few misses, dropping accuracy yet again. Both of the Japanese players, oh, Kura actually finding a miss there, but it's traded out with Rain Lily. It's not going to be enough to shrink this lead, and both of the Japanese players still missing. Sani the only one holding on to the combo right now.
What is Sani doing? The act is definitely a little bit behind, but that we saw so much of that consistency in the display. Is this enough for the Philippines to take it? I think it is. Yep.
All of these misses towards the end, we saw both Filipino players finding the breaks, but they were all traded from Team Japan. So ultimately not going to matter that much. Sani finding another miss, but 15,000 points. This is safe. I can't imagine them dropping it now as we're getting in towards the outro.
what a performance in the tiebreaker for both teams. Still a ridiculously close match, honestly. 15,000 points is not too big of a difference. What is that score from Kura? Is that a
It is.
972k?
It is all Kura here. 970k on the tiebreaker, crushing the lobby in this match, and Philippines ends up winning 6-5, I should say, barely winning over Japan. And unfortunately for Japan, they were 1,000 points away from winning this one, but they're going to be sent down into the losers bracket, while Philippines are going to get the privilege of playing South Korea next week in the semifinals.
Ooh, that's a rematch if we've seen one. As if we haven't seen enough South Korea versus Philippines matches. As for Japan, wait, let me check the challenge real quick, okay? Unless we can see the bracket, and here we go. Congratulations to the Philippines for winning. But for Japan, their rise scores are absolutely terrifying. So Japan is gonna be facing the winner of Russian Federation and Indonesia. That's what it looks like right now. But again, Philippines and Japan, they both performed absolutely amazing. It's a very equal match. Like, LN Hybrids, Philippines, Rice, Japan, like, you could clearly see how close these two teams were in different skill sets. Especially those hybrids, actually.
Yeah, we could. This is like the epitome of when you say Rice versus LN matchup. This is exactly what you think of, and we saw actually no breakpoints, which is crazy to see because it came very, very close a few times there. But in the end, congratulations to the Philippines. I think both teams are just incredibly strong, and I think both of them are going to get stronger as we go later and later into the tournament as well. So I'm excited to see how far both of these teams can go. But that is going to be it for this stream in particular. Next up, going to be at 14 UTC. That is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, let me just calculate real quick, 2 hours about from now.
1 hour and 58 minutes to be specific.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing, there are 2 matches that are going to be happening simultaneously. I believe the one highlighted there is Brazil versus Taiwan in the losers bracket, while we're also going to be seeing Russia versus Indonesia, the other losers bracket match going on at the same time. So make sure in approximately 2 hours you come back here for one of those, because a couple of those teams are going to get eliminated after those matches.
But yeah, thank you so much for everyone for coming to the stream. Japan, Philippines performed absolutely out of their minds. Performed a really good match for us, and I don't really have much to say, so you could close it out for us, Tasha Meth.
Yeah, make sure you take a bit of a breather after that one. I know I do, and have a bit of a rest. Go get something to eat, and be back here in 2 hours because we've got a few more matches here, and we will see you then.
It never worked out fine. I watched it fall away.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Osumania 7K World Cup 2024 for the final time in this quarterfinals weekend. We have a very close seed matchup, Vietnam versus Poland, 13th versus 12th, as we can see on our screens here. I'm Raviel and I'm joined by Juan Cristo. Hello.
Hello, that's my name. I mean, yeah. I'm a bit surprised to see these two teams matching out. Like, I'm not really used to see Vietnam on 7K World Cup. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me.
Yeah. It is a very rare instance where we get to see, like, maybe a smaller nation of Vietnam in the 7K World Cup being 13th seed, having to face some monster of a 7K team in the past, like Poland, in the lower bracket, no less.
Wait, are we seeing chats duplicated? That's very.
Oh, I
funny.
think that's normal when the scene changes, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. That makes
So
sense.
it is Poland protect LN 3.
And
which
Vietnam
I
protects
guess-
LN 1? Oh,
okay.
okay. I like this dynamic.
Okay, if we look at qualifier scores, it does make some sense. Vietnam do have the edge on the stage 4, which is the LN coordination release. For Poland though, protecting density LN is gonna be very interesting to see how it'll pay off. But Vietnam are going to ban hybrid 3.
I wonder how frequent it is to have two teams projecting the same category. That seems like even less likely that a team banning two maps of the same category. Like two teams.
Yeah.
Like we see the rare double LM protect here with the hybrid
think
3
it-
as a ban.
It's not super surprising because it's like one, I believe, like one release heavy LN and then one density LN. Whoa, Poland going. Okay, you know what? This is fine as well because it is the coordination LN.
I mean, I guess. So we still have releases and density, and we have the mixed one, Fansa, and they're going for Rise.
Burning Star.
I mean, my head is exploding right now. This is the last match of the weekend already, and it feels refreshing to see this kind of strategy. LN1 and LN3 protected, whereas LN2 gets banned, and then Rise gets picked to start it off. Like, I'm not even sure what's going on anymore.
I mean, if we just base it off qualifier scores, right? This is the dense court stream pick. Poland and Vietnam on stage 6, which is the court stream pick. 6th place for Poland, 14th place for Vietnam. So 8 place differential in favor of Poland for the court stream qualifier, and they are going for the court stream pick to start it off.
I mean, as a targeted pick, it makes sense, surely, for
Yeah.
Poland. But if it makes this much sense, then, I mean, I guess you don't protect this because you don't really expect Vietnam to ban it. But, I don't know, it seems a bit odd. I would have maybe protected these are AO Infinity, but at the end of the day,
Yeah.
Vietnam didn't end up banning it. So, I guess the strat pays off after all. We have to see performance-wise if it pays off, though. Poland's certainly showing off as a stronger team when it comes to core streams and accuracy, in qualifiers at least, but once we get into the bracket station, the matches itself, I mean, things can change, and Vietnam will try their best to prove us wrong here as we open the floodgates with Burning Star here. Match starts, and we reach the combo cap with Poland slightly ahead, but ever so slightly on the ratio department.
Yeah, back Jetka actually leading the way for Poland. Oh, dropping a bit of accuracy now. The Dark Dragon taking over. But it is Seiren of Vietnam's side having the lowest accuracy, which is what is causing this differential. But back Jetka dropping quite a bit, down to 9.5.
It's interesting because both players had the same issue on the same pattern. They're dropping their accuracy a little bit. And it's again 1v1 between the Night Dragon and Fishcake and Bash Jetka against Seiren here. Very, very close as well. Maybe about 0.15% of accuracy that's differentiating these two teams in favor of Poland. Now with the first miss of the match by Seiren Shikino. It's gonna help Poland extend this lead a little bit, but it's only a third of the map so far. And as we enter the second half and the core streams get a little bit denser and trickier, the bracket starts to show up a little bit more. And it can be a bit difficult to combo through. Poland needs to hold this consistency throughout the rest of the chart if they want to keep this lead, perhaps even extend it, because Vietnam is not far behind. They're trying their best here to catch up, but Fishcake, the last remaining FC, drops the ball at the worst possible time, at the straight middle of this whole chart, and Poland will take a big lead off of this.
Yeah, and another miss from Seiren to follow through. Poland still having 2 FCs intact, and both players having better accuracy than their counterparts. It is a 16,000 point lead, and how does Dark Dragon miss here? Not where you want to miss for Poland. It is still 1 FC to 0.
they had still a pretty significant lead here. It's just unfortunate that it happened right at the break that they find a mistake. Otherwise, they would probably be already be done with this pick, really. I don't think there's much time really for Vietnam here to catch up for as the combo cat gets reached and double miss at the exact same node by both Fishcake and Siren. It's gonna seal the deal now for Poland, who takes this first point home. Very nice call there. Going for the qualifier stats as a baseline for what they're picking, and Bagjetka will lead the charge here with the first FC, it seems. Still a bit left, but I don't see why they wouldn't. Certainly. I'm not doing anything weird. No, this is an FC. I know by heart. No! No! Okay,
This is what you get. Oh, you manifested it. It is a Poland victory nonetheless. Good win to start it off as well. Pretty good team score. The Dark Dragon will actually snipe the lobby MVP because of it. It will be Vietnam's pick now.
I'm sorry for the headphone users. I mean, I just couldn't believe it was happening again.
Hey, you know, it's a tradition. Alright, Vietnam are going for their Protect, I believe. Oceanic Museum. So this is one of those maps where the first half and the second half are identical. It is very release heavy as well. And we already see a swap coming in from Vietnam, very sure. Now the question is, does Poland actually make a swap? Because usually for 7k teams, you would have a different roster for Court Stream or Rice maps and your Erlen release team. We do see Hitori coming for Vietnam, but now it does seem like Poland are not going to make any changes here.
Doesn't seem that they will be. There's the MP start issued. 5 seconds for the map to start here. We see Hitori only for Vietnam as the player swap here. So LN1 releases. You could argue there are some coordination aspects to this. This is a map that is so weird to play. Like, every team I saw play this struggles with it. I would expect Vietnam to maybe have the upper hand in this, but I mean, it's such a map. Like, it's a map that it really comes down to your run. Like, you can easily drop a big chunk of accuracy, really, if you're not paying attention. You need to be very, very focused.
Yeah, if I'm also not mistaken, the node count is also quite small, so misses are pretty fatal.
Sure they are, and there is the first miss. It's funny because the hit sounds are on the player one, so every time they miss, we're like, no.
Yeah.
Please stop missing back. No!
Lag, no!
I know I cursed you once. Please stop.
They hurt you once, they'll do it again. Seiren will trade in though. Just the singular miss. It is pretty clean, still 99.1%. But Hitori 99.6%, towering over the Dark Dragon. Oh, but they are dropping quite a bit. Actually, everyone is dropping accuracy, as I say.
I mean, it makes sense. This is a map that is very, very hard to sustain good accuracy. And we see a couple of misses here by Seiren, which isn't a good thing. Although Bagjetka immediately traced that off. This is on the verge of collapse, really, for Vietnam. If they are not careful, halfway through the map already, now the Dark Dragon finds the last mistake that Poland was not hoping for, really. They don't have any combos left for them to work with. And Seiren just reaches the combo cap. I was about to call out that would Vietnam miss a couple times, then Poland was certainly there to recover from these mistakes. But with a third of the song remaining, a player not on the combo cap, the one who just managed to get their misses one more time, I don't see that working out for Poland. Really, Vietnam is just running away with this lead.
Yeah, and the fact that the second half of the map is essentially identical to the first, knowing that Vietnam already had that 25,000 point lead at the start, well, at the end of the first half at least, it's just growing now, 45,000 as Back finds another miss. Now, unlike you, Juan, I'm not going to say anything about a particular someone on the Vietnam side.
Oh, you mean Hitori, who's like holding the FC? Yeah, that's doing pretty good.
Couple of misses from
No,
back.
it's
and
okay. It's
Seiren
okay.
at the end.
This is for real NFC. I'm sure of it. Like this time it won't work. This is NFC. There we go.
Alright.
Thank God.
There we go.
It definitely has nothing to do with the fact that I was looking at the MP lane.
It is 1-1. Poland have their pick now. And if you're going to base it off the qualifier results, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rise 3.
It makes sense considering they won Rise 2 by a fair margin. Although lighter core stream may not be as free for Poland. We shall see.
Yeah.
They have the overall better accuracy though, so I don't see how it wouldn't work out. It's just that it may not be as one-sided as Rise 2, so there it is. AO Infinity, the pick.
Yep.
Immediate response here by the Polish after losing on the island release map.
So that also means that there will be a swap for Vietnam. There we go. Hitori out, Fish Kick back in. Essentially the same roster as we saw on Rise 2.
I'm kinda hungry, I could use a fish cake.
Oh man.
But yeah, this map, I mean, there isn't much more that we can really say about this compared to the previous Rise pick. They are both kind of similar. This is perhaps a little bit lighter and faster than Burning Star. It has this transition in the middle where 1/3s, like 1/3.
Yeah.
That could be tricky to some players, but I expect for the most part to the 4 players here to perform pretty well on this. Poland having the upper hand, of course, due to their accuracy superiority, and based on previous statistics, they have been overall the better team when it comes to consistency and core streaming. But this is a bit fast, and it's really comfortable for most teams. I imagine Vietnam may be able to pull out a shocker here, if they do manage to get the double FC, which is something I believe they are capable of.
And this is way speedier compared to the Rise 2 map that we saw. And if we're just looking at like just pure speed, technically Vietnam have the advantage in the qualifiers, so... But the base of this map is still Quad Stream anyways. But Poland do have a very small edge. Actually, I think it might go to Vietnam soon, but accuracies are all dropping like flies here. It does seem like Fish Cake currently holds the lowest accuracy, the only non-99.5. But so much can change.
And there's a couple 200s there by Jakta, so this is the type of lead that it can be decided by just a rush of an opponent. A couple 200s can certainly do the difference here. It's about 3,000 points in favor of Poland. In fact, it's even less than that, 2,300. The rolls being a bit tricky for them to hit.
Yeah, Bag is cancelling out Seiren, but the Dark Dragon currently holding highest of the lobby.
Oh, but Jakta finds a miss!
Oh!
Right before the 1/3 transition. Oh, it will flip as the transition goes on. It will flip, but Fish Cake drops on the court! On the singular court of all places!
I'll be taken up by the sudden snap changes. The Dark Dragon holding 99.6 FC still. That's what's making up this huge lead for Poland. Well, as huge as it can get anyways, because that lead is shrinking.
Off of this transition with the rolls here, not gonna be a problem for anyone, but this transition can be a bit tricky. Jumping with this broken core stream can be a bit tricky, and Fish Cake proves my point as they find a mistake on one of those breaks in the patterns. And this lead just extends and even more in favor of Poland. They are leading by 19,000 points, and what's left is just a repeat of the first half here. If anything, just ever so slightly more dense, but it's not gonna matter. Poland has the advantage in that regard, and with 20k of advantage, it doesn't really matter. They can't even afford a miss or two at this point. Fish Cake gonna make it even easier for Poland here with the FC by the Dark Dragon. They will be taking their second point.
It's a very solid score. 8 200s as well. Also an FC from Seiren. Not quite clean, but still an FC nonetheless. And Poland will take that comfortably, 30,000 points. So now, back to Vietnam. Now, will they want to go for LN 4 is the question. Because Poland protected LN 3 and LN 2 is banned. Or will they want to try something else? Maybe the hybrid that they, I think they protected. Sorry, hybrid they banned. I forgot they protected Oceanic Museum. Rice 6 is gonna come out. Mixed Rice, Cosmic Railroad. So at least from the qualifiers, if we just compare stage 5, which was the mixed rice in the qualifiers, Vietnam was 16th, Poland was 14th. So looking at that, Poland actually have the slight advantage. But this one has some chord streams in it, it has some mixed jacks. This could be pretty tight. I don't think there'll be many changes in the roster for this one. Because we're going from rice to rice, so yep. MP start comes out. And let's see if Vietnam can still try and continue the momentum. Even if it is not an LN pick.
Alright, so Cosmic Railroad, the choice here. Interesting. This is the... What? Bajecta with a miss? At the very start of the pattern.
Wait, oh.
Yeah, I
And
spotted
huge
very
accuracy
early.
drop from the Dark Dragon as well. Okay, but it is at the start.
Yeah, it's mostly the accuracy hit that is gonna matter more than the combo, really, due to them just being 10 combo out of the cap, really.
Yeah. Let's hope that one miss at the very beginning is not going to cause the change. Oh, Vietnam! Both players dropping! And that's gonna
Both
hurt, especially
collapsing.
Seiren. Yeah. And Fishkick with another miss, that lead's gonna grow towards Poland as both players have recovered from their blips at the start, but the Dark Dragon finds a miss. We'll trade it back with Fishkick, but Jet... Oh! Big Jet
Everyone
cut
just
and
dropped.
Fishkick! Yeah,
Seiren's the only one who falls through.
highest combo is Seiren, yes. With the lowest accuracy of the lobby as well, so absolutely still everything to play for, but that 18,000 point lead for Poland, lingering over Vietnam.
Both teams
They'll
are
have to
struggling
take a
quite a bit with this, though. Like, Poland is on the upper hand by a bit, maybe half of a percentage, but no player is above the 99.3 other than Bajecta, who's like on the edge there. It's a pretty tricky map, it's pretty technical, and a lot of misses are just happening back and forth. The Drag Dragon now drops once more, but it's not going to hurt them all that much. They have such a commanding accuracy lead that they would need to drop quite a few times here. There's two now for Poland, so maybe there's some hope for Vietnam at the very last rush here. There's less than a quarter of the song remaining, and the lead decreases to 10k, and I believe they need 2 more. If they have another team break here by Poland, they may have enough time to recover, but it doesn't seem like it's happening.
I'm very worried about Seiren because their accuracy has been a bit shaky towards this end. But Poland have to drop. Vietnam have to hold and Poland have to drop for any comeback. And I think that's it already. The map is already in its calm state. The outro is here. And that is a Poland victory, a Poland breakpoint. Like I said, it was going to be tight. It was quite tight. But Vietnam just needed a few more misses for Poland to offset their own misses, and that just didn't happen. So 3-1. Poland do have their pick this time.
So that is the first time we see a break point here.
Yep.
We'll see if Poland can keep up this trend and extend this lead to 4-1. I wonder what they would go for. Now they don't have any chord streams remaining. I'm not sure if they are like a core jack team at all, so maybe they will just straight up ignore Total Eclipse of the Sun. I don't really see them going for Rise 1 either. That sounds like a pick that Vietnam could maybe spook them. So yeah, they're going for Breaking and Entering, the only Rise pick that I haven't mentioned.
So this is the tech pick. This has very awkward jack rhythms, a lot of flams. Now, this is going to be quite interesting if we just base it off the qualifier results, because if we're just going to do a one-to-one, stage 1, which was the tech accuracy pick, Vietnam actually have a better stage 1, 14th compared to Poland's 17th. But Poland picking this means that they feel confident. Or I guess because Bagjetka wants this, according to the chat. I mean, okay, it makes sense. Poland supporting Poland. Poland Apple.
This is like the, you know, that picture where there's this person putting a medal on themselves.
No. The Barack Obama medal giving themselves, yeah. But let's see if it actually pays off. Real patriotism.
I think this map isn't like too bad of a choice for Poland. Like, I still think they should stick to their Rise options. And out of the other options, I think this is probably the one most appealing, considering that I'm not really sure they will be like physically capable or physically comfortable rather to play the core jacks. And the speed pick, Rise 1, I mean, it's a bit tricky. It's something that Vietnam could maybe just physically overpower the Polish, but I'm not sure either. It's between this and Rise 1, I think. And this one is just a fair pick, really. More on the techie side, as you said, Vietnam may have the upper hand in the qualifier stats, but kind of tech here may not necessarily be the same one as the qualifiers.
Yeah, accuracy is also quite a key factor here. Saren already the lowest accuracy of the lobby. And Fishcake kind of losing out to Bagjetka as well. So Poland do have that accuracy advantage.
Yep, both players above everyone else here on Poland. We have a bit of a break
We have a break
here.
section.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, after this first third, with Poland is leading the charge by 3,500 points, the map is going to get a little bit more intense. So we shall see if they can sustain this, or even extend it, as the accuracy from Sairing and Fishcake are decreasing a little bit. Poland is just keeping up with this. The Drag Dragon finds the mistake there on one of those single jack.
Oh my
everyone just collapses. Satan specifically, out of everyone else, gets the most damage out of that very, very fast roll. And no player is on the combo cap now, other than the Drag Dragon, who just managed to get into that line of the 400s. But Poland will come out as a big winner of that chaos that just happened over there. 20k.
Yeah, Vietnam, they just got hit by accuracy as well. Both players not even holding 99, Saren with another miss. Oh, Bagjetka
finally
corner jacks, yeah.
At this point, like, it feels like game over. 40k is an unrecoverable lead, really, at this point, with a quarter of some remaining. It will take massive drops from Poland, and I don't see that happening. We see some eventual misses, but they just get traded by Vietnam. They are not able to, like, you know, work with this at all. And the lead, if anything, only gets extended in favor of Poland, despite the misses by the Drag Dragon at the ending. They all get traded by Fishcake, and the accuracy from Sairing is not helping out either. There's barely 299s on Poland, and now it's only 1. But overall, this pick was a bit too jarring and demanding for both teams, and Poland ends up being just ever so slightly on top.
Well, ever so slightly, but it's a 51,000 point advantage.
I mean, in terms of relatives compared to previous stages, or the previous maps where we were seeing every player above the 99s or very close to. Now we are barely seeing just a single one here by Bagjetka.
Yeah, like every player definitely struggled on this compared to the last few maps. But that's the nature of wait. Isn't this Poland's Protect?
Yes. But I'm not sure if I disagree with this pick. I think this is a good pick. I mean, LN1 is just such a niche specific pick. It's almost like the SB map of a 7-key World Cup.
Yeah.
So I can see some teams like just taking advantage of that and winning, as Vietnam did against Poland. But I want to attribute Vietnam's LN performance a little bit, and I think this may just work out for them. Arguably, this is like probably the worst LN pick to make a pick out of if you're Vietnam. But if you're not comfortable with mixed LNs, I mean, this is your only option really. I don't see them going for Rise. Hybrids could work, but I mean, they already won an LN, may as well try it again.
Yeah, but the thing is, Fansa is still open. LN4. At least that one's open, but maybe Vietnam knows something we don't. Going for Poland's Protect. Definitely a Chad move, but let's see if it actually works out.
I mean, they don't really have much to lose. They need to beat Poland on their own pick at least once to force a tiebreaker here. If they lose their own pick, it's game over, regardless of what they do. So if they feel like they have to pick both of the LNs, then may as well just pick this now, I guess. Still, like you said, this is a Protect. You're always very uncomfortable picking the Protect of the odd team. This is a map that I could see the Dark Dragon excelling at as well, so it's going to be tricky for Vietnam to pull this off, but if they do, then this is definitely going to be a hit on the morale for Poland. It's a double miss here, traded. Bajekta and Seiren. It's only Fishcake and the Dark Dragon holding their FCs here. The Dragon holding the lead in the accuracy department though. So Poland's going to take 2,500 points of advantage.
Yeah, Fishcake is slowly recovering from the accuracy drop at the start, and the Dark Dragon does find the miss! No FCs from Poland. Vietnam 1 FC with another miss from the Dark Dragon. That lead skyrockets to Vietnam. Maybe they do know something we don't.
I knew that they could have gone for the lens and it would work, but going for the Protect was certainly a bold move. And it's very much paying off. Like, Bajekta and the Dark Dragon struggling quite hard to keep this consistency up, whereas both Fishcake and Seiren are holding above 2k combo. Yes, their accuracies may not be the best, but they are still better than both of the Polish players. Now with the miss by Fishcake, there's no FCs remaining at all on the entire chat. Seiren had a miss at the very start, and the lead is starting to shrink a little bit. So danger zone, danger territory here. It's only 6,000 points, and there's still a quarter of zone.
No.
And both players on Vietnam collapse at the same point. Poland takes the lead.
Yes, Poland snatch it right back. They had to wait. Seiren does find another miss, 2 misses in fact, as both Polish players, one Polish player still holding onto combo back. Jetka finds the miss. This lead is very small. Seiren will grow that lead towards Poland though. The Dark Dragon
was too
keeping it
rude
together.
for Seiren. I think it's gonna come down to Poland at the end, but it's very close. The rolls at the ending, no problem for Poland, but it is for Fishcake, and the Jack
That is
will
it.
not trip anyone up. Poland takes their Protect, despite not being the most comfortable in it. And it wasn't even their pick, but it was very close.
Like, you look at the misses here, like 1 miss each from Vietnam, and then you see a total of 12 misses from Poland, but accuracy triumphs here. And it's match point to Poland. Alright, we have Rice 1, Rice 4, LN 4, and both hybrids still open. I think hybrids are going to be ignored. It's probably going to be either Rice 1 or Rice 4 here.
I think it's either Rice 4 or Hybrid 1, but no, they are going for Rice 1.
Ah, okay.
Alright. Like, I was thinking
Going
hybrids
for
could be something they could go for, but if they're comfortable with the speed, I think this makes more sense. I just wasn't sure if Poland was comfortable playing a map of this caliber in terms of speed. But if they are, this is probably the better choice, really. If they want to, if they can stick to the Rise, then that's probably better. I just was afraid the Kojaks were like not too consistent and they wanted to avoid it. And then wasn't really sure if they had the speed to keep up with this. Apparently they feel confident in it, so they probably will be fine.
Yeah, I did mention during the what map was it? Let me see. Oh, it was Our Infinity. That Vietnam actually had a speed advantage, at least with the qualified results. Moni is gonna come in for Vietnam, so a change over on that side.
280 BPM, man.
Yeah, 280 BPM. This is pure speed. Vietnam were 13th on stage 2, Poland were 18th. But I think we've already seen in this match that qualified results can only mean so much if you don't perform on the actual big stage here.
It was a good baseline for Poland to pick their openings, but now
Yeah.
for the closures, we'll see if it works because it's going the other way around, it feels. But we shall see.
Let's hope that this doesn't feel like a Poland pick that they just feel like they're cornered it. Like, this is their only option. I don't feel like this is their only option, but we'll have to see how comfortable Vietnam can be.
I mean, there's still 2 breakpoints up, so even if they
Yeah.
drop this, they still get another choice to seal the deal. And as we start, Saren's holding the lower accuracy, as it has been the trend so far. But that's not going to matter much as we start into the rolls and overall speed patterns here. The Direct Dragon is going to
Oh
be
my
the
God.
first one to drop, and quite a amount of accuracy as well.
Yeah,
Thankfully for
both-
Poland, Vietnam is also dropping a lot of accuracy
Yeah.
here.
Both Vietnamese players below 99, but Poland just teetering above the 99%. And Bagjetka finds a miss. 0 FCs to 2 to Vietnam's favor. But accuracy. Saren finds a miss. The lead doesn't even go to Vietnam at all. But maybe it will now. The Dark Dragon finds a miss.
That was
So
a
it's a
massive
super-
break as well. Oh, he
It's a
gets
huge
immediately
drop from
traded.
Saren.
It
97%.
really was. It really was a huge miss over there by Sarin. I wonder what happened for them. It seems like when they had to transition out of the very fast streams, they struggled quite a fair bit, and they dropped a lot of accuracy.
Yeah, now we have a somewhat of a rest section, but Moni finds a drop on the huge burst. The lead will go to Poland's favor. Bagjetka leading the charge. Oh, the Dark Dragon does find a drop. It's all on Vietnam having to hold and hoping for Poland to miss more. The Dark Dragon finds another one, but Moni trades it back. Moni just got caught in all of those bursts and drops to 98.4. And there has to be a very, very fast comeback for Vietnam because the map's already rapidly ending. With Bagjetka still leading the way for Poland, I think it's over for Vietnam, and it is. Poland taking it 6-1. Very valiant effort from Vietnam, but it is just not enough. Close but no cigar. Poland will be moving on to the semi-finals of the lower bracket, and Vietnam are unfortunately eliminated, but they did put up a really good fight today. And with that, Poland will be facing Thailand in the next round for the semi-finals lower bracket. But with that being said, that will actually conclude the quarterfinals round of the Osmania 7K World Cup 2024. But before we go on to the final stream of this weekend, would like a quick reminder that banners are still up. You can head over to the old store, purchase one for a very low price of about $2. You can support any of the teams, still in it, still not in it. And it all goes to the tournament, to the players who are performing extremely well for your entertainment. So do go over there. There is the command in the Twitch chat. You can go and check it out. But with that being said, that will do it for me and Juan Crystal. We will see you all later because the map pool showcase for the semi-finals is just looming over our heads. So do not go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Oceania 7K World Cup 2024 round of 16, the quarterfinals. I am your commentator Sergio85, and alongside with me in the booth is Juan Crystal. How are you doing?
Hello, Sorpchu. I'm doing just fine here. Excited to commentate some 7 key action. After, some 4 key action on the 4 digit scene, now we get into 7 key. It's always nice to have some variety, at least in my end. And quite excited, really. It's Sunday already. Sundays are always nice. And the Russian Federation against Indonesia seems like a match that is going to be quite close. So I'm excited for that as well. Good and close matches are all I'm always rooting for.
Indeed. And just to note, this is the second match both Russia and Indonesia is playing this weekend. They are fighting for survival in the losers bracket. One might say that at least what I discussed from some of the co-commentators, I think Russia is slightly favored in this matchup, but it really depends on how things go. As we see Indonesia getting the first protect here, and they are protecting LN1, the LN release pick of this pool.
On the flip side, seems like Russia will be protecting Total Eclipse of the Sun, so they'll be protecting Rise 4. That's like
And
I'm not really sure. That sounds like a
Korjaks.
map. Yeah, exactly. Like I remember the
Yeah,
the
there is
4 key
a-
version.
Yeah, it's a pretty famous chart on 4K as well. It's a pretty famous Korjak chart. And we see Meiju, team captain for Russian Federation, banning LN2, which is pretty standard. Usually, if you're a team that's going to be leaning more towards the Rice, you'll be banning the LN coordination. And on the flip side, yeah, there you go. Speed pick out of the way. At least from what I've seen over the past matches, Rice 1, the speed pick, isn't exactly the most popular to the players.
I mean, it's like a pretty specific and odd skill set I feel for 7 key players. So if you're not like a team that is just better at Rise than the opponent for the most part, that's like the number one thing that you'll be banning. Because Korjaks is like a thing that some Rise teams may not be able to perform with. Tech and density, something that you would expect any Rise team to do. But when it comes to speed, usually the Rise team just has a pretty big upper hand due to how not like popular or frequent are those patterns around the game in general. At least it feels that way to me. So to me, it makes sense that it's a map that gets banned fairly regularly, especially by LN teams.
I mean, both LN coordination and speed, and some people might say even LN release pretty are pretty risky picks. If you're a team that doesn't really favor those respective skill sets, you'd usually be the team. Like if you're keeping it open, you know that you're capable of at least be able to keep up, or unless there's some strategic decision that you need to take, like I might as well lose the point here and make sure that this other chart is not played. But anyways, we're now seeing the first pick here coming from the Indonesian side. We have Fansa, LN4, mixed LN pick.
Yeah, we start seeing already the lineups for these two teams. Onta, Bekasi, and Dominance will be on the Indonesian side. It seems like Meiju and Karais are going to be their opponents, respectively, for the Russians. And I mean, I'm not so sure. Like Indonesia, of course, protecting Alliance, getting a ban on their Alliance from Russia. This seems like a pick that should work most of the time for them. But as we said, Russia is looking like a very solid all-round team, very strong as well. So I'm not so sure if this is going to be quite this dynamic where Russia just wins the Rise, Indonesia just wins the Alliance, and everything gets decided on the hybrids. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Russia maybe capitalizing or breakpointing at least once on the Alliance. This could be one of those picks, considering it's mixed.
Yeah. Most actually one angle we could actually look at this as well is that Indonesia actually has Onta Bekasi, one of the strongest players in the entire roster actually. And I think Indonesia will be relying on them for a lot of these picks, regardless of whether it's Alan or Rice. I'd say that we really, depending on how everything shakes up, we might even be seeing this match straying from the Rice versus Noodles matchup. We might see something getting mixed up because I remember seeing Russia earlier in the World Cup also carry some pretty good LN scores overall, and Indonesia should at least be able to keep up on the Rice. As you see, Onto Bikasi unfortunately finding the first drop of the entire match. Karace and Meiju actually carrying pretty. Actually carrying lower accuracies on the average from Indonesia. It's only the combos making a difference. You see, and there you go, Karace trading off Bikasi's earlier miss.
It was looking like Russia was starting to get the comeback ready and going there by the miss from Onta. But with the trade now and the accuracy deficit, it is mostly up to Indonesia to keep this combo, as it's a double miss actually then by Karais and Meiju on the Russian side. Quite a collapse there by the Europeans. Indonesia will definitely take advantage of that as this lead keeps growing. Now it's on the 12k mark and only gonna get a little bit bigger as we enter the second half of this beat map here. Dominance FC, the only one remaining on the lobby, despite the accuracy not being quite the best. That FC certainly being a very, very big asset for the Indonesians. You can see the score comparison, that's like about 10,000 points between Karais and Dominance. And despite Onta's miss, they are holding immense accuracies here, the best of the lobby, so pretty good so far for Indonesia.
Indeed, a good sign, and everyone is practically going through this section just fine. As you enter the proper break section of this chart, this is the last place you really want to miss. What's going to be interesting to see is how all of these players are going to be negotiating the harder sections of this chart, where the patterns get a bit more O2 jam-ish. I mean, there's the Heart Ellen pattern that's about to come up in a few moments. Everyone, Dominance and Karace, there you go, messing up the Heart Ellens.
Yeah, they both messed up a pre-hard pattern, but afterwards everything seems to be working just fine for both teams. No drops. Karais dropping again on that same pattern they dropped previously, so having a bit of trouble with those more difficult aesthetic patterns. And I mean, I think that's all they wrote. It seems like Indonesia is gonna take this lead and run with it until the end of the map. There isn't much more left. And despite the miss by Dominance, very close to get the FC, it's not gonna matter all too much. They still get the point. 25,000 points of advantage, and if you compare the 200s between the two teams, they are like almost the same, 97 versus 91 and 34 versus 39. So in a world where less misses happen, this is a map that Indonesia could struggle to take.
Oh, definitely. Like, this could have been really close. Possibly, especially with Karace ratio actually being better in dominances, despite the combo. I think this could have definitely gone either way, without the mistakes. But anyways, it's still excellent pick. Like, if you're not really that comfortable, you're bound to do those.
There's also a bit of a ratio advantage for Russia. It felt like Dominance accuracy was on the 1300, I think, regulars, whereas the worst from Russia was at 1k. So overall ratio for Russia seems to be a little bit better, this natural accuracy. And when we go into Rise, I believe that's the point where your natural accuracy matters the most. Well, not necessarily just your natural accuracy, but like straight up sharpshooting for the great accuracies that you need. Burning Star seems like the kind of map where if you have the accuracy advantage, you should be fairly fine. Like the kind of tunnel vision map that you just go and go and go. And if your ratio is on top, then you will just straight out accuracy your opponents. So I'm like mistake by Russia.
I mean, I think I remember Russia actually doing something special with the Rice picks on the earlier match. I mean, like, both of these teams have gotten through some pretty tough matchups, and now they just need to make sure they're able to deliver this one. Again, both teams are fighting for survival in this tournament, hoping to extend their stay by one more weekend. but whose star will keep on burning? Oh my gosh, I was thinking if I was about to say that. All right. Yeah.
It's okay. All right, we
Here
get
we
into
go.
break for them. Burning Star. I mean, this is another one of those, like, the dynamic of this match is just always gonna look like this. Like, when on top it's Sak because he needs to hold the combo, and unfortunately find a mistake, but they should have overall the better accuracy across the lobby, and they really need dominance, or whoever steps up for the second spot here in Indonesia to keep up as best as possible. But there's another miss now by dominance, so they are both quite struggling with the rise patterning over here, despite not being like very tricky pattern-wise. The density seems to be a bit too much for them to handle consistently, and the Russians will take great advantage of that. Despite not having the best accuracy of the lobby, they have the overall average accuracy ahead, and now a miss by Time Buka, who joins here after the LM pick. Still on the lead, but not by much.
Yeah, something to note actually, Dominance having a pretty rough start accuracy-wise. Like they hit the court seams actually way earlier that they should have been. Though they were able to maintain the combo, but now as the patterns actually start to become a bit more tricky. Like you're seeing a few more bracket-like movements. It's becoming a struggle to maintain the combo. As you see, Curry still carrying the 99.39 on Tabikasi, actually with the highest accuracy, but I think what we saw from Dominance, like the accuracy difference, definitely making the difference here.
Absolutely, the lead is kind of shrinking a little bit, but not by much, and the miss now by Dominance will only make that harder to recover from here. The Russians entering the last third of the map with a great lead here, and it's kind of like the dynamic we were like painting and picturing before the match even started. And Onta seems to be one of the strongest one of the strongest players rather on the match, and just overall maybe even the tournament. So it's despite them being a little bit ahead than everybody else, overall as a team, Russia's looking to be more solid.
Yeah, the second slot really, the second player of both teams actually kind of really making the difference here. Boca and Torres actually carrying similar accuracies now, and they've just stretched that lead the further this chart goes. Dominance has finally settled and finally reached the 1000 combo mark after a long while. Now, well, unfortunately, before the end, and I think, yeah, the ending is not too kind on Dominance's hands. Um, I think Carrace is currently frozen on our end. We should get confirmation on what happened on this end.
I mean, it seems like Russia won the pick.
Yeah, it does.
Time
indeed.
Buka got a 977 and Karasis got a 975. So overall, that equals to around a 24k lead for the Russians, who take this pick without any FCs actually, despite a great run here by Karais. It is not MC.
Yep.
But still, very solid. Onta with the biggest score of the tournament, of the map rather, in this particular matchup. 987k, one singular mistake, 5200. Immense ratio as well, 485.
Yeah, that's a very good score right there. Now Indonesia going for hybrid 3, a very polarizing pick actually. And I don't think it's even because of the chart. Yeah.
I really
Anyways,
don't want this one to be selected, to be honest. This song ruins my ears.
Yeah, this is kind of, yeah. I mean, I have my own taste of like Denpa style music. And this one is on the. I don't want to comment on it because, yeah. Though I think from the tone of by the way I'm talking, I think it's kind of obvious what I think of it. Anyways, Indonesia leaning more towards the hybrids, and I did mention this on previous matches. Hybrid really appears to be the hardest of the hybrids, well, as we see links coming in here for Indonesia. And I think Russia will be staying with this duo unless we're going to be seeing Buka swap out because they're still in the MP. Oh, they're not.
Doesn't seem like there's a player swap here. Meiju is joining for this essentially as if it was an LM pick. But we see Links on the Indonesian side, which is first time for them on this matchup at least. We have only been dominant so
By
far.
the way, yep. By the way, just veering off topic as all the players load. I did it. It took me a while to realize that Meiju is literally mage.
Yeah,
You know,
Meiju.
like you say. It took me a while to realize that. Like I was wondering why I had a mutual from the Russian team when I was looking at the profiles from my personal notes, and then wait, I have a mutual in the Russian team? Oh, it's Mage. Oh, all right, yeah, Meiju. All right. Anyways, Indonesia with the early lead here. Though I don't think
Speaking
we
about
will-
mages, there's the
Yeah.
maze on one of the mini jacks.
It's still pretty early.
Oh, absolutely is a bit too
Start
early.
plus
from
the
the chart to
difficulty
tell.
here will be increasing as we go.
It's a quarter of the song already through, a little bit more than maybe even entering the second, third territory. And as it stands, Indonesia seems to be holding quite a lead here. Another miss by Major, but instantly gets straight by Lynx, who's the lowest accuracy on the Indonesian side, but still better than Karais here. So if you compare one by one, now with the miss by Onto Bekasi, it may get a little bit closer, but one by one accuracy-wise, Indonesia has a fairly significant lead here, with around, I will say, half of a percentage in their advantage. But now, one miss behind, because no XCs remain on the Indonesian side here. It's only Karais holding the combo through the first half of this map. 6,000 points is the difference now that everyone reaches the combo cap. Karais will drop the FC on the mini jack there in transition with the shield. The singular isolated shield, and now Major drops on the transition as well. That's disaster for Russia. They were looking to try the comeback here. 6,000 points is all they had to make up for, and now that distance doubles, Indonesia will lead the charge here and advance a little bit more in the terms of the difference, but the accuracy is struggling a little bit, especially on Link's side with those lands.
We'll see if they're still able to carry on with this consistency as we're about to hit that part of the chart where the music speeds up to its fastest part. I think it goes above like just over 200 BPM with more of these LN sweeping LN patterns with some awkward
Lynx.
positions here.
Lynx
consecutive
just
misses from
exploded.
Lynx.
Lynx exploded.
There you go.
Russia's taking it back. Onto now misses again.
Yeah, I
Russia-
mentioned that like this part of the chart will be a struggle, maybe finding a miss, but I think that miss won't matter anymore. The meltdown from Lynx and Onto Bigasi at the ending section of this chart gives Russia their second point, and I think the first break point as well of the match.
That is correct. It is the first breakpoint of the matchup. Russia takes advantage of the physicality and the technique required to hit those fast patterns. They combo through it, Indonesia don't, and that's the reason why they're now ahead. They managed to break point there, holding the combo through the hardest parts of the map, and despite what it looked to be a pretty solid and healthy lead by Indonesia on the accuracy and combo department, it just collapses at the end. And Russia will take the break point. They'll take the pick now. 2-1.
Russia has prime real estate to stretch their lead just a bit more, make it harder for Indonesia to catch up. Especially with the current dynamic we have, the rice versus noodles thing. Indonesia will be starting to run out of room here unless they find a way to outplay Russia on any of the rice picks, which I presume they will be taking.
I mean, I imagine we will be seeing AO Infinity here, right? After how
Most
well they
likely.
took Burning Star. Going for a
Most likely.
Dancer option, of course, streams. I mean, oh, they're just gonna go
They're
for the
going
Protect
for
instead.
that.
All right.
I say it's a good option for them, and I presume Buko will be coming in back for Russia, as this is a core jack pick, and there you go. We have Buka and Therese. Or we'll see if Indonesia will be carrying any substitutions here.
All right.
Anyways.
So yeah, I mean, I don't want to call this map like done already, obviously, because it's too early to tell. But considering that Russia protected this, they just managed to strike a break point. So they are looking like the overall stronger team when it comes to Rise and consistency. And a map like Korchak's where those things matter a lot. I mean, I think this is a pretty heavily favored Russian pick. And I like that for them. They are focused on the match. They know when to make this kind of shots really. I imagine their Protect may have been saved. Otherwise, had they not managed to get a breakpoint here, I think this is more like a momentum strike or trying to get into Indonesia's head, like assert. I don't want to say assert dominance, but
Yeah,
because that would be Indonesia, right? They have dominance, but
yeah. I mean, their Dominus is not playing right now, which is funny.
we'll just
Alright,
see how it
we
works
see.
out here.
Buka will be carrying Mirror Mod. So we're going to see a flipped stage. It's not really going to affect the difficulty of the chart pretty much. Well, as here we go. The one thing that we need to look at as well in this dynamic is the accuracy. I know that core jacks are risky regardless, even for the team with the advantage on it. As we see Lynx finding the first drop here, and it's still early on. We're not even yet at peak density, and that gives Russia the lead. And it's so easy to concede the lead here if you have two consistent players. As we Buka actually finally drop. Karaze as well, a double miss from the Russian side. Indonesia. Actually they're playing hot potato with a combo.
Oh, essentially, yeah. It's time Buka and Lynx just trading back and forth. Karai's in the mix as well sometimes, and it's only Onta who hits this full combo here. And it's gonna come down, I think, to Lynx's ability to combo through this. Onta Bekasi now finds the last FC drop. And despite that, they're still holding incredible accuracies. It's just that Lynx is struggling to catch up when it comes to the accuracy here, as they are missing quite an often. And that's gonna help the Russians to extend the lead, really. A third of the map still remains, and despite them missing quite a lot, the accuracy and their misses have been very, very clean, really. Whereas on Lynx's side, those misses have been more frequent, and even some accuracy drops happen along the way. So it's gonna be very hard for Indonesia to catch up from this. Now that we don't have the FC, it's gonna be especially even harder. But the Russians seem to have already, I don't know, stabilized a little bit, with only a quarter of the song remain, even less so than that. Especially because this section is a little bit less dense. But as we enter into this last period, this last sprint here, the density is a little bit there, and also some 1-4s in the mix to trip you up. But it's not gonna really trip anyone up here. Everyone is holding the combo, but no, that's Klein. Right. That's just the Klein derping a little bit. Yeah, because usually his accuracy is not decreasing and the points are not moving, so that's just the client. And there it is. They didn't even miss. They just managed to hold the FC there, or rather the combo until the very end, despite their accuracy, or the ratio I will say, not being the best compared to everybody else. This is still a victory for Russia. And mostly off the back of those 50s and misses by Lynx.
Oh yeah, like these are definitely jack scores. Like it's either you have a really good ratio or you have a ton of misses, and nothing in between. And we're seeing that being the case here. Shout outs to Onto for having the best ratio here, and Buka not being not behind by that much. But again, Russia doing just enough to keep themselves above Indonesia.
I mean, I don't think it was like as close as it could have been. At the start, it felt like it was going to be quite the battle due to the Russians maybe struggling a little bit to hold on physically. But then the second half happened, and Russia just obliterated that and managed to hold that lead and extend it to safe points where they would never be missing them up. Now Indonesia is going to be picking breaking and entering. All right.
I actually don't like this pick.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised
like
about
it.
this.
Okay,
I mean, they still have a lens to go for, right? They still have their protect as well.
okay, so this is a technical pick of the pool, and if you're playing against a team that has practically dominated the rice side of this pool, I can't see a way for Indonesia to get through this, especially with what we saw from Lynx, some inconsistencies from their end. Yeah, this makes things a bit difficult.
I mean, this is weird because this is the map that would have expected Russia to be picking at this point rather than Indonesia. Really, they moved out of the LN hybrid dynamics so quickly. I didn't even realize. Honestly, like they won the LNs. I'm very confused about them not going for it.
Maybe Indonesia just knows something we don't.
I mean, it could be. Maybe they are just comfortable with this as well.
Yeah.
Like I can see a world where this isn't a bad pick, really, because Russia hasn't been the most consistent on some like tricky techie patterns. We saw that on hybrids. We saw that on Rise as well. Even though they have the strongest combos. Like I think this pick makes sense if you're an Indonesian team that knows that you can get two very high combos on your side, but that hasn't been the case really. Lynx struggled to combo, if anything, so far, the picks they played. And even Onta, I will argue, despite them having the best score almost every time, they are like combo dropping at least once or twice every map.
Well, it's kind of too late for them
For
to
Reds,
think.
yeah.
Yeah. Like they have to execute.
Now
I
it's the
think
client
that's
again.
client.
Yeah, that's the client
That's
again.
me.
Don't worry too much. I'm not sure what's
Yeah,
up with the client. It doesn't really like 7-key all that much, it seems. Oh,
Yeah.
there it is. Okay, well, they immediately miss after
Wow,
they
there
recover
you go.
from it, though. But they are back.
I guess the client really just wants to keep us on our toes, like making sure that we're still awake and something or something like that. As you see, Lynx finding their first drop as well. No more full combo stuff on the Indonesian side, and again, like as we mentioned, why pick this?
I mean, even accuracy-wise, they don't seem to be ahead this time. Because we saw Onta in the past carrying on the accuracy department. They are very slowly climbing to that spot of having the top-notch accuracy of the lobby. But, I mean, barely, really. Lynx is trying their best here to recover, and their accuracy is not quite behind compared to Time Buka, which will be their opponent. So, if anything, it seems like Indonesia may be on the lead in accuracy. But there are no misses from Russia, and that's what's keeping them afloat. Now, Time
Well, there
Buka,
you go.
though, the first one to drop on the Russians. There's still only a single FC left by Karais, and they really need to hold it. They want to keep this lead because it's shrinking, and it's shrinking fast. Lynx now will trades that miss, twice make it. And the extension of the lead now for the Russians. The lead increased to 15k after being to 5k, but now another miss by Tambuka is going to make this a little bit more interesting entering this last third of the map.
That was actually a pretty rough sequencer from Lynx, dropping point 0.6% of accuracy on the middle section of this chart and basically gave away this pick to Russia. Though some late misses here from Buka might still keep this interesting.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough miss at the ending there. There's still some time for Indonesia to recover, but now with that miss from Lynx on the mini jacks, I don't think they will have enough time here to come back for a lead. And despite again being ahead on the accuracy department average, the combo this time is what keeps Russia afloat. And off the back of Caray's FC, albeit this ending is quite tricky and the lead is decreasing and decreasing, there won't be enough time here for Indonesia to catch up. They'll be losing their pick again. And again, they had the better accuracy. And that's unfortunate, really. It came down to those combo breaks. There were so many that Russia just took advantage of it and ran away with the money. At the end of the day, this wasn't that bad of a pick. I mean, had it been a different day, it could have gone to Indonesia quite easily if they didn't miss as much.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this might be one of the closest they could go unless Rice 3 actually gets picked. And there you go. AO Infinity is going to be coming in. I think at least from what we saw here, there's actually potential for Indonesia to catch up here, but they need to catch up fast because they're starting to run out of time. And like the moment Russia reaches that match point, it's going to be pretty difficult.
I mean, at this point, it's already pretty difficult, but not just because there's 3 points of difference. It's because there are 2 breakpoints down, so they need to beat Russia twice on their own pick, and they really, really need to start now. Dominance now joining instead of Lynx, and it seems like it will be on to Dominance versus Time, Buka, and Karais on this.
I think they're actually seeing Dominance come in for the quarterfinal picks. I would assume that Indonesia should go back to the LNs once this one ends, regardless of the result.
I mean, yeah, after this is done and dusted, I don't see them picking Rhine 6, right? I mean, no shot. They still have a lot of LN to work with. They have a couple hybrids as well, so... I mean, at this point, I'm not sure. Indonesia really needs to focus on winning this map. It doesn't really matter what they go for afterwards if they lose this big, because they are kind of out of options.
Yeah, well, there's still again, like you mentioned, there's still the LNs are still hybrids. I'm just wondering why they avoided it on the previous one. Is this like that one strategy where you just pick your opponent's points, and then once all of those are out, then just go try to get everything remaining?
That sounds like a very bad strategy. I mean, why not just pick your own picks? Why not just pick your own picks and break point your opponent and win the match first instead of going for tiebreaker?
Yeah, I guess they just want to have fun. I mean, we've seen that strategy. We've seen that strategy before in another 7K World Cup from 5 years ago. I think it was Philippines China. I think you were the one who mentioned like just pick your opponent's point and then sweep the rest or something like that.
Just
try to trap your opponent into the corner. Yeah. Spray and pray. Is that like an FPS strategy?
Yeah, that's an FPS thing. Yep.
Applying an FPS strategy in a rhythm game, all right. And no one's skipping. I mean, yeah, no one's skipping the intro. Everyone ghost tapping except for Caracia. Oh, there you go, some ghost taps.
We see the visual settings on the bottom. So there we go. there's that.
There you go.
Alright, AO Infinity here. It is the pick by the Russians, looking to capitalize off of this and be in match point. Indonesia will try the best to stop that. And in the intro with a miss by Tambuka, 2 misses by Tambuka actually, a bit of a trouble there with the big chords. And Indonesia will take a pretty healthy advantage off of that, really, as we enter into the denser
those are-
costumes here.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic misses there from Buka. Like they've shown pretty good form on the previous starts. Might be some wrong position with their fingers on the keyboard, most likely. I mean, we wouldn't know. But anyway, so they've calmed down. They've practically recovered what they lost, already above Corace's accuracy here. Actually, tying accuracies. And we see Onta Mikasi and dominance. As I mentioned, that
very,
Onta
very,
Mikasi
very,
dropped.
very at the same time. You cursed them hard there.
Yeah, it was a very big drop as well. 0.2% accuracy drop. And with dominance also below 99%, everything averages out to be lesser accuracy than what we see on Russia's side. But again, we've seen crazier stuff happen in this pick in particular, especially when the density starts to pick up. Dominance finding a drop on those sweeping stair transition. But again, as I said, many crazy things happen on this chart. As the density picks up, we might still see some problems here from Russia unless they're able to get through this fine.
No difficulties here in the transition though, otherwise, despite the miss there by dominance, or another one, not the greatest, but this is a very calm section, although the snaps are a bit different than the classic 1-4, and now the staircases, dominance, struggle to hit that pattern as well, and that lead just keeps extending in favor of the Russian, despite the density picking up a little bit and the pattern being a bit more brackety than before. Timebooker will find a miss, but it's not going to matter all that much, really. They need much more than this, Indonesia that is, if they want to capitalize off of this big, and now the trade by dominance is only going to make things harder. The map is almost done at this point. It will take a massive drop here by Russia to drop this point.
Yeah, like we need a massive breakdown here from Russia, like what we saw from White Jam earlier in the match. At least go the other. Well, as I said that, but I don't think that's enough though.
No, it's not enough. It's too late. Too late. Not enough as well. The only unfortunate thing there is that big combo got dropped at the very end. And despite the biggest efforts again by Onta Mikasi here with the best score of the lobby, it's not going to matter all too much really when the Russians are just that consistent. 970k on both players plus. And that alone keeps them afloat and on match point here. Question is, will Indonesia decide to go for long notes? Yes, they will. They will go for LN1. Their protect.
And they're going for. Actually, finally they went for LN. I mean, yeah, sure. What do we have left for Russia? We have Rai 6, which I presume will be Russia's next pick if Indonesia manages to win this. But after that, it's only going to be hybrids and LNs left. So if anything, Indonesia has the chance to take this back. And force a tiebreaker, but it all really depends on how they perform on this chart. Like you have to win this first. Then Russia does have some good LN control players. So they have to be extreme. So Indonesia just needs to perform the best as they could to extend their campaign by at least one more map.
I mean, even still, it's a bit grim here for Indonesia. Really, they need to win 5 consecutive picks if they want to go through the stage. They have lost their pick twice. Russia is a match point. They're trying to trade back with a lens, but Russia still has Rise bullets to shot at. Indonesia here, specifically Rise 6. So it's looking quite dark here for the Southeast Asians.
Well, as
we
a
should see.
difficulty
I mean, if they want to start a comeback, this has to be it.
Yeah, as the difficulty name of this chart does say, they have to get through this endless sea to sustain their life in the tournament. Oh my gosh, that sounded so bad.
I think it sounded way better in your head, but then when you said it
Yeah.
aloud, it's like,
Same with
I'm not
Hmm.
sure.
Yeah, I'm not Bulma Gamer PH76. I shouldn't be the one who keeps on saying that. Anyways, here we go. Indonesia carrying very good accuracies. Korea's kind of finding some accuracy problems early on, but I mean with slow LNs, like combo is going to be the more important factor here because as long as you're able to maintain the combo, like keep your accuracy around the same place where you are. I mean, you still need it. Oh, all right. I was about to say, as long as you're able to maintain the combo, you should still be within striking distance. But two consecutive misses here from Correis will be making that difficult. We're seeing really good runs
Make
here
it
from
three,
both
make
onto
it
the ground.
four. Oh my god, actually my Karai is just going downhill and very, very fast. Not the kind of pick you want to see if you're Karai, it seems like. And if it only makes me wonder, why didn't Indonesia go for this earlier? Look at that lead, that's 40k lead. It's the most decisive point we have seen so far in the entire match.
Well, there you go. Dominant's combo has gone down, but that doesn't really matter. I think even with Onto Picassi finding a break somewhere, this might still be enough to at least maintain the lead. Again, like there's only like the amount of notes in the start is not too many, and you gain combo so slowly. You can just hold on and try to keep your accuracy as high as possible so you're able to maintain as you find Caray's finding two consecutive drops, and I think that seals a deal. I don't think there's enough notes even for the Caray's
I mean,
to
don't
hit
get me
a
wrong,
pretty
Subtrue.
substantial combo.
This map seems like dawn since like 40 seconds ago, really. Onta is just of seeing
Yeah.
this alongside Meiju, but the difference between dominance and Kais is just so big at this point that it probably would require like more than 4, 5, 6 misses even, and we don't no chart left. 35,000 points of advantage is what Indonesia will use to take this point off of the Russians here. The comeback maybe starting here, 5-2 in favor of Russian Federation here, who's looking to make their pick to win this match and knock the Indonesians out of the tournament.
But again, with Indonesia's current position right now, they're still not safe. They're still a very hard route to finish off this, to at least force a tiebreaker. There's still one more rice chart remaining in the pool here for the Russians, and I think they should have they have a pretty overwhelming advantage for that on Cosmic Railroad. At least from what we saw from the previous rice picks. But again, pretty maybe if they just maybe if Indonesia really just avoided picking rice 5, this could have this the scoreline would have been different.
Oh, they're just picking Hybrid 1.
Whoa, that's interesting.
No Cosmic Railroad. Alright.
Interesting, but I think I could find some sense.
Yeah, same. I think
there-
this is fine.
Um, the rice here is actually pretty tricky. Maybe they are seeing something that we aren't looking at. Maybe the most important thing for Russia here is just be able to get through the LN patterns here. Like they get a bit crazy, but the rice patterns here are the patterns that we kind of saw Indonesia struggle to maintain consistency on. But still pretty odd. But still a pretty odd decision. But I think this makes more sense. Russia picking hybrid 1 than Indonesia picking rice 5 earlier. But hey, if Russia knows anything that we don't, good for them. I mean, if they win this, they're guaranteed a slot to next week.
I mean, they may as well just not feel very comfortable with Rise 6, and consider they are two break points ahead. Maybe they leave that for last in case they don't get it this time. They have breathing room. They have room for error. Of course, for them, it would be ideal to seal the deal as soon as possible, but I don't necessarily disagree with this pick too much. And I could see Russia maybe trying to avoid Rise 6 for its struggles. Like, they are probably not very comfortable with that map anyway. I don't think Indonesia will be very comfortable with it either, but maybe you just want to avoid it just in case you get surprised or spooked. I'm going for something more, I don't want to say straightforward, but it's not like Russia were like terrible at lens either, so they can probably just capitalize off of their consistency in a map that doesn't really have that much other than this hybrid nature. It has some difficult rise, but if anything, that favors Indonesia. I mean, Russia. And with a double
Well, we
miss here
see-
starting, I mean, not good stuff for Indonesia.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, another key thing that I forgot to mention is they have to make sure Lynx has to make sure they're able to keep up with Gerace. The second player slot for Indonesia has been giving them some troubles really, as we're seeing right now. Gerace finding their first drop, which is not yet enough really, especially with Indonesia's early woes on this chart. And there we go, Lynx finding yet another drop. Automikase actually carrying higher accuracy than Meiju, but like, it's not making any difference right now, and we're seeing Russia keeping on increasing the lead.
There are some trades happening eventually, but this time it seems like Indonesia is just straight up struggling with this map compared to Russia. Meju's consistently striking every single pattern so far thrown at them on this particular chart. And on the flip side, Lynx has been struggling a little bit. Karais had a couple of hiccups, but managed to stabilize them accuracies above the 99s. Lynx, on the other hand, unfortunately, hanging there on the 98.5, struggling quite a lot in this particular map. And that seems like it could be it, really. There's still a third of the song remaining, so a flip could certainly happen, but 30,000 points of advantage is not something you see very often. I don't think we have seen any mapping as decisive as this before, other than LN1. So the Russians certainly running away with this advantage and looking very, very solid. Almost with a foot inside the next stage, really, at this point.
Yeah, and they practically booked it now. Meiju unfortunately dropping their full combo, but I don't think that matters anymore because Russia is well on their way to booking their ticket to the semifinals weekend, extending their campaign by at least one more match. And Indonesia, as unfortunate as their position is right now, will have to concede defeat and try again next year to maybe further the campaign.
And it
There
is
you go.
done and dusted there. It is a victory for the Russians, I believe. At this point, nothing can happen. The map is over. And off the back of Meiju's performance here, they take this point on tap, once more being the MVP. But that won't be enough for Indonesia to catch up. Russia defeats their opponents 6-2 and advances to the semifinals of the 7-Key World Cup.
And I think this is Russia's, and I think this is the furthest Russia would have gone in the bracket stage of a 7K World Cup. Somebody could probably correct me on that later. So congratulations
That
to
sounds
Russia.
reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, like I can't remember Russia actually getting into the semifinals weekend over the past few years. I mean, even before the break in 2020, 2021 for the 7K World Cup. So again, if that's the case, massive congratulations to the Russian Federation for winning this match, booking their ticket to the semi-finals.
And that's, I believe, everything we have for you guys on the stream. We still have one more match running, which is Poland versus Vietnam. That's happening in about 40 minutes from now. We are likely gonna drop the stream for until that match, rather.
Yeah, I think we will be going back to the main channel for that matchup because it's also the last match of this pretty crazy weekend, if I say so myself. But you know what else is crazy?
Oh, this is the point where I'm supposed to sell out banners, right?
Yep, indeed.
Oh yeah, let's go. That's pretty crazy, I know, right? But yeah, as I was saying, you can just get yourself a banner on the store here. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily very crazy, but it's certainly very nice looking. It is on the
Yeah.
shop at about 2.5 cents USD. I believe that is the case. You can
Yeah.
buy multiple of them as well. You can stack your profile with like a million banners of the same team as well. I believe someone did that. But it's just a matter of
I
showing
know.
love and support to your teams, really, and helping and like founding the prize pool and all that. So if you support the
Yeah.
tournament, you support the players, team specifically, you can get one there in the store. If you happen to pick the winner, then that will stay a little bit longer as well. So I wonder what's happening if you buy the winner's team 20 times. How's your profit gonna look like? It's gonna probably look very insane.
I don't think I remember someone. I think they removed the buy multiple of the same team functionality from that repeat performance of someone from a long time ago. Somebody could probably confirm that. But yeah, if you do buy multiple banners and if you happen to get the banner of the winning team, that specific banner will be staying for just a bit longer than the others. But anyways, I think that should be it for us. We won't leave you guys hanging for longer. This is Sir Q85 and Juan Crystal in the commentary booth. See you guys soon.